Clear blue skies with exceptionally pristine white clouds framed the silhouette of a dragon soaring up that day. The ferocious blue dragon opened its mouth and let out a loud roar. A dragon circled widely across the sky, flying wildly through the air with a freedom greater than anything I had ever seen. The dragon flew right over the head of a man standing below, and just because of that, Asta stood there with a bloody face, looking deeply exhausted. High up in the vast sky, that dragon spread its wings and flew away, leaving Asta, belonging to the great magical lineage of Declan, and having decided to step down from his role as a cleaner, to gaze up after it. Afterwards, he clenched his fist tightly beneath the sunlight, and that was the only reason. Dark clouds gradually rolled in, obscuring the white clouds from earlier. A black raven opened its beak and cawed. Suddenly, a powerful and commanding voice rang out saying, "You are the last one left." Then it flapped its wings and flew off to join the rest of the flock. Down below, Asta was using magic to choke someone. A blue-haired man in helpless agony said first, "You concealed your true strength." He just let out a faint smile, nodding that was not the kind of power an ordinary cleaner possessed. Then he asserted that the one asking questions here was him. Asta held the book in his hand and asked, "This is a grimoire, isn't it?" The blue-haired man, turning pale and green with agony, stammered yes. Surrounded by that vast space with only the two of them, the blue-haired man continued speaking to ask if he really thought they came here just to take down a mere hound, while Asta showed no intention of letting him go and replied that if it was trash from the Declan lineage like him, perhaps the whole pack would show up. He glanced sidelong at the other person and casually asked how to use it, but the man adamantly refused to speak and said, "I do not know." Hearing that, Asta shifted his gaze and thought to himself that if that greedy Declan fellow had known, he wouldn't have buried it in a dusty basement. Before looking down at the book in his hand and pondering that the man didn't even know how to use it yet was still hunted down to this extent. Immediately afterwards, Asta drew the conclusion that this proved just how immense its value was, before the blue-haired man abruptly spoke up to make Asta look over and demand that he hand over the grimoire. Even while caught in a passive position, the man still managed to squeeze out a threat saying he would ask the leader to spare him and might even let him return as a cleaner. But Asta felt no fear whatsoever and merely curved his lips into a light smile. Maintaining his magic around the blue-haired man's neck, he asked what authority the other had to utter such words. Asta immediately countered with a threat asking if he had any last words, and as the man groaned in escalating agony calling him a damn bastard, Asta shot back with a teasing remark saying, "Oh, so you finally accept what you are? How commendable." Suddenly, a foot tapping with a cane slowly approached, making Asta involuntarily startle. He then turned around to look, thinking how dangerous that was. A man appeared surrounded by glowing red currents, remarking that he had quite good intuition, prompting Asta to turn completely around and mutter to himself that anyone carrying such murderous aura. The man gripped his cane tightly in his hand and said, "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Farin von Declan." He calmly introduced himself as the patriarch of the Declan magical lineage from the eastern continent, making Asta instantly freeze in astonishment at the revelation that he was the patriarch of the Declan clan. Farin offered a faint smile and proposed that if he didn't mind, he would like to take back that grimoire and they could talk afterwards, while Asta glared at Farin and thought that it had been over 10 years since he started working as a cleaner, and he had spent half his life serving Declan. Yet this was his very first time meeting the patriarch. Asta recalled that group of people, remembering the Declan lineage as the premier magical family ruling the eastern continent. The imposing image of Farin appeared alongside the thought that the patriarch was reputed to be the strongest mage in their history, leaving Asta wondering what kind of person he really was. Yet in reality, the man wore an immensely benevolent smile. Seeing that, Asta was left dumbfounded, thinking what a hassle this was, while Farin was left helpless with a blank look on his innocent expression before falling silent. Instantly clutching the book in his hand, Asta demanded if he intended to snatch someone else's spoils of war this easily, asking if he had no shame. The old man did not answer him, and simply burst into laughter. And just like that, the two of them stood facing each other, each laughing on their own. Asta forced an awkward laugh, and internally chided himself for eating that dragon, cursing his terrible luck that the patriarch had personally shown up. His hands trembled as he thought that this magical energy was no joke, recognizing him as the most overwhelming mage he had ever laid eyes on. Farin slammed his cane hard against the ground, shattering the stone into pieces as he stated it would be easier to just kill him and take back the grimoire, but instead, he would speak plainly. With a sinister tone, he told him to return under the banner of Declan and hand over the grimoire, and he would overlook everything he had done. Asta remained silent without replying, emboldening Farin to continue talking about how truly impressive his talent was, expressing disbelief that they hadn't noticed sooner despite him being just a filthy wanderer from the Gray District, practicing the trashy techniques common among cleaners. Standing motionless as he stared at the old man's enticements, Asta listened to the proposition of how high he could fly if he had the backing of the Declan lineage. Asta's eyes drooped with sheer disgust as he wondered how far Declan could reach if they used him as a sword. The old man continued painting a lucrative path for Asta, promising that together they would stand beside him, make Declan even greater, and carve his name into the history books. Across the gray sky, a dragon beat its wings in flight, returning to Declan, as Farin delivered his final condition that, of course, he still had to return the grimoire. Asta gave a concise reply, saying fine. Farin smiled cheerfully and said good. Then let us begin, but first, I have one condition. Asta flashed a cynical smirk and bantered back that if he granted him the position of leader, he might consider it, causing a smile to break across the old man's face, while veins visibly bulged on his skin. Clenching his fist to ignite a blue radiance, Asta asked if he had been watching the battle unfold all along. Above him, the blue-haired man hung his head with his mouth open, and tongue lolling out from being choked tightly. With the man's neck completely crooked to one side, Asta confidently asked if he had even counted how many people had died because of this thing. That action successfully drove Farin out of his mind, twisting the old man's expression into one of sheer fury. Yet he remained calm where he stood, asking if that was how things were going to play out, and reminding him that he could die, asking if he knew that. Hearing those words, anxiety clearly painted Asta's face as he stood in silence, and thought to himself that the old man was right. Suddenly, footsteps rushed swiftly across the ground. Asta leaped high into the air and raised his fist with unbridled excitement, shouting damn right it is. The white and red currents of light from both men collided head-on against each other. Asta's expression turned fiercely savage as he roared that you never truly know which is longer or shorter until you measure them side by side. Farin calmly retorted that very well. It seems I need to show you your proper place. He pointed his finger toward the red circle before him in preparation for something. Farin stood down below, letting Asta unleash his attack directly upon him. He held his hand steady over that circle with an utterly nonchalant expression. It seemed Asta was caught in that attack, causing his facial expression to shift as he cursed what a madman. Plummeting rapidly from the heights above, Asta skillfully dragged his feet across the ground to cushion the impact, muttering thoughtfully amidst the combat that this truly was the patriarch of Declan. Asta shot forward while casting a wary glance behind him, noting that there wasn't a single opening in the man's defense, right before a voice echoed asking if he was getting distracted. He then raised his arms to intercept the blast of light coming from ahead. Farin casually asked, didn't you say we have to measure things to know, when there are some things you know without measuring at all? Asta stood there touching his hand against the red circle and gazing up above. Farin firmly asserted that it was just like the distance between you and me. A burst of golden light suddenly erupted, illuminating the entire region in a blinding glare. A giant red circle enveloped the area to shield Farin, who immediately spoke up to say, I am not going to kill you, merely beat you black and blue. So are you ready to talk now? Farin gazed up at the overcast sky. He suddenly chuckled and mused, what if I bowed my head right now? What if I agreed to crawl back under Declan's shadow? Though asking if anyone would expect him to believe that. On the other side, Asta was also concentrating on casting his spell. With his face covered in blood, Asta opened his eyes wide with a terrifying look, demanding if he really thought he would believe him. Instantly unleashing his attack, he shouted at the top of his lungs that he was sick and tired of playing dog. So listen up clearly. Asta's technique struck down fiercely toward the spot where Farin stood. His expression twisted into a vicious sneer as he yelled that nobody wanted to go back to being a hound just because of a shiny leash and a big house. Because that didn't mean the place wasn't just a kennel. Farin calmly tapped his cane against the ground and expressed utter contempt, calling it pathetic. Immediately afterwards, a red circle rapidly materialized beneath his feet. The radiant light erupting from that circle blasted Asta backward through the air. Farin waved his hand to control the red circle and looked upward, stating that he would show him what overwhelming strength truly looked like. By this point, Asta had dropped to his knees, glaring upward as he cursed, you damn bastard. Up in the sky, purple lightning bolts struck down from nowhere, making him realize that this was the very reason. Asta recalled his own wretched visage from the past, remembering that day when he lifted his head to look at the sky. Across the gray sky, a dragon took flight once more, soaring overhead with an air of absolute freedom. The image of his own agonizing torment flashed through his mind, bringing to light the reason why he raised his head that day. Farin stood leaning on his cane and remarked that it was quite impressive, as he had thought the boy was dead. Yet he had managed to endure, before asking sarcastically whether he finally grasped the power gap between them. Estes stood covered in blood, staring silently at Farin without offering a single word in reply. Finally conceding defeat, he admitted that the old man was simply too strong, prompting Farin to halt his assault and ask if he wanted to finish what was left undone, demanding if he was finally ready to talk. Covered in wounds, Estes narrowed his cold eyes and countered by asking if he wanted him to return as a cleaner, while Farin touched his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Oh, I never said that. I am not asking you to be a cleaner." Farin immediately laid out his demand, stating that he wanted him to become the patriarch of Bangshan. Hearing those words, Estes' eyes went wide with disbelief as he echoed the title Patriarch of Bangshan. Farin exuded overwhelming power as he described the Declan lineage as the mightiest magical family on the eastern continent, possessing enough power to challenge the throne itself, and stating that they wished to swear fealty as a vassal family. Estes slowly pulled out the grimoire and asked if that had been his true objective from the very beginning. Brushing the question aside, Farin replied that he was still underestimating his own value, declaring that he wanted both him and that grimoire. And then the two of them simply stared at each other in total silence. Estes extended the book toward Farin, saying, "Fine, you have made the right choice." With a smile, the old man reached out to receive it, declaring that all his past crimes would be wiped clean. Farin's tone shifted into a heavy emphasis as he said, "Now, there is only the glory of standing beside Declan," just as a purple radiance suddenly flickered across the grimoire in Estes' grasp. Farin's face darkened instantly as he demanded what he thought he was doing. Estes glared at him and replied, "What do you think? You said I could hand it over to you as long as I didn't mind it being burned to ashes, didn't you?" Farin grew so furious that veins stood out across his face, snapping that he would never be allowed to die an easy death. But Estes cut him off by telling him to shut up and listen. Gripping the book surrounded by purple light, he calmly stated that he had never done this for money because cleaners didn't make any money anyway. So the reason he kept this thing was because it had to do with money. Estes then asked a question that made Farin's eyes widen in shock, asking if he had ever heard of a cleaner being eaten alive by a young master of the Declan family. Recognizing the matter instantly, Farin muttered forbidden magic, and Estes confirmed it by stating, "Yes, that bastard devoured my comrades alive, and Declan covered the whole thing up." As if piecing everything together, Farin continued saying so it was all about revenge, though Estes dismissed it with a scoff, asking why on earth he would bother with that when he knew full well how cheap a cleaner's life was, and his comrades' lives were no different. He cast his azure eyes downward and stammered that he simply wanted. Across the overcast sky, warm rays of sunlight began to break through, wanting to make sure they got what they desired. Estes then smiled and added that required a whole lot of money, and much more besides. Finally concluding his thoughts, he declared that he had finally decided to retire, vowing there was no way in hell he would ever go back to that kennel. Farin waited in silence for Estes to continue, telling him to consider it his final last words. With a single snap of his fingers, a blue flame surged forward to envelop Estes, while Farin turned away and stated that this was the precious azure flame of Declan, a fire that never extinguished. Farin glanced back over his shoulder, telling him to burn within it and regret his choice down to the very marrow of his bones. Estes stared back with unyielding eyes and asserted that regret could go screw itself. As Farin's back faded into the distance, he thought that if the only remaining choice was to act as a dog for Declan, he would rather return to the Grey District, and if he couldn't even go back there, dying wasn't such a bad option either. Estes sat within those flames, while wearing a deeply fulfilled smile. He burst into a loud laugh filled with overwhelming happiness, wondering how long it had been since he felt this kind of freedom. Estes felt a pang of bitter regret, lamenting that it was a shame he couldn't escape with his life intact. He remained immersed in the flames, always thinking that it was a pity he couldn't survive, but harboring no regrets, vowing that if he were ever born again, he would seek true freedom and properly exact his revenge, as all rivers flow eventually to the sea. Yet it seemed Estes was somehow safe and sound. What on earth was going on? He recalled Farin's retreating back and wondered to himself why everything had stopped. Estes peered out from behind a boulder. He held the grimoire tightly in his hand. Then Estes let go, allowing the book to be consumed by the azure flames. Staring in utter astonishment, he muttered, "What on earth is that?" A golden circle rapidly materialized, leaving Asta completely at a loss as to what was happening, demanding what the hell was going on here. A coin dropped into an old, battered bucket. In the form of a young boy, Asta dragged himself along while holding a bucket out to beg for money, standing completely frozen, stiff, and bewildered as he asked himself what this was, since he was supposed to have been burned alive. Something wasn't right, and with growing confusion, Asta slowly lifted his head, gazing at the primitive, run-down houses surrounding him, his heart filled with questions as he wondered where this was. Looking down at the bucket containing a few stray coins, he thought to himself that it felt as though he had traveled back into the past, and this place was far too familiar. Suddenly, Asta let out an exclamation, slowly dawning on him as he realized that he remembered now. This place was the Gray District, the very place where he used to drag himself through a miserable existence day by day before becoming a cleaner, while people bustled around him without paying him the slightest attention. Asta looked down at his own hands, still finding it hard to believe this miraculous turn of events, whispering that it couldn't be true had he really turned back time. The sky was a brilliant, clear blue under a gentle sun. The atmosphere among the obsolete houses of the Gray District gradually quieted down. Asta slumped down beside the riverbank, dumbfounded as he asked what the hell had happened. Seeing his reflection mirrored on the water's surface, he wore a blank expression while internal turmoil raged within, murmuring to himself that this was undoubtedly him, but as a child. Abruptly, a magical circle flickered faintly across his chest, leaving Asta momentarily lost in thought as he theorized that if there was one thing he couldn't understand, it was this mark, since he had traveled back to the past. Yet this thing had followed him here. Sitting amidst the lush green grass beneath the glaring sunlight, he pondered for a moment before arriving at a vague conclusion that he didn't know how, but the grimoire had definitely done something. Even so, recalling the appearance of that book still stirred a lingering sense of doubt, wondering if it truly possessed such capability, though thinking back, the fact that the lazy old patriarch of Declan had personally stepped forward showed just how important that grimoire was, and precisely because it was so vital, nobody knew anything about it. Finally brushing away the tangled web of thoughts, he told himself to forget about it. After all, it seemed like a good thing anyway. It felt far too real to be a dream, so he refused to believe he was dreaming, and looking down at the water before him, he muttered that the stench of sewage from Sale's lecture hall was nauseatingly real, proving beyond a doubt that he was still alive. Promptly waving his arms about, he vaguely thought that it wasn't just about surviving. Breaking free from his train of thought, Asta gripped his fist tightly with high spirits, enthusiastically encouraging himself that this was a vibrant, high-energy morning where anything he attempted was bound to succeed. Yet he still vaguely asked himself, what exactly was success? Beneath the harsh sunlight, he gently closed his eyes and murmured, I once had a dream, yes, I had a dream. This was also the dream of my comrades. Asta thought as he let his mind drift in a hazy recollection of old memories, back when he and his teammate gazed out into the distant horizon. The reason I decided to retire. Asta suddenly turned to look at the person beside him and called out, Number 1, I mean Aster. Without turning his head to look at him, Aster asked in a flat tone, We were born as wanderers in the Gray District with nothing to our names, unable to enjoy good food, fine clothes, or any education. Among all those things, which one do you think hurts the most? Asta countered by asking, not being able to eat. But Aster didn't dwell on it and continued, If it were only hunger, we wouldn't have been pushed this far, since going without food is simply something one accepts. Then he asked again, But what do you think dragged our lives down into this filthy gutter? Yet unlike Aster's gloomy mood, he continued messing around with silly antics and casually replied, But I think it's fine. Though thoroughly annoyed by his teasing, Aster maintained his heavy mood and tried to continue with the reason our lives hit rock bottom, only for him to interrupt flatly, I said I'm fine. Driven to the absolute limit of exasperation, Aster shot Asta a glaring, friendly look, making him drop the teasing and helplessly reply, All right. Fine, I'll say it, just look at that guy's expression. Only then did he listen seriously as Aster spoke, saying not getting an education is the bitterest pill of all. If we had been properly educated and taught, we wouldn't have to live like this, trampled upon by those damn bastard nobles. Both of them gazing out toward the distant horizon of the sunset as Aster went on. So if I ever retire one day, then I want to, and at those words, a bright, involuntary smile broke across his face. Returning to reality, Asta finished his sentence for him with a smile, build a library. He hazily envisioned that grand vision, a place where anyone, regardless of wealth, social standing, or gender, could read books freely. But I want to go one step further, he thought, raising his hand to look up at the blue sky. Dreaming further, He mused about building a tower for no particular reason other than liking tall things, and it could be placed anywhere, leading him to think. Lestat couldn't help whispering aloud, any kind of book will do, but there is one volume that absolutely must be there. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, bursting into wild laughter and declaring loudly, I'll place Declan's top-secret manual right in the lobby on the first floor so that even Grey District wanderers, bastard noble spawn, or butchers can grab a copy. The cover will be stamped with Declan's crest, and inside will be the secret arts they value more than their own lives, as his mind wandered further into grander fantasies. Picturing everyone walking around holding that book, he couldn't help lamenting that just imagining it made his mouth water, though there was still one thorny problem left to tackle, which was figuring out how to actually get his hands on that book. The blue sky grew increasingly bright. Crossing his arms with a knowing nod, he muttered happily, well, that's a problem for future me. But anyway, if I spread Declan's secret manual everywhere, those bastards are going to love it to death. Suddenly, a foot came crashing down straight into his face, accompanied by a roar. There it is. Knocked flat to the ground by the kick, the young punk continued shouting furiously, you damn bastard. I've been looking all over for you. I saved that spot for you and you dared to run off and hide here. Do you want to die? Venting his bitter words while punching and kicking him ruthlessly. Covered in bruises and utterly bewildered by what was happening, Lestat tried to shield his head while thinking, who the hell is this guy? Is this an ambush? But I've survived countless battles. Aerial combat aside, I'm a veteran cleaner, he thought, before boldly reaching out to grab the foot kicking him and stopping it in its tracks. The punk was startled by this action but quickly recovered his wits and yelled, oh, you dare block my attack. As Lestat's cold voice slowly uttered every single word, you hit me 7 times, then take 70 hits back, his face turning frigid and his entire body radiating a murderous aura. That made the punk instinctively shudder with fear. Seizing the opportunity quickly, he intended to unleash a punch straight at the punk's face, but his own hand let out a sharp cracking sound of bones. Pulling his fist back in a daze, he asked himself what on earth was this. It was glowing. While he was distracted, the punk threw a punch straight into his face and cursed loudly, you asshole, you dare strike your big bro. A punk like you dares to lay a hand on me. Have you lost your mind? Cursing away without holding back as he beat and kicked Lestat until he tumbled to the dirt. Unable to fight back, Lestat could only desperately shield his head with tears streaming down his face as he thought helplessly. It hurts. It hurts to the point of crying, but what hurts even more than the physical body is the heart. The punk accidentally tripped over a rock on the ground. He tumbled backward onto his back, dropping with a thud into the flowing water. Seeing this, Lestat told himself, now's my chance. Scrambling back to his feet, the punk cursed again, you little brat. Seeing Lestat running away, he roared in anger. Where do you think you're running off to? Prompting Lestat to raise his voice and say this isn't running away. Suddenly turning his head back to glare at him with a cold expression, he said, I'll remember your face, while internally rationalizing that this was a tactical retreat. Those hits you landed on me, you know. I'll wear them on my chest like medals, because I'm a veteran cleaner who never knows what giving up means. At a street corner, Lestat inspected his hand and muttered quietly, damn it, this is bad. Staring at his bruised, swollen wrist, he worriedly mumbled, I'm no ordinary office worker, yet just a few punches dislocated my wrist. This body is way too weak. Banishing those unrealistic fantasies from his mind, he thought to himself, forget the tower. I need to fix this body first. Right then, a voice rang out asking Lestat, are you hungry? He noticed a young kid walking over beside him. Massaging his wrist while looking at the kid, he asked in return, do you know me? To which Damien answered honestly, no. Lestat turned his face away, and after giving him a once-over, he mentally assessed, well, figured as much. You look pathetic, yet your clothes are expensive. Probably some noble brat kicked out of his family during power struggles. In other words, a walking bomb, beautiful yet dangerous, while Damien stood frozen in place, silently staring at him. Lestat gave a brief call, kid, and Damien pointed at himself and introduced, I am Damien, prompting him to start to say anyway, before getting cut off as the kid said, my mother is Bianca, leaving him struck dumb with nothing to say while internally groaning in annoyance. Why on earth do I keep finding out things I shouldn't know? After a few seconds of silence, unable to hold back his frustration, Lestat half scolded and half asked Damien, is something wrong with your head? He asked one thing while Damien innocently answered another. I don't have a mother. And realizing his slip of the tongue, Lestat felt a pang of guilt and thought, oops, my bad. But keeping up a tough exterior aloud, he firmly stated, well, I don't have a father either. So we're even, and now let's part ways here, got it? though he was carefully calculating in his mind that it was best not to get tangled up with such a walking bomb and bail early before things got even messier. Despite that, Damien just stood still without speaking or leaving, simply staring right at him. Losing all patience, Asta opened his mouth and asked, "Are you not leaving?" To which Damien replied straightforwardly, "I'll go with you." Asta uncomfortably thought to himself, should I just beat him up? But even so, he didn't do anything and instead snapped, "Just get lost." Suddenly, Damien reached out wanting to touch him and asked with concern, "By the way, doesn't that hurt?" Then he happily and enthusiastically declared, "I'll heal it," while executing magic with his hands. Staring at the magical circle forming, Asta asked in a daze, "What is this?" Seeing his confusion, Damien smiled and answered, "Magic." Asta already had his answer internally, but something about it made him even more alarmed. No, this isn't just regular healing magic. Healing light, a secret art belonging to the Blandor family, the ones who had once been crushed by Declan, as his faint memories recalled the matter. Panic flared relentlessly inside him as he told himself that his intuition was warning him how the filthy, dangerous things a cleaner like him usually avoided were now latching onto him tightly, leading him to stare instinctively at Damien. Countless questions flooded his mind needing answers. Yet why was a true-born child of the Blandor family living in such a rundown place when the Blandors should still be at the height of their power at this time? So pushing aside his overthinking, he hurriedly called out, "Damien, Damien, huh." Hearing his name called, Damien let out a surprised exclamation. Then flashing a bright smile, he asked back, "Are you calling me?" Asta froze in place, stunned as he instinctively swore under his breath, "Damn it." Recognizing Damien's distinct multicolored eyes, he suddenly snapped to his senses and pieced things together, remembering that someone carrying Blandor blood possessed bizarre eyes. The monster of the Blandor family, as he thought about it, a shocking scene replayed in his mind. Seas of fire and mountains of corpses, along with Damien's spine-chilling laughter when he underwent dark awakening. The crazy butcher who refused to die no matter how many times he was killed. Yet right at this moment, Damien was just an adorable, innocent boy smiling cheerfully and marveling. "Oh, look at these ants." He was intently counting ants one by one, 1, 2, combining the present situation with the memories in his head, leaving Asta dumbfounded, shocked, and paralyzed as he thought to himself, "Are you kidding me?" A few figures in black cloaks rushed toward the light, reminding him of how back when he was a cleaner before his regression, he had been dispatched to the Blandor family under Declan's orders. Past Life Maine complained with annoyance, "Damn it. If it's Blandor family business, then handle it yourselves. Why call us?" And the person beside him replied, "Well, we don't understand the high-class schemes of the upper crust anyway." Another guy suddenly dashed close to him and recounted, "I heard there's a monster in Soft's territory. Rumor has it dozens of people have already died." Frowning, he speculated, a monster like an ogre or something. But then a look of sheer terror crept across his face, and then we saw it. Something torn right down the middle right in front of their eyes. And it wasn't an ogre. That guy was stripped to the waist, holding the two halves in his hands. It was a human being tearing others apart with his bare hands. That monster wore a crazed expression, continuously fighting while casting Soft's exclusive healing magic without pause, laughing as he killed, pure unadulterated madness. That guy trampled over the corpses of hundreds of others. The monster of Blandor, the crazy butcher who wouldn't die. The monster with golden and red eyes, accompanied by the manic smile forever blooming on his lips. Damien von Blandor. Returning to the present, Damien was squatting down and smiling like a blooming flower. He resumed counting under Asta's judging gaze, 1, 2, skeptically asking himself if this was for real. Asta looked at Damien with a mountain of doubts, wondering why a legitimate child of the Blandor family, the sole son of the household head, was living in such a trashy dump. The very next second, the boy suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Food," to which Asta instinctively blurted out, "What?" Damien smiled brightly and continued, "Let's eat. My mom said you have to eat properly to stay healthy, and getting sick comes from not eating." Asta mentally agreed with him, thinking the kid was right as he dusted off his pants and stood up, still feeling the phantom aches despite not being hit with magic, before asking, "Well, do you have money?" Without a shred of doubt, the kid handed over a pouch of gold coins. Asta suddenly threw an arm around his shoulder, "Damien," prompting the boy to turn his curious gaze toward him. Flashing a bright thumbs up, Asta proposed, "Let's be friends," to which the boy reacted with a confused what out of nowhere. Shamelessly lifting his head, Asta pressed on, "I said friends, understand, and friends share whatever they have with each other." The very next second, Asta's eyes lit up as he pointed forward, "Let's go, my friend, time to eat," prompting Damien to echo with sparkling eyes, "Friend." Under the twilight sky, the boy suddenly asked, So what do you have? Esta answered nonchalantly me. I have a friend now, which sounded pretty cool. Night fell over a modest inn tucked away among other residential houses. Esta let out a resounding burp with his mouth open. Rubbing his rounded belly, he remarked, that meal was seriously good, and after washing my face, I feel so refreshed. Seeing Damien shifting his gaze back and forth, Esta asked curiously, what are you doing? Damien answered innocently, I didn't know the place we ate at earlier had a house on top. Usually I just sleep on the street, so now I know having a house is pretty convenient. Leaving Esta to give a vague, or I see. Suddenly resting both hands on the bed, the boy exclaimed, oh yeah. With a deadpan, serious expression, Damien revealed I don't have a father either. Esta processed the information for a few seconds and immediately denied it. No, you do. Prompting the boy to argue back, no, I don't. While Esta chose not to reply and instead thought internally, please don't turn this into a misery-comparing contest. Thinking as much, Esta quickly changed the subject. What about you? Do you have a mother? Damien looked around blankly, where not here, making Esta helplessly slap his forehead and think. If she's not here, then she probably doesn't exist. That kind of logic is a bit harsh. But let me evaluate the situation for a second. Esta asked again, how long have you been here alone? And after counting on his fingers for a moment, the boy answered hesitantly, ever since I ran away from home, I've slept 10 times. His expression dropping slightly at those words, Esta asked, you ran away. Were you being chased? Sleeping 10 times means 10 days. Damien corrected him innocently. I took lots of afternoon naps too, filling Esta's head with question marks, raising 2 fingers with a cheerful smile. Twice a day actually, well, I mean short naps anyway. I've slept 10 times in total, making Esta's head ache with even more confusion. Helplessly deducing the math, that probably meant about 3 or 4 days, Damien flopped face first onto the bed and complained. But I haven't slept a proper wink since I got here. The floor is way too hard to sleep on. Esta stared off into space for a second, then turned his head to look at the comfortable pillow behind him. Burying his face in the pillow, Esta screamed out loud, this kid is out of his mind right out of the gate. After venting, he cast a stealthy sideways glance and thought, anyway, while the kid is stuck in the gray district, I can act as his temporary babysitter. And it wouldn't hurt to use this opportunity to build a connection with the Blandor family. Lying on his back with his eyes closed, Damien mumbled, this place is really uncomfortable, while Esta continued calculating internally. That'll come in handy later when I face Declan, plus powerful families usually have lots of rare books. Remembering his miserable past, he reminded himself, of course, I need to deal with something else first. The 57 grudges carved deep into my chest. With that thought, Esta looked up and warned, Damien, I'm heading out. Don't bother me. And if you cause trouble, it'll be a huge mess. Hearing that, Damien bolted upright. Are you doing breathing exercises? Prompting Esta to reply mechanically. Yeah, exactly. When I'm done, you should do it too. I'll wait. And the boy happily answered, got it, understood. Finished with that, Esta slowly closed his eyes and reflected, in my past life, I built the foundation of my magic using basic spells distributed to cleaners, though thinking to himself, but the limits were way too obvious. An image of his past self dashing through the night flashed through his mind. That's why I sneaked into various noble households to steal magic spells. Amidst the night sky, a pile of shattered glass and various spells fell around him as he narrowly escaped death countless times, and the magic I learned that way included night body reinforcement techniques, spirit summoning, alchemy, a bunch of miscellaneous arts, but he vividly remembered the silhouette of that cane-wielding man right before he died. A cloaked figure standing amidst rolling clouds and roaring lightning as he clashed with a truly destructive power, and because of that, he whispered to himself, this time for sure. Esta suddenly opened his eyes to stare straight up at the ceiling, his blue eyes flashing with determination. Parting his lips slightly, he declared, the very first spell I must learn is the foundational technique of the Declan family. The root of Declan magic, capable of absorbing all attributes of magical energy. Esta closed his eyes once more and regulated his breathing. I memorized it to study it back then, and now I finally have a chance to actually use it. Breathing technique. Suddenly, a fierce flame flared up across his left chest. Esta's eyes widened in agonizing pain as he thought, it's so hot. It feels like molten lava is surging through my body, damn it. What is this? While mentally urging himself, concentrate, I have to keep it circulating. But then his eyes widened further as he noticed something. A different current of magical energy was welling up across his hands, impurities. Why are there things like this? In the past, an old man had once channeled magic into a young man. Nodding that this was a high-level technique, reserved exclusively for the main bloodline of noble houses. A current of azure magic coursed through Asta's entire body, forcing the energy along and burning away all impurities within his meridians. His entire body felt as though it were submerged in a pool of pure magical energy, a magical baptism. Asta snapped awake from his trance, drenched in sweat. Panting heavily as he sat up, he wondered how long it had been. Damien was still sleeping soundly on the neighboring bed. Asta opened his eyes wide to stare down at his hands. No, more importantly, the impurities in his meridians were gone. His magical energy had been purified, and the purity level was even higher than his past life, perhaps surpassing it entirely. Frowning thoughtfully, he gazed upward. Even so, even with all that, Asta could visualize that man's figure towering many times over his own. Defeating Declan might still be an impossible feat, no matter how many times he reincarnated. Yet he still clenched his fist with confidence. But one thing was certain. Asta bared his teeth in a proud grin. My odds have gone up. I am a cleaner, a man who never gives up even with a mere 0.01% chance of hope. The next morning, a startled exclamation echoed from that lodging room. Oh, awesome. Damien touched his hair in astonishment. My hair turned brown. Asta glanced sidelong at him and thought, good, the platinum-silver hair that easily exposes him has been covered up. Once we change clothes, the Blandors won't recognize him. Secretly calculating in his mind, now then, there's only one final thing left to do. Right as Damien chimed in to ask, so what do we do next, my good friend? Hearing that, Asta blanked out as he stared straight at him. Then a smile crept across his face, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he uttered 3 concise words, causing chaos. At the exact same time in another place, someone stretched their arms out after a night's sleep. Spotty bathed leisurely in the early morning sunlight, sleeping wonderfully while noting that the weather today was also lovely. But he suddenly stopped and stared straight ahead. Atsa and Damien were slowly walking towards Spotty, that brat. He started spouting off, where the hell did you disappear to? Showing your face only now and looking like that? Did you take a bath in the sewer? Spotty chimed in without a hint of reservation. Who the hell is this kid? He looks loaded no matter how you look at it. But before he could even finish his sentence, he took a punch straight to the stomach from Asta. As Spotty collapsed unconscious, Asta spoke up. Looks like I found the right place, since you're still fresh in my memory. Clenching his fist in anger, Asta muttered, first things first, you're definitely getting all 123 hits. Right on cue, 2 other lackeys rushed out shouting, what the hell? Spotty, what's going on? In the blink of an eye, the whole gang had gathered. Is there an intruder? Wait, isn't that the runt? Asta grinned excitedly. A whole bunch of familiar faces, terrifying. Both he and Damien wore strangely gloomy expressions as Asta wondered, I wonder how far I'll get today, while Damien suddenly chimed in. What are we playing, my friend? A powerful punch slammed directly into the young man's face, throwing his jaw out of alignment and sending him crashing backward. Not stopping there, Asta delivered a decisive blow straight to the stomach of the guy who had just rushed forward, sending him flying back and tumbling across the ground. Asta comfortably threw punches left and right without holding back against a single person, even with a whole mob ganging up on him. None of them could lay a finger on him, leaving Damien standing off to the side in awestruck admiration. Asta tightened his grip on his fist, gathered his magical energy, squeezed his fist shut even tighter, and went on the attack continuously. Damien's eyes sparkled with pure delight. Awesome. Amidst the fight, Asta turned to remind him, Damien, back then people call that totally badass. Damien let out an ooh, and immediately copied him with glowing praise, totally mega badass. Right at that moment, a guy Asta had just knocked out cold slumped down right at Damien's feet. Damien nimbly squatted down, placed his hand on the guy, and channeled some gentle healing magic. It's okay, I'll heal you. After being patched up, the guy regained a bit of consciousness and stammered, thanks. But Asta wasn't about to let him off that easily, materializing beside him like a ghost to grab the guy's collar and demand, how many hits was that again? Immediately followed a series of harsh, dry sounds, wham, slap, mixed with unceasing shrieks of agony, beating them from morning until evening. People just kept collapsing one after another while Asta was still full of energy throwing punches. A guy trying to sneak away mid-chaos got spotted by him and immediately took a cane right across the middle of his ass with a crisp, echoing smack. Afterward, Asta slowly walked over and asked, how many times have you been hit? While the guy clutched his red, stinging ass and stammered, I forgot. Asta looked back and called out, hey, buddy, prompting Damien to scamper over with eager excitement. Is it my turn? Is it my turn? Asta ordered with the casual tone of a song, heal his hand. leaving the young man on the ground to despair internally. Just stop already. Cracking his knuckles with a loud pop, Estaf flashed a wicked smirk. Listen up again, you're cast in the punching bag role, got it? While Damien happily went along with support duties chanting, heal the hand, heal the hand. As the guy about to get beaten up wailed silently inside, stop it, you monster. I only know how to count up to two-digit numbers. By now it was nighttime, with a full moon hanging across the sky, casting a faint, silvery glow down upon every rooftop. Down below, Estaf finished up today's retaliation session with a thanks for today, as the bunch of guys lined up in a neat row and replied, thank you very much. A satisfied smile crossed his face. You've distributed your magic pretty well now. I'm proud of you. Damien clapped his hands loudly and promised, we're done, let's play again tomorrow. While Estaf thought to himself, I'm also proud of myself for landing over 100 hits on each of them, totaling over 1,000 blows. Even for me, a seasoned cleanup specialist whose only experience is fighting on mountains and in the sky, this is still a brand new challenge. Right in the middle of that, a soft murmur snapped him out of his thoughts. The young man with bruises all over his face rubbed his hands together, bowed slightly, and asked in a tiny voice, can I go now? I think that's enough. To which Estaf gave a slight, permissive nod. Sure, beat it. The guy's twitching lips forced a bitter smile. Actually, this is my house. Hearing that, Estaf drew out his tone mockingly. Oh, you want us to scram? Estaf's grip on the collar tightened. Clear annoyance plastered across his face as he ground out every word. Awkward, huh? Prompting the terrified young man to frantically defend himself. No, not at all. We'll clear out right this second. Without wasting another second, they slunk away in a hurry as Estaf watched them go, thinking this isn't about a grudge. Suddenly sensing something, he turned his head slightly, really awkward, while an innocent Damien was still waving goodbye enthusiastically. Estaf stared down the far end of the alley. Someone's here. Right there, a figure radiating an intense aura touched down, and they were heading right for them. He frowned as he analyzed, fast but stealthy, that distinctive vibe, just like a cleanup specialist. Estaf's gaze locked onto the person next to him with mounting tension. Thoughts flashed through his head, must be a pursuer and their target is Damien. I was so careful, yet they still managed to track me down. Unbelievable that the Blandor family found us this fast. Estaf closed his eyes, trying to conjure the tiny sliver of magic left in his palm. With this much magic, just casting a single spell is tough, let alone close combat. This is bad. Locking his piercing gaze forward with intense focus, he thought, but who the hell do you think I am? Slowly moving both hands to condense his magic. Even back when I was a cleanup specialist, I never had an abundance of magic. Not once. I've faced situations like this 100 times before, nothing new here. A magical circle flared up at Estaf's fingertips. Gather the magic, compress it tight, and then compress it again. The magic condensed into a tiny sphere. With just this much, it'll be enough. Without a second of delay, Estaf turned around. He dropped to one knee and took up a shooting stance facing forward, toward the figure hurtling toward them. This is my only chance. But then something unexpected happened. As the figure got close, he dropped straight to his knees on the ground. Estaf stood there completely stunned, his eyes rounded like a goldfish in sheer confusion. The man slid across the ground on his knees as he approached, howling miserably. Oh, dear Lord, young master. Hearing that familiar voice, Damien went pale. Alfredo. The old man hugged him and wept miserably. Do you have any idea how long I've been looking for you? Where did you go? What were you doing? This poor butler has been worried sick about you to the point of losing sleep and appetite. With pure disgust, Damien pushed Alfredo's head off his shoulder. Let go of me. I'm not going back. Prompting the old man to wail again. Oh, heavens above, young master, you might as well just kill me. As the butler wailed in agony, oh God, running away from home. How could you do such a thing? Estaf stood behind them, curling his lip in open distaste. A moment later, Alfredo grabbed a pouting Damien, clamped him tightly under his armpit, and stood up. Please excuse this unseemly scene in front of our honored guest. Regaining his polite composure, he introduced himself. I am Alfredo, butler of the Blandor family, to which Estaf politely replied. Right, I'm Estaf. Alfredo smiled warmly and extended a hand toward him with an offer. It seems young Master Damien is quite fond of you. If you don't mind, would you like to come back to the estate with us? Hearing that, Estaf swallowed hard as his inner conflict began. Go to the Blandor estate. He started running wild scenarios through his head. The basic rule of prestigious families is to stay away from anything filthy and avoid anything too high class. I can't guess what the hell they're plotting. Finally, Estaf smirked. Whatever, doesn't matter. I was planning on getting close to the Blandor family anyway, because his goal had been plotted out beforehand. As luck would have it, the Blandor territory happened to lie right along the route leading to the city, home to the Zenian Academy, touted as the pinnacle of Eastern education, whose library was also crowned the finest in the East. Since he planned on building the best library, making a detour to check it out wasn't a bad idea at all. Thinking that, Asta gave a slight, compliant nod. "All right, I understand. Thanks for the help." Alfredo turned around to take the lead. "Then I shall go prepare the carriage. Please wait a moment." Asta picked up his jacket and pondered. "I've strayed a bit off my library building path. But when good things come your way, you just roll with it." Beneath the bright, glaring moonlight, he put his clothes back on. All right, time to see if the food at the Blandor household is actually worth eating. That night's sky was truly gorgeous, with a full moon hanging high and quietly blanketing everything in a pale layer of silver light. After a while on the road, the carriage stopped in front of a massive mansion. "We have arrived. This is the estate of the Blandor family." Asta stepped down from the carriage calmly, his gait unhurried yet steady. He raised his head to look at the architectural structure before him. "The first time I've come here in an official capacity. The Blandor family estate." At the entrance, a long line of people stood neatly in rows with respectful postures. Alfredo bowed slightly and gestured inside. "It's getting late. Please get some proper rest. Lancy, I'm counting on you." The maid behind him nodded, yes. She stepped forward with a stern glare. "Please follow me, young Master Damien," leaving Damien sweating profusely as he forced a smile. "Lancy." The door closed shut amidst Damien's scream. "I've made a terrible mistake, Lancy." The mansion at night sank into deep tranquility, with lights turned off in most of the rooms. Down the dark hallway, with only faint moonlight filtering through the window to spill across the stone floor, Alfredo walked alone in a specific direction. Reaching a door, he gave it a few gentle knocks before a voice called out from inside, "Enter." Alfredo gently turned the doorknob, pushed it open, and slowly walked in. Amidst the grand, classic room, a woman's voice rang out, "Damien?" As he bowed and reported, "The boy from the black and white district number 7. I have just brought him back." The chandelier flared to life, plunging the atmosphere into an unusually heavy silence right after those words. A burst of explosive magic suddenly flew right at Alfredo's face, but he stood calmly without flinching an inch. The woman raised her hand, her magical circle still active. "Black and white district number 7. Flying into a furious rage, she demanded frantically, "Is Damien okay? Was he hurt? If my son so much as loses a single strand of hair." Alfredo offered a reassuring voice. "My lady, please calm down and listen to me first." After listening to the whole story, the woman finally calmed down and sat back in her chair. "Is that so?" She reined in her magic and let out a sigh of relief. What a relief. Alfredo stood calmly amidst the wreckage, right? What a relief. Thinking to himself, good for my lady, and good for whoever might have dared touch the young master. This woman was none other than Damien's mother, Madame Gamo, once known as the Blood Witch, and who could possibly stop her wrath? It was practically a given because when it came to their own sons, no mother could possibly stay calm. A smile bloomed across her face. "Well, considering the outcome, we got lucky. Anyway, you've worked hard." Alfredo bowed respectfully. "It was nothing, just my duty, though. There is one rather unusual thing." Madame Gamo narrowed her eyes. "Unusual?" She probed. "You mean regarding the friend the young master made this time? Asta, wasn't it? Is there something wrong with that friend?" Alfredo's eyes narrowed dangerously as he recounted. "He detected my presence even before I showed up. He was already prepared to counterattack." He briefly recalled, "The spell Asta was about to unleash back then." Magic condensing into a glowing ring spinning around his palm. When he got close enough to inspect its shape, Alfredo confirmed, "And when we confronted each other, what was in that brat's hand was a magic bullet." Madame Gamo stroked her chin in appreciation. "Can't deny that. It's an astonishing talent. A kid with that kind of ability coming out of the black and white district." Suddenly, Alfredo's lips parted with a resolute gaze. "That is precisely why, my lady." His face turned dead serious. "I humbly submit a request." The next morning, the morning sun shone down, highlighting the grandeur and majesty of the entire estate. Alfredo radiated enthusiasm from head to toe as he pitched, "Hey, how about you become the successor?" Asta, who had just opened his eyes only to be hit with that kind of pitch, was left utterly speechless, freezing up for a few seconds. Alfredo beamed as if flowers were blooming in his heart. "Surprised, aren't you? But there's no way that kid would refuse. A high-ranking butler like me personally offering a life-changing opportunity to a stray kid. Glory, wealth, prestige." But the answer that came out of his mouth made the old man freeze in his tracks. "No." Alfredo suffered a total psychic shock, going completely blank. "What?" Staring at Asta, who was casually picking his ear as if questioning the meaning of existence, he stammered, "What did you just say, kid?" Did I mishear you? Damien poked his head in, eyes wide with curious, damned, innocent confusion. Hey, my friend. What's a damn? Thanks a lot for the nomination to be the butler's successor, but I think I still prefer my current life, Asta said while crouching down, his hand simultaneously slapping over Damien's mouth to hiss, "Shut the hell up, Damien," before shooting a sideways glance. Once again, I'm truly grateful. Though still curious, the old man finally understood the situation. Why refuse? Ah, I see. He looked at the two young men, thinking to himself, born in the Gray District, broke from childhood, self-taught magic through pure talent. Because Damien had been chat-blocked, the two of them were communicating through glares. Asta casting a cold-eyed look down at Damien. I didn't even say damn. And Damien shooting back a resentful glare. Yes, you did. Watching them, thoughts kept spinning in the old man's head. That must be why you're so arrogant. I get it, I used to be a nobody too. Wild and reckless without knowing any limits. At that moment he spoke in a measured tone. Still, kid, the world is huge. Asta answered bluntly, I know it's not small. Seeing that the kid didn't know the meaning of fear, the old man started losing his patience. At this age you might feel like you can do anything, like you can reach out and grab the whole world. Contrasting with the old man's emotions, Asta remained as calm as possible while using the barest minimum of words. Not really. Though a vein was visibly bulging on his forehead, and his head felt like it was on fire, Alfredo forced himself to hold back. Patience. You must learn patience. Striving to stay as calm as possible with a friendly face, he brought up an illustrative example to scare the kid into backing down. Have you ever heard of the goblin living in the canyon? That's your current situation. Born and raised in a ravine, having no clue how terrifying the outside world is. Perhaps those words carried quite a heavy impact, because this time Asta lazily scratched his ear with a look more nonchalant than ever. I think I'm more like the Dragon King in the sky. A sharp slash sound ripped through the air. A heavy stomp left a depression in the ground. This little brat knows nothing at all. His body gradually grew towering in size. Then a butler will personally show you. With a scowling, furious expression like someone had just stolen his food stamps, trying to assert his authority to scare the kid. Just how vast and terrifying this world truly is. Sunlight gradually poured into the magnificent hall. One big and one small, both wearing stone-cold faces, strode haughtily into the castle. Everyone inside the palace turned around upon hearing the strange noise at the door. Instantly, without needing a cue, everyone lined up in a neat row, bowed in unison and chorused. Welcome back, Lord Butler. Eager to prove his authority right here, the old man put on a majestic front. What do you think, kid? All of them are around your age, but they're certified geniuses of the Blandor family. I'm sure you can feel it to some extent, right? Despite going to such lengths, all he got in return was Asta's indifferent, uncaring attitude. At moments like this, a sense of caution flickered through his mind. The Blandor family is no joke. Asta glanced briefly at the young people standing before him, silently assessing, hard to believe they're just teenagers. Their aura is faint, but it already blankets the whole room. Still, Asta gave a slight smile, as if seeing right through their little act. Just look at their eyes. They're nothing but a bunch of goblins, he thought. Not wrong at all, since looking into their eyes made it impossible to feel any goodwill. Asta spoke up to the old man. Well, I suppose I do feel something. Hearing that, the old man was as thrilled as if he'd struck gold, asking eagerly, So you'll accept my offer? Emboldened, he puffed Asta up to the heavens. If you succeed me, you'll shine just as brightly as them. No, you'll shine brighter than anyone else. Suddenly, Asta spun around and dealt a cold, brutal rejection that poured a bucket of ice water over the old man. I hate light. Hearing that, the old man choked up. Kid, why? An arm suddenly shot up. Lord Butler. The young man with a mole under his eye stepped forward with a slight smirk as the old man asked, An intern? You have something to say. He stated his opinion with total confidence. If that brat really felt anything, he wouldn't have turned down the offer. But the way he flatly dismissed it makes me think he hasn't felt enough yet. Asta looked at him without changing expression. If I'm allowed, I'd like to give him an experience. The old man asked back, You want a spar? The guy shrugged with a smug look. Not necessarily a duel, just letting him taste what magic really is. The old man looked him up and down in silent appraisal, arrogant, but not bad. Then he turned back with a harmonious expression to tell Asta, Kid, what do you think? How about a simple match with this guy? Asta sank deep into his own thoughts. I know very well that they see me as a thorn in their side. In his eyes, those people smiled warmly on the outside, but underneath they were all demons wearing human masks. Some lucky beggar crawling out of God knows where. That's probably what they're thinking. Asta pointed forward and asked the old man, Do I get to pick my opponent? Go ahead and try. Hearing that, he decisively pointed straight at the guy who had instigated the game. You. Thinking one person would be enough, Asta kept pointing at a few more, leaving a startled Alfredo standing nearby as he went. You too, and you as well. I'll take on all 5 of them at once. Just hearing the 3 words, all 5 of them, the guy's initial arrogant, smug expression lost half its luster, replaced by surprise accompanied by 3 giant question marks. Asta flicked his fingers as if provoking the opponent, his gaze and tone colder than ever. Scared? Then go die. Though merely an onlooker, even Alfredo broke out in a sweat and felt a tinge of intimidation witnessing that aura. His jaw slowly dropped. Then he burst into a proud, triumphant laugh. That's right. That's the kind of momentum a successor needs. Though quite pleased with that demeanor, to play it safe, he still turned to remind him, Kid, do you dare take responsibility for those words? A statement like that is practically an insult to the Blandor family, to which Asta smiled and said, I'll take responsibility. Hearing that affirmation from him, the old man quickly moved to get the match underway. Good, then let's begin. 1 minute. If you last 1 minute, I'll give you a prize. If not, you take responsibility. Hearing the rules, Asta instantly saw through the old man's intentions. Responsibility here probably means inheriting the butler position. This old geezer is clearly trying to rope me in. Fine, I'll play. After a bit of preparation, right there in the arena, he stood alone facing the remaining 5 people while the surrounding crowd grew larger and larger. And someone walked up to stand beside Alfredo and said, But Lord Butler, isn't this too dangerous? Instead of being worried, he remained firm. That's precisely why it has value. His stubbornness has to be shattered before he can grow up, causing the person standing beside him to widen his eyes in surprise and look up. Suddenly gritting his teeth, the instructor turned away and shut his eyes tightly as he thought. This is bad. His eyes are already rolled back. If I injure the young master's guest, my career as an instructor is completely ruined. Snapping his eyes open, he unexpectedly saw Damien and Lancy standing right there. Seeing this, he leaned down and whispered to Damien, Young master, your friend is in serious danger right now. Please stop the head butler. Thinking that would salvage the situation, he was met with a shock as Damien's eyes lit up brightly, and his heart blossomed with joy, really. Even I find that surprising. Seeing that, he slapped his forehead helplessly. Oh man. Lancy, standing nearby, chimed in with a warning. If the young master gets involved, Lady Gamo is going to lose her temper, prompting him to cross his arms, pout, turn his face away, and curse under his breath, damn it. Realizing that too much time had passed and the match still hadn't started, Alfredo turned to hint subtly. Instructor, what are you waiting for? Start already. And though unwilling, the instructor had no choice but to comply. Right, understood, while Damien at the same time was being subjected to Lancy's eternal nagging lecture. Walking away helplessly, the instructor let 2 streams of silent tears flow down his face. A mismatch is a mismatch. I did my best. Lancy took note of the instructor's helpless expression. Suddenly she walked off, leaving Damien with a parting remark, I'll be right back, don't meddle. The moment she left, her previous pitiful, apologetic expression instantly morphed into a cunning smirk. All right. Standing between both sides, the instructor announced the match rules. Well then, let me explain the format. The matches will be turn-based. Dissatisfied, Alfredo stepped out to interrupt the instructor. No, let's just make it a free-for-all battle. Unable to do anything, the instructor's expression resigned to his fate, whatever. Regaining as normal an expression as possible, the instructor spoke up. The format is a free-for-all, and the match continues until one side surrenders. However, the instructor can halt the match at any time, remember that. Having finished explaining the rules, his gaze toward his opponents turned dead serious, getting ready for the upcoming clash. The other 5 people on the opposing side looked equally tense, glaring at him with a face full of utter disgust. One of them gritted his teeth. You nameless bum. The young master and the butler might pity you, but who the hell do you think you are? I'm going to crush you and drag your true face out in front of everyone. The instructor's decisive command rang out. Well then, begin. The moment the instructor finished his sentence, the guy was immediately hit straight in the stomach, sending tears and saliva flying everywhere. He rolled his eyes and dropped his jaw in agony. He glanced sideways at his teammates behind him. The remaining 4 were also writhing in pain on the floor, looking no better off than he was. He looked back at the person in front of him, his face now carrying a fair bit of dread. The demeanor remained unchanged, that gaze and smile completely unaltered. I suppose I should teach you a few things myself. First, never underestimate the weak. What caught his attention most right now was the magic glowing on his hand, and he panicked. Magic, a mana bullet. That's the most basic concept of mana control. It consumes too much energy and is completely useless in actual combat. His cold voice rang out again. Second, don't judge others too leniently. With a flick of his hand, his magic instantly lunged toward the 5 of them. It hit them squarely in the head, making everyone scream in pain. Fear was now plastered all over his eyes. Third, he dashed straight toward the guy, widening his eyes and bringing his face right up close to his, fists held in parallel as he said, "This world is vast and bitter," leaving the guy completely frozen in place. Right after saying that, a decisive, powerful punch smashed straight into the guy's face, sending him flying backward. Once that was handled, he kindly offered a reminder. From now on, I'm going to pour all these life lessons into you, so you better learn properly. After experiencing one of Asta's lessons, the guy looked utterly battered from head to toe, holding one side of his face as he screamed at the top of his lungs, "You lunatic, this isn't magic." "Oh, but it is," he replied, shifting his weight onto one leg to brace himself, delivering a merciless follow-up blow that knocked the guy's front teeth flying. "This is martial magic." The instructor's eyes bulged, and his jaw dropped in utter shock. The onlookers standing outside didn't coordinate, yet they all shared the exact same expression. Out in the arena, the battle was extremely intense for Asta, his hands and feet moving non-stop without a moment to rest, grabbing one person's collar with his hand while relentlessly kicking another with his feet, all while wearing a cunning smile. Alfredo was equally taken aback by his capability, thinking to himself, "That's a mana bullet," and he threw it 4 or 5 times. Judging by the power, it definitely must have been compressed at least 4 times. He mentally replayed the hypothetical scenario of that mana bullet hitting someone, if that thing had actually connected earlier. Alfredo was still lost in thought regarding his innate talent for mana control, when the instructor suddenly raced past him with a radiant expression like he had struck gold. Mentally retracing the image of the demon-like Asta beating the remaining 5 little demons to a pulp, he wondered, why on earth is he so good at brawling? A sudden sharp call startled him. Alfredo. He hurriedly turned toward the source of the voice. Approaching him was Lancy, walking a few steps ahead of Lady Gamo, causing him to raise his voice slightly in surprise. Lady Gamo. Peering toward the doorway and seeing old Alfredo whispering privately with Lady Gamo, he thought, Lady Gamo is here. Feeling as though a lifeline had arrived, the instructor shed a silent stream of tears as he nodded at Lancy. Lady Gamo is here to save us. And she nodded back to reassure the instructor. Lady Gamo asked with an extremely serious tone, what on earth happened here? Not daring to be disrespectful, he stammered in reply, I was just planning a simple evaluation. She cast a sideways glance and asked back, an evaluation, taking in the battlefield set up by him, and even better, catching him in the act of grabbing someone by the collar. She said, you call this kind of chaos an evaluation? Just as he was intensely focused on doing something, hearing someone's familiar authoritative voice call out, Damien, startled him with a guilty conscience. Finally, she gave her command. First, gather the trainees and have them withdraw. Placing one hand over his chest and bowing, he agreed. Turning to Damien, she also issued an order. Damien, go back to your room first. And dropping his previous cunning smirk, the kid scratched his head upon seeing his mother, putting on a completely innocent, blameless act. Asta was no exception, as she said, and you too, Asta, return to your room. She walked over to stand in front of the instructor and said, Instructor Runfit, as he bowed his head with beads of sweat dotting his face. And Runfit spoke up, yes, Lady Gamo, I did my best. 4 words escaped her lips, you're fired, leaving him utterly stunned and frozen in place. What? Inside the magnificent palace, Lady Gamo's call rang out, Alfredo, yes, my lady. Standing and holding a teacup, she said to the butler, I understand your intentions, but this time you went too far without beating around the bush. He bowed sincerely, I apologize, my lady. I will accept any punishment. She lowered her teacup, however. She asked, I heard Asta sparred with the trainees. Did Damien help him out? Calmly, he replied, no, he did it all by himself. It's just... Reaching the crucial part, he hesitated, causing her to prompt him, just what? Recalling his supremely smug and proud expression, he added, he is exceptionally good at fighting. Startled as if remembering something, he continued, oh right, about that mana bullet I mentioned earlier. He used it in today's sparring match as well. His voice lowered at this point more dangerously, and he compressed it a full 4 or 5 times, which massively increased its power, proving that, following his words, she gradually deduced, he possesses incredible mana control. Even though I didn't see it with my own eyes, with just a single mana bullet, he defeated all 5 trainees. She recalled the image of him standing proudly amidst the people he had beaten, each lying writhing in a different corner, and thought, with just one bullet, Even a high-level mage would find pure mana manipulation extremely difficult. She pressed further, what about the offer of succession? He answered honestly, he flat-out refused. Hearing the answer, she raised her teacup and told him, I see. Taking a sip of tea, she thought, perhaps I need to reevaluate a sta and consider things more carefully before telling the butler, bring a sta to me. A moment later, when the door swung open, he walked in with a bold stride. On the sofa, Damien was puffing out his cheeks and rolling his eyes while eating his pastry, raising a hand in greeting upon seeing him, while nearby Lady Gamo wore a friendly smile and said to him, Esta, you're here, take a seat. Sitting down on the sofa, he didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I heard you summon me, is that right? But before that, she pulled out a box and slid it across toward him. He looked at the box, what is this? I heard Alfredo promise to give you a gift. He tried to reload the information in his head, that thing. Esta remembered Alfredo saying right before he entered the match, if you last a minute, I'll give you a gift. But what surprised him was that it came so fast and was even prepared by Lady Gamo herself. Maintaining her friendly smile, she told him, you can open it. Taking the box, he slowly opened it. The moment he lifted the lid, a radiant light burst forth from inside. What is this? Inside lay a yellow gemstone, taking him by surprise. A high-tier item. Something even within the Blandor family is only given to trainees who make it into the top 5 mage divisions. He shot a suspicious sideways glance at Lady Gamo. I doubt it. Normally, kindness stops at a free meal. If there's a gift, there's clearly an ulterior motive, assuming this was just a reward for the bet. A mid-tier gift would make sense, but this is high-tier. She seemed to realize something. Patting her son's head, she said, you can accept it without worry. You helped Damien out in the gray zone earlier, and this gift is also an apology for what happened today. Even though she said that, his suspicions weren't fully cleared as he asked back, wait, if I eat this, do I have to join the Blandors? Still wearing an extremely friendly expression, no. He continued questioning, or is there poison in this? With her brows twitching slightly and the corners of her mouth jerking, she managed to restrain herself, no. He asked, you mean there are absolutely no strings attached? That's right, absolutely no strings. Hearing that, his hesitation vanished as he snatched it up. Well then, I'll gladly accept. Closing the lid of the box, he muttered, thanks, truly appreciated, while Damien reached out to grab another pastry from the table. Looking at the item inside the box, his eyes lit up and his mouth started watering out of nowhere. Excellent, an unexpected windfall. But before he could even celebrate, she added besides. At that moment, she finally brought up her true intention. I have a proposal for you, Esta. His expression turning cold and serious once more, I knew it. Stroking her son's head, she looked at him and said, Esta. With a completely harmonious expression, she said, I will arrange your enrollment in the academy. Would you like to study alongside Damien? A remark that made even Damien, who hadn't been paying attention initially, look up at his mother. Puzzled, he asked, an academy? She explained, actually, Damien was supposed to enroll last year, looking at her son with a hint of sorrow in her eyes. But he put up such a fierce protest that it had to be postponed until this year. I never expected him to just run away from home instead. While Damien casually kept eating his pastry, turning his face away as if trying to ignore it. So I'm asking you, Damien is very fond of you. And the kid chimed in, as long as my friend goes with me, I agree. Pondering it over, he gradually figured out her intentions, makes sense. To Bianca, that was a huge headache. She was afraid that if she forced Damien to enroll, he would run away again. And he pictured stubborn Damien running off shouting, no way, I'm not going, with no clear way to sway his stubborn mind. It seemed this proposal didn't put him at a disadvantage either, of course. This was also a great opportunity for him. An academy is a good place. And in a world revolving around bloodlines and connections, academic ties hold considerable value. Gritting his teeth, he thought, sounds nice, but it feels like stepping straight into a leash. He said, I'll think about it. Understood, let me know when you've made your decision. By the way, this is unrelated, but I'm quite curious. He looked rather surprised. Pressing her advantage, she asked, why did you turn down Alfredo's succession offer? He glanced sideways toward the door behind him, sporting a wicked smile. Well, my knees are worth a lot too. Her expression turned baffled at his answer. What? Outside, Alfredo was desperately pressing his ear against the door to eavesdrop on the conversation inside. At a certain mansion, just as dawn was breaking, Esta parted his lips and exhaled a wisp of frosty air, sitting cross-legged on the bed practicing his technique. I see. This is the domain of a treasure artifact, even though I only absorbed 10% of it. My mana increased by this much. Estas suddenly opened his eyes and looked down. Is it because my constitution transformed into that of a fire-marked being? The hand resting on his thigh was shrouded in mana. Normally, absorbing a domain leads to backlash. But there was none of that here. It completely exceeded my expectations. Calmly gazing out the window anyway, the academy. I've been mulling it over for a while, but perhaps the answer was determined long ago. Outside the window pane, the sky was gradually brightening. If I enroll in the academy, building a support network will be much easier. It brings plenty of advantages, but turning his head away with a sigh, it still feels like walking right into a trap. Maybe I should go out for a stroll. Thinking that a moment later, Astas stepped out of his room and shut the door behind him. Suddenly, someone spoke up, causing him to look over. "Are you the one named Aster?" The platinum-haired guy stood leaning against the wall, staring fixedly at Astas, while he silently assessed the guy in return, platinum hair. Only Damien has the main bloodline, so he must be from a collateral branch. Why is this family always such a pain? After a few seconds, Astas spoke in a flat tone. "Nope, what?" The platinum-haired guy startled. "You said nope," blankly rubbing his chin in thought. Pale ash-gray hair, eyes carrying a hint of annoyance. "It's definitely you, right?" In a split second, his whole body stiffened, a red cross popping up on his forehead. "Look at this guy." Astas instinctively pointed at his own head. Hair color can change depending on the lighting. The very next second, he put on a sparkling, lovely expression. "Look into these eyes. How can you call them annoying?" The platinum-haired guy curled his lip, appraising Astas with a critical gaze. Then he spun around. "They look gentle enough to me now. Sorry for the misunderstanding. I'm heading out." Right at that moment, Alfredo popped out of nowhere and wailed, "Wait, young man." "No, Aster. I've come to clear up the misunderstanding. Not being able to talk to you last night kept me tossing and turning all night." He knelt on the ground, crying incessantly. Even if he's a butler, there's no need to kneel until his kneecaps rip like that. It was just a misunderstanding. Astas went blank, staring down at Alfredo kneeling by his feet, before stiffly turning his gaze toward the departing platinum-haired guy. The guy had stopped at some point and was glaring daggers at Astas. Annoyed, Astas clicked his tongue, "Damn it," followed by a shout from the platinum-haired guy. "Those eyes, I knew it right. Those unlucky eyes, no different from a Grim Reaper's, are not something you see every day." Helplessly, Astas admitted, "Fine, you caught me," as the guy angrily pointed a finger right at his face. "Look at that. You dared to trick me, and you're still acting this shameless." Gritting his teeth, the platinum-haired guy threatened I'll. Right then, he caught sight of Alfredo's knife-sharp gaze. The platinum-haired guy instantly shut his mouth and looked away with a sour expression. Finally, he spun around and saved face. "I'll let you off for today, but show up at the Demon Hall later. I'm going to fix that attitude of yours," to which Astas calmly replied, "Sure thing." After he left, Alfredo asked gently, "Is something wrong?" With his eyes closed in a smile, he answered, "Nothing at all." Astas let out a contemptuous huff with a smirk. "Actually, this is great timing, since my mood isn't great anyway." Watching the platinum-haired guys retreating back, he muttered to himself, "I'll deal with him later." Next, Astas called out to Alfredo, head butler. With a slight, probing smile, "Can I meet with the lady right now?" Not long after, as the sky grew brighter, still inside that same mansion, Gamo was holding a pen over a blank sheet of paper. "Welcome, Aster," closing her eyes with a gentle smile. "So, you wanted to see me this early. Could it be you've made up your mind?" The moment Gamo looked up, Astas replied, "That's right, my lady." Standing strictly upright before her, he continued, "I will join the academy." Hearing that answer, Gamo couldn't help widening her eyes in surprise. She broke into a smile to mask her momentary composure. "What a surprise! I didn't expect you to decide this fast." Astas smiled at her. "All right, then we better get things ready right away." Gamo didn't forget to instruct him. "In the meantime, make sure you get plenty of rest," to which Astas gave a slight bow and replied, "Thank you for your concern, madam." Shortly after, Astas' figure vanished from the room, accompanied by the sound of the door closing. But moments later, Alfredo suddenly peeked his head through the crack of the door. Stepping inside, he spoke softly, "Madam." Thankfully, he agreed. The next second, Alfredo suddenly grew wildly excited. Just as expected, that's the true spirit of youth, that burning passion in his eyes. I knew it. Meanwhile, Gamo gave him a deadpan, fisheye stare as he put on his little show. Alfredo suddenly pointed forward with glowing eyes. "The first semester is fine since I'll cover the tuition, but what about the second semester?" He imagined the tuition notice and the worried look on Astas's face as he read it. A stray kid from the black and white district. How's he supposed to scrape together that massive tuition? He's going to feel anxious. And why? Because he'll want to keep learning even more. In Alfredo's imagination, he reached out a hand toward Astas, and right at that moment, Alfredo appeared with angelic wings and a mountain of gold coins. "A saving hand shall appear, none other than sponsorship from yours truly, Alfred." At that point, Gamo finally couldn't take it anymore and snapped, "Alfred, you're way too loud." Alfredo jumped in surprise. "My apologies, I got a bit carried away." Since it's almost time for dinner, I'll head down to the kitchen first. Gamo silently watched him leave before closing the door. She let out a helpless sigh, closing her eyes for a moment. I get why Alfred is so hyped. He's been rejected so many times, he finally scored a win. Then Gamo abruptly opened her eyes, revealing a sharp, cold gaze. She thought to herself, in that sense, this academy pitch is nothing more than a crude trick. But the reason Alfred is so confident, Gamo couldn't help shaking her head, is probably because he was reeled in by the previous butler using the exact same routine. Meanwhile, a cheerful Alfredo was happily skipping down the hallway. Alfred, you poor, predictable old man. As for Asta, he was taking his time walking down the stairs. Suddenly, Asta raised his head to look forward. Standing before him now was a towering magical spire. This is the Magic Tower. That silver-haired branch family weirdo should be in here. Thinking that, Asta groped his way inside the tower. Out of nowhere, a figure completely wrapped in a hooded cloak appeared and asked, "What are you here for?" Asta hesitated before answering, thinking to himself, right? I don't even know his name. Left with no choice, Asta used his hands and descriptive words to paint a picture of the silver-haired guy's appearance. The hooded figure understood immediately and held out a hand. "Right on time, I've been waiting for you. This way, please." He walked ahead to lead the way, while letting out a massive yawn. Stopping in front of a door, he said, "You can go in from here." Before leaving, the cloaked guy offered a warning. "Remember to duck your head when you open the door." Asta slowly pushed the door open and stepped into the pitch-black room. A mountain of paper and fine dust hit him square in the face in an instant. Ah, so that's what ducking your head meant. Asta couldn't help coughing fitfully when suddenly someone spoke up. "You're Aster." Holding a candle, Henzi stepped out leisurely. "Pleased to meet you." In the candlelight, Henzi flashed a demonic smile. "I've got a bad feeling about this. You came looking for my younger brother." Hearing that, Asta froze in bewilderment. What? Younger brother? He thought to himself, this guy is his older brother. Back on a certain evening, the past life protagonist knelt on one knee up high. If there's one thing I learned from infiltrating magic research institutes as a cleanup specialist. He cast a cold gaze downward. The target of his gaze was the courtyard of a certain compound. It's the defining trait of magic researchers. Desks piled high with paperwork, people looking utterly haggard, what I generally call the paper pushers. A young man sat clutching his hair with a terrified expression. Stage 1. Thinning hair, because he keeps ripping it out in clumps until it refuses to grow back. He rubbed his chin in silent calculation, divided into stages. A guy wearing a hooded robe. Stage 2. Denial of baldness by pulling a cloak over his head. Another guy revealing a patchy bald spot. Stage 3. Giving up and letting it all hang bare. Yet another guy with a completely slick, hairless pate. Stage 4. Shaving off whatever scraps of hair are left. Finally, the guys frantically casting all sorts of spells, and the ultimate stage, Stage 5. Researching to turn the impossible into the possible. Hair growth magic. Nobody's ever succeeded. Back in the present, Asta looked at Henzi in front of him and evaluated, "This guy's different, though." Meanwhile, Henzi leisurely poured some tea and said, "First of all, let me offer my apologies." Henzi recounted calmly, "He's the youngest, born late into the family, so he was spoiled rotten. But I never expected him to be so impudently rude to a guest." Asta sat there dumbfounded, listening to every word. Henzi maintained a pleasant smile while Asta thought internally, "Damn, what a thick head of hair. And he's so young, too." Asta suddenly spoke up. "You probably work at a magic research institute, right?" The guy admitted without a shred of hesitation, "Indeed. I'm currently the vice director. Please have some refreshments." Asta lifted his teacup and took a sip. Vice director at this age. Surely a noble family like Blandor would never hand out a position like that based purely on bloodline. That means his actual strength must be worthy of it. Henzi smiled as he suddenly noticed Asta's expression. Closing his eyes with a thoughtful air, Henzi remarked, "Aster, you're quite unusual. You don't look like a stray from the Gray District at all." Hearing that, Asta could only force a dry laugh, "I guess so," while thinking to himself, "Damn it. It would have been way easier to deal with him if he'd walked in with his guard up. Instead, he's flashing this gentle smile." Asta watched Henzi drink his tea and marveled. His vibe actually matches mine. The guy suddenly spoke up. "Ah, you were invited to enroll at Zenian Academy, weren't you? Congratulations." Asta offered a perfunctory, forced smile. Henzi started rambling again. "It'll be a great opportunity with plenty to learn. Actually, I'm a Zenian alumnus myself, class of 145. Hearing that, Asta thought to himself, pulling the "we're schoolmates" card out of nowhere like this. Henzi rubbed the back of his head with an awkward chuckle. "My apologies. I just got carried away hearing about your enrollment at Zenian. Anyway, let's get straight to the point." Feeling suspicious, Asta heard him set the teacup down and continue. Before that, there's a matter I'd like to confirm. Giving a cold smile straight at Asta, he asked, "Are you ready to risk your life for a friend?" Asta frowned in confusion. What? Henzi suddenly cast a spell to summon a book. The fate of the Blandor family hangs by a thread. Are you prepared to sacrifice your life? He set it down before Asta's astonished eyes. I will hand this book over to you. Asta gasped internally in shock. It was a thick tome wrapped in a glowing aura of magical energy. The core secret technique of the Blandor family. The sacred grimoire of luminous healing. At the same time, inside a certain botanical greenhouse, Gamo quietly pruned a bunch of newly bloomed flowers. Suddenly, her hand holding the shears froze midair. Gamo raised her head, looked up and let out a sigh. She thought to herself, Damien's enrollment, which used to give me such a headache, finally got sorted out without any mishaps. At least one worry off my shoulders. Outside in the deep blue sky, a flock of birds soared through the air. Aster, that kid is a real friend. Gamo suddenly recalled Asta's demeanor from earlier, decent talent, good character. According to Alfred, he can be a bit reckless at times. No, let's call it bold. But who isn't at that age? She closed her eyes and wore a tender smile. What I like most is that the image of Damien happily hanging around Asta instantly flashed in her mind. Even though he clearly knows Damien's background, he maintains a consistent attitude without a hint of flattery. Gamo rolled her eyes in thought. He's different, which makes him worth keeping around. But precisely because of that, a white bird soared toward the sky, while its cage stood wide open. He won't belong anywhere, just like a free bird. She let out a sharp breath. There are many ways to keep someone by your side. I'll figure those methods out gradually. At that exact moment, Asta's bewildered face flashed in her mind. I can't let a talent like that slip away. For Damien's future. Looking at the book in front of him, Asta still hadn't recovered from his shock, handing over the secret grimoire of Blandor just like that. Asta raised his eyes with a cold glare. What kind of scheme is he hiding? Yet Henzi's blue eyes remained as calm and tranquil as ever. Clear, pristine eyes, which was probably why. He still wore a gentle smile on his face. I can't read him at all. Asta frowned in annoyance. Whether someone's good or evil, their emotions usually leak through their eyes. But this guy gives away nothing, like a cold-blooded assassin. In other words, Henzi's eyes curved into smiling crescents, while Asta continued his deductions. He's wearing a mask so deep that he probably doesn't even know who he really is anymore. At that moment, Henzi spoke up. I'm not saying this for fun. Don't rush into giving an answer just because of the reward right in front of you. Asta retorted with a scornful smirk. I'll give you my answer. He muttered to himself internally. Now I get it. The annoyance is gone. Asta gave a faint smile and stated, I refuse. His answer made the guy's eyes widen in surprise. Leaning back comfortably with crossed legs, Asta continued, You and I crawled out of the exact same cesspool, so let's drop the act. Fine, if you've got something to ask, spit it out. Asta crossed his arms over his chest with an arrogant posture. If I feel like I can do it, I will. If not, forget it. By this time, Henzi had dropped the smile entirely. Even just hearing this could get you killed. If you refuse after hearing it, I'm afraid I'll have to kill you, Aster. Asta glared back provocatively. Then go ahead and kill me. I've already died once. Could dying a second time really be any worse? The moment the words left his mouth, Asta rolled his eyes and reevaluated. Wait, no. Technically, I'm the one who died twice, aren't I? The very next second, a violent gale suddenly whipped up. A surge of magical energy radiated from Henzi, sending the paperwork across the room flying in every direction. The teacup on the table shook violently. Frowning deeply, Henzi unleashed a powerful wave of magic. He directed that magical pressure straight toward Asta, who was still sitting calmly in his chair. Yet suddenly, Henzi burst out laughing. He reined in his magic and scratched the back of his head. Man, you're impossible to phase, Aster. You passed the test. Pausing for a second, Henzi continued, I'll be straight with you. Actually, I need someone I can trust. But they absolutely cannot be from the Blandor family. Hearing that, Asta frowned internally. At first, I was this close to throwing my absolute hardest punch. The guy smiled and expressed, to be honest, I didn't expect much. Strays from the Gray District are usually just strays, and the young master is still too young, probably lacks the eye to judge people. The images of Gamo and Damien flashed through his mind, but with Madam, who loves the young master dearly, keeping a random stray around. I figured there had to be a reason. And right at that moment, Asta finished the thought for him. Your little brother went and picked a fight with a guest, right? Henzi fell silent for a moment before saying, Aster, pick one, casual speech or formal, choose one. Asta replied with mild indifference, fine, whatever works. Henzi gave a couple of awkward coughs. Anyway, it gave me a convenient excuse. Otherwise, if my brother picks a fight with you, the older brother calling you in for a chat sounds pretty reasonable, doesn't it? Esther raised an eyebrow in thought. Sounds reasonable enough. But does the vice director of a magic research institute really need to use his younger brother as an excuse to summon someone? Something's not normal here. As if reading Esther's doubts, Henzi continued. Right, your suspicion is spot on. It's very difficult for me to step forward openly myself. Don't misunderstand. It's not an internal family feud. The Blandor family is actually very tightly knit. He suddenly stopped, the smile completely vanishing from his lips. With a dead serious face, Henzi admitted, it's just that I'm being monitored by the Declan family. Hearing that, Esther couldn't help reacting in disbelief. What, Declan? He asked bluntly. Why? The guy replied immediately. You said you don't mind dying, so I'll tell you everything, though I have no intention of killing you. Henzi's next words made Esther's eyes widen in shock. Actually, I'm currently researching Declan's neo-heavenly technique, but it looks like I've been found out. Then he chuckled as he explained, you know about the heavenly technique, right? It's a secret art that only the Declan bloodline can learn. I happened to snatch it from one of their members, but... Esther abruptly raised a hand to cut him off. Hold on. Esther glared at Henzi and probed. A guy who should have been dead long ago, why is he still alive? If Blandor is researching it, naturally they'd research countermeasures to guard against it too. Henzi smiled back and replied, you really know your stuff. True, Declan was a bit careless. If I were only researching countermeasures, even I, as vice director, would have found a way to take them out by now. But you see, originally I only intended to look into countermeasures, yet the deeper I dug, the more I realized something else. Finishing his sentence, he narrowed his eyes. Didn't you notice? The face of Farin, alongside the magical grimoire, suddenly flashed in his mind. The heavenly technique, which was considered the root of all Declan techniques. Henzi grew so excited he grabbed the collar of his shirt. There could still be supplementary methods to make an already seemingly perfect technique even more perfect, he stated frankly. I couldn't stop myself. Aster, you must understand how I feel, right? Meanwhile, Esther stared blankly without uttering a single word. Jesus Christ. This guy isn't just normally crazy. He's severely hardcore insane. The guy emphasized every single syllable. You understand my feeling, don't you, Aster? Esther's mind spun with doubt. This guy isn't just your average madman. He's actually researching that stuff right inside his own family. Still missing the core reason. Wait, if the timeline lines up perfectly. In my past life, when the Declan family wiped out the Blandor clan, the whole thing revolved around Henzi's research into the heavenly technique. The neo-heavenly technique itself. Esther recalled what little he knew, Farin. That bastard bet the entire fate of Declan just to crush Blandor over this. He finally grasped the underlying truth from the very beginning. That right from the start. The old man had seen the potential in the neo-heavenly technique. Esther began connecting the dots. Is that the reason he's so insanely powerful? Because, right in the middle of his thoughts, a voice called out, Aster. He snapped back to attention, raising his head. Henzi asked with a suspicious tone, are you regretting this? Granted, it requires a massive scale. Esther scratched his head in tired confusion. Whatever, never mind that. Why'd you call me here? Henzi brought up his own problem. First of all, I haven't reported my research on the heavenly technique to the family. Hearing that, Esther deduced, looks like the Blandor family planted a spy somewhere, but he can't sniff them out. Narrowing his eyes, Esther cut straight to the chase. If the secret leaked, wouldn't you suspect someone? Like your secretary, for instance. Henzi took a sip of tea and asserted firmly, probably not. To be precise, it has a lot to do with the intelligence-gathering routes. Esther continued piecing the situation together. If you trace the intelligence routes, someone must have intentionally leaked the security plan. Henzi shared the exact same thought. Exactly. The moment I realized my trail was exposed, I threw together a counter-security plan to deal with it. I don't intend to die, you know. Esther gave a sarcastic smirk and offered an alternative. Wouldn't it be way easier to just side with Declan? They'd definitely welcome you. Esther calmly confirmed. Well, let's just say I have personal reasons. Then Henzi stated his request. Anyway, Aster, since you aren't directly tied to the family, I need you to handle this in secret. He let a stack of documents float over. Actually, this research is a joint project, but the part I'm responsible for isn't progressing well. Henzi held them up and asserted, I'll make sure you're handsomely rewarded. He then pushed the documents forward with instructions. Deliver this thesis to Professor Farin at Zenian Academy. Attached to Henzi's condition was, after that, I'll hand over the luminous healing technique to you. Esther smirked in satisfaction. This is my chance. He immediately nodded in agreement. Fine. Esther stepped closer and piled on another demand. I accept the luminous healing technique, but I also want the complete neo-heavenly technique later on. That's the only way we'll truly be allies in the same boat, right? Let's double down on this gamble. Henzi sounded utterly exasperated. Aster, you really have no shame. Asta pushed forward directly. Just say yes or no. If not, I'm walking. Finally, the guy caved. Fine. The neo-heavenly technique, the name doesn't matter. Without learning the baseline heavenly technique first, it's useless to you anyway, but I'll give you the complete version later. Henzi ran a hand through his hair and added, however, I do have one condition. Anticipating it, he said, until this thesis is finalized, I might need your help, Aster. I expect you to lend a hand when that time comes. Since we're in the same boat, you can at least manage that much, right? Aster agreed without hesitation. That's no problem at all. If it's related to the thesis, I'll help out. By the way, I can't read. Aster then accepted the stack of documents, but Henzi suddenly spoke up. Just kidding. Not only are you shameless, but your jokes are dry as hell. At that point, Aster asked a burning question. So, is this Professor Farun trustworthy? Henzi boasted with utter smugness. Ever since our student days through our time as teaching assistants, he and I always fought for first and second place. Too bad the competition ended when I came back to the Blandor family. Asta thought to himself, anyway, I'm always the superior one. Or is that just my imagination? Feeling deeply irritated right then, Asta thought, Professor Farun, this world is truly doomed. The Academy's got another lunatic like this. In the moonlight shining over the castle, books and letters were scattered everywhere. Asta glared at the mess in annoyance. He shoved everything into a spatial pouch to avoid getting caught. But why'd he have to bring so damn much? Suddenly, his attention was caught by a single letter. Asta opened it to read the contents inside. To my dear friend Aster. He narrowed his eyes in contempt. Dear friend, my ass. The person trusted Asta immensely. I have selected the necessary magic books that you must master for the future, and I've written the study order below. Study diligently to cultivate wisdom worthy of your stature. The end of the letter was clearly signed. Your friend, Henzi von Blando, prompting Asta to exclaim that this really was a good gift. Afterward, he picked up a book. In his mind, Asta couldn't help admiring him. Arranging an entire curriculum from basics to advanced magic, he's truly a genius, and a madman as well. Then he broke into an amused, pleased smile. Good. Asta placed the paper and pen down hard on the table. He scrawled down a few lines. Sponsorship list, Henzi von Blando. He turned to look at the stack of books and calculated carefully. Let's see. Aside from the treatise on radiant healing and the Neo-Genesis treatise, there are about 132 books left. Placing the holy book of radiant healing in the tower for everyone to see is a different matter. I'll have to discuss it with Damien later. Remembering this, Asta nodded with satisfaction. You could call that a friend's privilege. Only then did he glance down and realize. Those 132 books Henzi gave me aren't just 132 ordinary books. They form a single cohesive system. Asta understood the mechanics very well. If that system exists, anyone wanting to learn magic can build a solid foundation. He had prepared another plan. Yes, before I only thought about storing books in the tower, but now it's different. In an ancient tower at night, it will become the defining identity of the tower, a place that grants knowledge to those who crave it. Asta eagerly awaited the results, an unexpected harvest. Henzi was standing by the window thinking. Initially, if he was useful, I planned to pass the treatise to him, and if not, I'd use him and throw him away. He pulled back the curtains and admitted. But Aster, he turned out to be an interesting guy. Henzi wore a strange, amused smile. Furthermore, he recalled Asta's expression. Kill me, dying once or twice makes no difference. Henzi clutched his stomach and burst into roaring laughter. Kill him? Does he really want me to kill him? That was just a threat to test him, but come to think of it, I have no reason not to kill him either. At this point, he grew somewhat more vigilant. But that look in his eyes, he wasn't just talking big, he genuinely didn't care about dying. The more Henzi thought about it, the more interesting it got. Quite different from those pigs, really fascinating. He valued Asta highly at this moment. Sure, he's hiding a lot, but isn't that even better? I've found an ally who can stand beside me and look in the same direction, plus he's craving my research results. What a refreshing feeling. Importantly, one issue crossed his mind. But does he seriously not know how to read? Henzi still looked full of skepticism. No way, absolutely impossible. Sunlight streamed through the castles. Asta was rolling up his sleeves in preparation. A large bag appeared in the corner. An announcement came through. Lord Aster, it's time to depart. A suitcase was carried out overhead. The girl stepped forward to brief him briefly. Upon reaching the academy, there will be some simple paperwork. By the way, both the young master and Lord Astor are exempt from the entrance exams. She turned around. Her face broke into a smile. A complimentary remark followed. Even so, you really look like a true academy student now. It suits you very well. He nodded in thanks, and she took the lead, ordering, let's go. Asta's mind was a mess of thoughts. Exam exemption. Truly a prestigious family, just like direct admission, though I'm certainly not going to complain about being excused from tests. Suddenly a call rang out. Friend. Damien was waving excitedly. Hurry up, come on. Gamo offered a few parting words. Damien, feel free to be yourself, Astor, and he nodded obediently in response. Yes. She offered a sincere prayer. This is a major opportunity. I truly hope you achieve good results. Astor flashed a smile. Thank you. Then he gradually walked away. The result I want, of course, that's part of my plan. He had set a target for himself. The greatest academy in the eastern continent, Zenian. Countless patrons were waiting for him there, and he would seize them all. At that moment, Asta was filled with anticipation. Just you wait, you idiots. Wait, no, fellow students, here I come. The carriage slowly began to roll along the dusty dirt road. Inside the carriage compartment, Damien's eyes glowed with childlike excitement, glued to the window looking outside, whereas Asta maintained his usual calm demeanor. He gently folded the book in his hand. I see. Asta's eyes flashed with deep thought. Henzi is truly an exceptional mage. The basic principles of magic are simple, but their interpretations are endless. He visualized in his mind, taking water as an example. To one person, it is the water of life, the beginning of growth, but to another, it is the water of disaster, like floods sweeping everything away. In short, everything differs solely based on perspective. Even with the same principles, noble families develop them differently according to their own viewpoints. Now, after reading through all the grimoires in the subspace, Asta could clearly sense it, leading him to deduce one thing. Henzi's curriculum had a connection to the Declan family's neogenesis technique. At that moment, Damien's voice broke Asta out of his train of thought. Hey friend, look over here. With a beaming, radiant face, he said, we've arrived. Before them, the Zenian Academy loomed majestically against the pale blue sky. Its massive city gates carved with a dignified crest, and ivory-white walls stretching out with a touch of classical elegance. The carriage continued to race along the paved stone road, leaving a trailing cloud of dust behind. Asta looked out with only a flicker of surprise. So this is Zenian Academy. Lancy, sitting beside him, finally spoke up. The carriage only takes us this far. According to the teachings of the great sage, the first headmaster, all students must walk during the entrance ceremony, regardless of status. She smiled and offered a blessing. We must part ways here. I hope you have a wonderful entrance ceremony and manage to glean valuable lessons. After dropping the two of them off, the carriage turned back, and Damien cheerfully waved goodbye. Suddenly, he tightly grabbed Asta's arm and urged, Friend, we have to hurry. Damien was full of eagerness. Lancy said if we're late, there might not be any seats left, leaving Asta with his head full of question marks. Before he could make sense of it, he was dragged along by the kid. What the hell? An entrance ceremony isn't some village theater where the early bird gets the front row. Suddenly, Asta remembered something. Wait, did Lancy actually say that? She must have just made up an excuse to keep Damien from dawdling. Finally, he decided to let it go. Oh well, I'll overlook it this time. She might be blunt, but she's not shameless. Definitely not because it's more convenient this way, no. Inside the hall where the opening ceremony was taking place, the surroundings were filled with bustling, lively noise. Other students had already taken their seats, chirping away in conversation and starting to get acquainted. Sunlight streamed through the glass windows, spreading across the space and reflecting off the podium placed right in the center of the room, surrounded by rows of seats arranged in a tiered layout, creating a solemn and orderly scene. Damien's eyes went wide as he looked around, exclaiming in awe, there are so many people. He gazed all over with eyes sparkling like a child's, completely unaware that the corners of his mouth were watering with excitement. Lancy was right. If we were late, there wouldn't have been any seats left. Asta clutched his head in utter helplessness. No, that's not it at all. He reached into his pants pocket to rummage around for something. Then he pulled out a piece of paper, read it under his breath, and looked around. Let's see, Class M3, seats 11 and 12. While he was still searching for their seats, Damien nervously stepped forward and asked, Hey friend, can we sit over there? If we don't grab our seats right now, I'm afraid they'll all be taken, to which Asta calmly reassured him, Hold on. A wave of distress washed over his heart. Good grief, weren't you the one kicking and screaming about not wanting to enroll earlier? Why are you so hyped up now? Suddenly, Damien wasn't paying attention and bumped straight into someone. tumbling flat onto the floor. He looked up with a puzzled expression. In front of him, a massive, towering student stood menacingly, glaring down with a pitch-black expression. Glaring furiously, the guy spoke in an annoyed tone. "What the hell is this?" Asta stepped forward to help Damien up. "You okay?" The kid foolishly scratched his head and smiled brightly. "I'm fine." After standing up, Damien turned to walk away while waving his hand. An apologetic smile plastered across his face. "I just bumped into you out of nowhere, sorry." Before he could take a few steps, the student who had just been bumped into called out in a deep voice. "Hold it." Raising his soiled arm, he challenged. "You, what the hell did you just smear on my clothes?" Estelle looked at that wet stain and found it awfully familiar. Saliva? Sounds like some noble family's brat, knowing the situation Damien is about to. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Damien eagerly stepped forward, licked a bit of saliva onto his hand, and bent down to scrub away the stain on the student's backhand. "Sorry, let me clean that for you," he continued enthusiastically, speaking with the pride of someone showing off an achievement. "There, the more I scrub, the shinier it gets. I'll clean it until it's even brighter." The massive student's face grew darker by the second, his jaw twitching violently from anger. Taking in that expression, Asta could only sigh internally. A fight is about to break out. Anger reaching its absolute peak, the guy swung a powerful fist straight toward Damien and roared. "Let go of me, you idiot." The student gritted his teeth and spat out each word. "Hey, freshman, I think you've got it all wrong." The punch that was supposed to hit Damien was intercepted when another hand suddenly reached out to block it. It turned out Asta had stepped in just in time to catch that fist. "Let's stop it right here." The student's face darkened as he forced down the surging rage. "Who the hell are you?" He parted his lips slightly to say, "I am," but Damien chimed in eagerly, "My friend," prompting Asta to follow up, "Right, a friend." The guy yanked his hand out of Asta's grip with a sneer. "His friend, huh? What a good friend. Rare to see someone take a hit for their pal, but today you're gonna regret that choice." He let out a soft sigh. "Looks like getting along peacefully with classmates on day one is out of the question." Asta rubbed the back of his neck and accepted reality. "Fine then, if you don't want to talk things out nicely, I get it." The commotion quickly drew attention. "What's going on? Looks like a fight." A group of onlookers gathered around to gossip. "Who's that guy?" "The big guy looks like he has Dalamp family blood, while I've never seen the other two before." They weighed the power dynamics and height differences between the three to hazard a guess. "Who do you think will win?" "Probably the Dalamp guy. I heard their new kid is terrifyingly strong." Someone suddenly cut in with a louder voice. "Hey, are you guys kidding me?" He questioned them. "There's a fight happening and you're just standing there watching." Another person timidly asked, "Should we break it up?" To which a third student agreed, "Yeah, before things get completely out of hand." But the person who had interrupted pointed outward. "Break it up. Then how are they supposed to fight?" He gestured for the others to clear the way, make some room. "That gray-haired guy is a mage. Let's put up a barrier around them." Instantly, the surrounding students cast spells, mana flaring brilliantly. In the blink of an eye, a luminous barrier enveloped the entire area, with magical runes spinning and floating in the air. A large crowd gathered around to cheer. "Hickster, go for it. I'm betting 3 snack coupons on you." "I'll bet 2. I bet 3. You idiots, betting on the underdog is where the real value is." In a corner where no one was paying attention, a student quietly stood with his arms crossed, watching. The corners of his mouth twitched upward in a knowing, enigmatic smile. Inside the barrier, the Dalamp student aggressively slammed his fists together and introduced himself. "I'm Hickster, second son of the Dalamp family." He lowered his stance, a fierce aura of mana radiating across his body as he locked a sharp gaze onto Asta and Damien. "What's your name?" He simply and calmly loosened his tie and replied, "I don't have a noble bloodline like yours. Just think of me as a passerby." Hearing that, Hickster let out a contemptuous sneer. "Not a noble? Doesn't matter. You're a mage, and a cramped space like this must be a disadvantage for you, so I'll graciously let you make the first move." His voice rang out with provocation. "Come on." Initially, Asta felt a brief surge of surprise, before the corners of his lips curved upward. "This guy sure talks a lot." Asta decisively ripped off his tie and challenged. "Said you didn't want to talk, yet you're still blabbering on. What, are you scared?" Those words were like pouring oil on fire. Hickster shook with rage. He stomped hard onto the floor and lunged forward, cursing under his breath. "You bastard." Hickster's sprint ripped through the air like a blade, closing in on Asta in an instant. Yet he remained utterly composed. The guy threw a powerful punch, but with nimble agility. Asta tilted his body and dodged the strike in the blink of an eye. Hickster grew even more furious, veins bulging on his face, but before he could react, Asta's voice drawled slowly. "There's one more thing I forgot to tell you." Right after that, he lowered his stance and clenched his fist tightly, mana gathering intensely as he emphasized. Not one person, but two. With that, a decisive punch smashed straight into Hickster's face, making him spit blood. Hickster's massive frame reeled backward before crashing to the ground. Estelle lunged forward to deliver a crushing punch, while Hickster observed and assessed, discovering that Damien was standing outside and contributing to the fight. Not one person, but two, though I'm ready to take a hit from that mage. Taking a punch to the face, Hickster sputtered a spray of blood. With terrifying speed, Estelle followed up with another blow. Hickster struggled to steady his footing on the floor, panicking internally. What the hell? Gritting his teeth, he tried to swallow down the bone-deep agony as sweat began to pour. Why do his punches hurt this much? This asshole. A stream of turquoise shockwave wrapped around Estelle, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Feeling his opponent's speed and attack power, Hickster was overcome with utter disbelief. Is he seriously a mage? Hickster cast a shocked sideways glance at Damien. Healing magic. Damien was standing outside, pointing his palm toward Hickster and continuously channeling energy to heal him, while Hickster tried to regain his composure and adjust his stance. Estelle wore a completely relaxed smile, bringing his hands up in front of him to form a glowing spherical orb, while Hickster remained torn between the pain and confusion. But why? Staring daggers at Damien, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Figures, highborn scions really are something else. Seizing the opportunity, Estelle dashed forward at blinding speed to attack while mocking him. You're taking heavy hits, and you still have the guts to look away. Hickster could feel that Damien had just poured a rich wave of restorative energy into him, but he barely had enough time to raise his arms to block Estelle's relentless onslaught, completely trapped in a passive defensive state. Seeing Hickster's surprisingly nimble evasion reflexes, Estelle smirked. Not bad, while Hickster inwardly growled in frustration. A guy beating the living daylights out of me, while glancing at Damien with a disdainful look, and that other guy healing me. Estelle kept up his frantic assault, turning Hickster into a moving punching bag, as the latter cursed mentally. This lunatic, my heart is pounding like crazy. I wish I could just take one hit and pass out already. After a dizzying flurry, Hickster finally caught a brief breather. His rolled-back pupils dilated, his body trembling uncontrollably as doubt filled his eyes. Am I actually scared? Outside, the crowd cheered and yelled in a frenzy. Hickster, what are you doing? Don't hold back on him. Though Hickster could feel the overwhelming pressure of his opponent better than anyone, his face turning pale. Their expressions were full of excitement. The saint of the Dalemp family, the star of the eastern continent, the hope of all brawlers. They cheered recklessly. We believe in you. You've been messing around with these guys for too long. Just finish them already. Those words sounded like pure insults to Hickster's ears, and he ground his teeth fiercely. How dare you? Fury rushed to Hickster's face, twisting it into a savage expression as bloodshot veins bulged in his eyes, and he roared. A mediocre like you dares to. He lunged forward with all his might like a wounded beast, but Estelle merely hopped back a single step, dodging completely and taking 0 damage. Estelle glanced down at Hickster mid-charge. Not bad. Hickster seemed to lose his mind, completely snapping as he lunged again and screamed, "Don't." Gritting out every single word, he snarled, "Look down on me." A punch aimed straight at Estelle blasted him flying backward. Outside, cheers immediately erupted. That's our Hickster. Even so, Hickster gritted his teeth and stared down at his own hand with a puzzled look on his face. Feeling the impact from the punch, and knowing it was a direct hit, he clenched his fist tight, not daring to relax as deep confusion filled his mind. Why did it feel so light? Estelle did a single flip and landed firmly on his feet. He brushed off his jacket as if nothing had happened, casting an indifferent glance down at his outfit. You got my clothes dusty. Seeing that, Hickster froze for a moment. Then a look of utter fury twisted his face as he shrieked. He charged forward to attack like a bolt of lightning. Estelle stood there completely calm. With both hands tucked into his pockets, he glanced sideways at Damien and calculated silently. Damien keeps healing that guy over and over. To finish this, I need to knock him out cold in one hit. Meanwhile, Damien was enthusiastically and quite warmly healing the guy. Closing his eyes, Astor sensed the surrounding mana flows. Let's see. This technique should do. Sparks of turquoise lightning crackled across his palm, accumulating energy, a technique he had co-created with his comrade in his past life. Opening his focused eyes slowly, he stared coldly as he harnessed the energy generated from colliding mana particles. Locking his target onto Hickster, he thought, using mana, but it's neither martial arts nor pure magic. Estelle dashed forward, funneling all his power straight into his palm. A pure technique utilizing nothing but the properties of mana. He unleashed the final blow with a roaring rumble of thunder, catching Hickster completely off guard. The cheering crowd around them was also buffeted by the shockwave of the punch, crying out in panic. A spectator tried to squint through the dust to see what was happening. What the hell? Through the smoke and debris, only Hickster remained standing motionless. A pair of nimble feet touched down lightly on the ground. His staff flickered like a phantom. The crowd stood frozen in astonishment. The entire scene fell dead silent. A single arm thrust upward forcefully, the hand clenching into a tight fist like a declaration of victory. It was Asta, the last man standing after the decisive blow, letting out a cold, faint snort. Staring down the speechless crowd, he issued an arrogant command. "Start cheering, you bunch of losers." Instantly, cheers erupted like an earthquake with overwhelming excitement. "So cool! Is he really a mage?" "He actually pulled it off. He pulled it off, you bastards. This is the moment the underdog wins." Suddenly, a sweet voice called out from behind him. "My friend." Damien rushed over to celebrate, smiling with beaming pride. "We won." As Asta nodded and ruffled his hair, "Yeah." He teased with a smile. "So from now on, stop sucking your thumb, okay?" The group over there watched the two, celebrating with complicated expressions. One guy crossed his arms and sneered. Who would have thought a mage would fight like that? Right at that moment, an annoyed voice suddenly piped up from behind. "So vulgar." Shouting broke out. "Get out of here, clear out, you bunch of thugs." The newly arrived man bellowed. "Why is the entrance ceremony sounding like a busted market?" Darting his eyes left and right, the man continued scolding. "Was it you? Or was it you? If you don't clear out right now, I'm arresting the lot of you." While Asta frowned inwardly, "I'm in trouble." He glanced back at the noisy commotion with a sense of resignation. "Oh well, whatever. At least I'm a cleanup specialist." Asta tried to keep as quiet as possible, knowing there were plenty of ways to run away, and since everyone was riled up, they wouldn't forget this easily. Until he looked over at Damien, who was waving his arms and shouting at the top of his lungs, pointing right at them. "It wasn't them, it was us. It was us. Right here, right over here." Asta squeezed his eyes shut in utter helplessness. Damien's words instantly drew everyone's attention as the furious man barked. "So it was you little thugs?" To which Damien cheerfully admitted without the slightest intent to run. "Yep, that's us." Drawing the man's attention straight ahead to Hickster lying unconscious on the floor. From inside a closed room, a stern voice echoed, "Damien, Master Asta." Astor stood straight, his face slightly depressed by the mess he had just caused, while Damien showed uncontainable excitement. "Yes, yes." The man sat at his desk with a serious expression. "Both of you confessed honestly, so I'll let it slide this time without docking points, especially since the opponent doesn't seem severely injured." Still, he didn't forget to narrow his eyes in warning. "I'll be keeping a close eye on you from now on." Hearing that, Asta instantly let out a sigh of relief, his back straightening up. The school courtyard felt quiet at the moment, with sunlight filtering through the cool, leafy canopy of the ancient trees. Asta pushed the door open and stepped outside. Taking a deep breath, "Thank God, the entrance ceremony hasn't started yet." Murmurs immediately broke out around him. "Is that him? He beat a martial artist with a physique like that. What kind of magic system even fights like that?" With his naturally restless personality, Damien immediately waved back. "Everyone's looking at us." While Asta kept a frozen, deadpan expression and thought, "Damn it, I'm standing out way too much. Stop waving your hand, you little menace." A group of 3 students quickly walked over to catch their attention, one of them speaking up. "Ah, there they are." Damien wore an innocent, excited expression. "Looks like they saved seats for us, my friend. Our schoolmates are just the best." To which Asta gave a perfunctory reply. "Yeah, sure they are." At that moment, the shiny, bald forehead and silver hair of the headmaster came into view as his voice rang out. "Now then." With a serious expression, the headmaster began his speech. "Continuing the teachings of our founding sage, our academy shall." The long speech droned on, mostly drowned out by the noise from below, so only muffled words like "further" and could be heard. While Damien giggled away and Asta maintained his usual cool front, thinking, the headmaster's got some serious stamina to stand up there giving a speech for this long. Suddenly, he noticed Damien's condition beside him. The kid had closed his eyes, his head bobbing up and down as he dozed off soundly, prompting Asta to let out a sigh. This guy really. Grabbing Damien's hand, he wiped the drool from the kid's mouth. "Quit drooling, for God's sake." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Headmaster, you're requested elsewhere for a moment," leaving the headmaster slightly stunned. "Is there really a schedule more important than the entrance ceremony?" The person leaned in to whisper something into the headmaster's ear. The headmaster's expression shifted as he instantly cleared his throat. Speaking into the mic, he said, "My apologies, everyone. An emergency popped up that I must attend to immediately. The speech concludes here and the ceremony will continue." With a wave of his hand, he hurried off. Right after that, a long-haired girl stepped forward. She walked with her hands on her hips, radiating intense pressure. Sweeping her gaze across the auditorium as if hunting down someone who had committed a heinous crime, she barked, "Everyone, pay attention." The shout was so fierce, even the teachers sitting nearby shivered in terror. The students were no exception. Even the guy who had been trying to restore order earlier fell completely silent. Maintaining her intimidating aura, she introduced herself. "I am Gerada." On behalf of the headmaster, due to an unexpected schedule conflict preventing him from finishing his speech, I will be overseeing the rest of the entrance ceremony. Her voice echoed throughout the hall. "We will now begin with the freshman oath. First up, representing Dahlia to deny magic," followed by a soft reply from the front row. "Yes." Gerada blurted out in surprise. "What's this? Someone from the Deny family actually has to take the entrance exam. Was their talent not enough?" The bold girl stepped forward as murmurs rippled through the crowd below. "Use your head. She's the third daughter of the family head. If her talent wasn't enough, would Deny ever let her take the entrance exam?" Estes stared at the girl and frowned. Dahlia to Deny. He silently assessed. If the Declan family is the premier magical house of the East, Deny ranks right next to them among the noble magical families. He recalled an event from his past life where Dahlia had grown up in Deny, the eternal runner-up, and eventually became a future representative mage for her family with quite decent abilities. When he quit his job as a cleanup specialist, she had helped out quite a bit. Given their past relationship wasn't bad, Astor touched his chin with a smile, feeling a hint of amusement. Though calling each other benefactors is a stretch, frenemies is probably closer. Either way, it's great news that Dahlia's enrolling this term. Gerada called out the next name. Next, representing the martial arts department, Paulo stepped forward. The young man answered instantly with a firm voice. "Yes." Standing in the back, Estes silently evaluated. The martial arts department doesn't call out family names. Looks like he's not from a noble or prominent background. Then again, that Hickster guy or whatever his name was came from a noble family, and look where that got him. I wonder how pissed the nobles are right now. Once Paulo stepped up, Gerada announced, "That concludes the oath ceremony." She continued her introduction. "Moving on, allow me to introduce the professors who will be in charge of the upcoming 172nd batch. Will the professors please step forward one by one?" First, Dahlia intently stared in a specific direction. Estes sensed someone staring right at him, thinking, what's this? Just a feeling. He couldn't help feeling suspicious. It's like our eyes just locked. But he immediately brushed it off. Whatever, that's not important. Dahlia was slowly walking down the stairs, perhaps too distracted by looking elsewhere, when she suddenly tripped and let out a startled gasp. That didn't seem to distract Estes' train of thought as he stroked his chin in deep reflection. "I heard Professor Parun is supposed to be here." Looking at the professor standing on the podium, Estes felt impatient. When is this guy gonna step out? The other professors took turns giving speeches. Finally, the person he had been waiting for appeared. An authoritative voice rang out, "Pleased to meet you. I am Parun, in charge of the basic principles of magical theory." Estes frowned in assessment. I thought his vibe would be similar to Henge's, but he's completely different. Looking at the man before him, he thought, even so, Henge is a man of character who wears an excellent social mask. Better not jump to conclusions. Next, Gerada stepped up to speak. With that, the professor introductions conclude. The entrance ceremony is officially adjourned. Estes looked back at Damien, who still hadn't woken up as Gerada's voice practically acted as a lullaby. "Please follow your dormitory guides to your assigned rooms." He tapped the kid's shoulder to wake him up. "Wake up!" Damien wiped drool from his mouth in a daze. "Is it over?" With a straight face, Estes lied without blinking. "Nope. You got caught sleeping, so you got expelled. Let's head home." Damien's eyes went wide with pure panic. A horrific vision instantly flashed through his head. Sheer terror plastered across his face. By now dusk was gradually settling in, painting the rooftops in warm golden sunlight. Estes strolled leisurely down the hallway looking for his dorm room, thinking helplessly that Damien guy freaked out just from a little joke like that. He stopped in front of a door, staring at the quiet door before him. He wondered, is this it? Estes reluctantly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Why is it all the way on the top floor? Looking at the interior decoration, he praised. As expected of an academy, it's really nice. He admired a corner of the desk. Are these daily necessities? I guess they hand out matching sets, so the whole academy uses the same stuff. Walking over, he picked up a green notebook. Opening the wardrobe revealed rows of hangers. Estes picked up a coat hanging inside and thought, because even a tiny accessory can give away your background. Though everyone's gonna buy their own personal stuff eventually anyway. As he pushed the door open to step out, he ran into someone. Estes recalled, "My roommate?" Sounds like his name is Paulo, but his gaze doesn't look very friendly. Closing his eyes coldly, Paulo stated, "Try to keep as quiet as possible." Lugging a suitcase, his face completely devoid of emotion, he continued, "How you arrange your luggage or set up your things is none of my concern." He kept spitting out isolating demands. "Staying up late is fine, but let's not interfere with each other." Naturally, that goes for chatting after hours too. Seeing Estad didn't answer, Paulo opened his eyes, staring straight at him with a threatening glare. "I asked if you heard me." Estad's eyes flashed with indifference as he calmly stared back at the guy. "Look at this guy." Seeing him stay silent, Paulo grew even more annoyed, snapping, "Why aren't you answering?" While Estad was busy digging through his memory, I heard he's the top student of the martial arts department. Wonder how strong he actually is. Thinking that, he suddenly leaned forward and bolted right up to the guy's face. Paulo instinctively reacted with high alert, his hand brushing the hilt of his sword as he took a defensive stance. "What the hell are you playing at?" At that moment, Estad stopped and glanced down. Not bad. Observing the guy's hand movements, he silently praised, holding a sword but still showing restraint, holding back so he doesn't hurt anyone. Not bad at all. Right on cue, Damien's voice rang out from outside. "My friend, hurry up and come out." Estad flashed a smug smirk. "What am I playing at?" Just getting ready to head out. He brushed past Paulo, reaching out to pat the guy's shoulder lightly. "Suit yourself." But in exchange, Estelle looked back with a bright yet mischievous grin. "Don't complain if I start singing past midnight, got it?" Stepping outside, an energetic Damien scampered over. "My friend." He eagerly asked right away, "Who's your roommate?" To which Estelle replied unenthusiastically, "Paulo." Damien sat there blankly for a few seconds, murmuring, "Paulo? Never heard of him." Leaving Estelle to mentally chew him out in silence. "Of course you haven't, you were sleeping like a dead man." The kid excitedly raised his hand to pitch an idea. "Anyway, let's go to the academy. Lancey said there's tons of stuff to see here, and we absolutely have to go on the first day. Oh, and she told me I have to go with a friend, too." Hearing that, Estelle briefly waited in his mind. Checking out how much cool stuff there is doesn't sound bad before pulling a smirk. "Let's go." The two walked side by side, taking a stroll around the campus. The atmosphere was peaceful and harmonious, one conversation flowing endlessly into the next. The sunset dyed the sky a warm amber, casting a soft, peaceful glow over the entire scenery. Stopping for a moment on a bridge, Damien gasped excitedly, "Look, a lake! A water lake! We don't have one of these back home." While Estelle looked like he was already getting exhausted by his friend's boundless enthusiasm. In front of the two of them lay a crystal-clear lake, with tiny ripples dancing back and forth. Estelle felt exhausted, seriously tiring. Feels like babysitting a kid. I guess that's why Lancey paired me up with him. But who am I? A petty guy who pays back every single annoyance. He suddenly muttered, "Well, just make them build one then," leaving Damien blinking in utter confusion. Estelle smiled and explained, "Just gotta dig a hole and pour water in, simple as that." Instantly, Damien's eyes lit up like stars, shouting eagerly, "That's right. Tell them to build it wider, bigger than this lake." Back at the estate, Lancey was washing dishes when she suddenly let out a massive sneeze. After coming up with the idea, Damien fell into serious thought. "What's a cool name for the lake?" Estelle chuckled softly, casually tossing out a name, "The Lake of Bloody Tears." The moment the name left his lips, Damien's face lit up, slapping his hands together, done, locked in. This time, back at the mansion, Lancey shuddered once more as an ominous premonition washed over her like a tidal wave. Damien continued wandering around, excitedly pointing and gesturing. "Look at that statue over there. It's so gorgeous," glancing at it before casually suggesting, "Tell them to make one just like it. Let's call it Blood Tear Statue too." Without even a second of hesitation, he replied, "Deal." And with that, Estelle began rattling off endlessly, talking with sweeping gestures like an artistic director. "Carve a dragon this time, make every single scale delicate so it actually looks good." And the more Damien listened, the more thrilled he became, nodding furiously, absolute perfection, a true masterpiece. Lancey's face turned pale green, her entire body breaking out in a cold sweat as the back of her neck prickled repeatedly. What is this? Why is there such a chilling draft down my spine?" After a leisurely stroll, Estelle finally asked, "Well, we've walked around enough, time to head back." And Damien cheerfully agreed. He gave a slight nod, but his gaze gradually grew heavy. "Let's see. The scavenger has spotted about 7 of them. Counting the ones not yet accounted for makes it around 10. And estimating their primary distribution, the center is." Estelle's eyes stopped at the Magic Studies Building Number 2, a towering and massive structure. Racking his memory, Magic Studies Building Number 2 is the one with Professor Parun's research lab. He thought with a dawning realization. So the target really is Professor Parun. Deep down, Asta began to calculate. Declan must have realized Henzi has an accomplice. So now it's reached the stage of suspecting Parun, who has close ties with him. His gaze flicked toward one direction, where a figure was stealthily observing them from the bushes. The corners of Asta's mouth twitched upward in a thin, sarcastic smirk, as a sense of excitement surged like an undercurrent. I was wondering why they hadn't tailed us yet. Perfect timing for a stakeout. Let's see just how much information those guys have managed to gather. On a certain gloomy evening, a heavy darkness blanketed the academy grounds. A solitary lamppost cast a pale yellow light, flickering weakly in the desolate wind. Suddenly, a dark figure sprinted swiftly across the rooftops, moving with such agile fluidity that it left nothing but a blurred streak. With cat-like leaps, the intruder approached the eastern building in the blink of an eye. With just a soft push off the edge, the shadowy figure landed on the ground, making almost zero sound. The moment he hit the ground, a voice echoed from the shadows, "You finally made it." The newcomer gave a brief nod, stepped forward, and asked concisely, "Where are the others?" To which the waiting figure replied shortly, "They went ahead. Upper management issued an urgent order for everyone to assemble at the target's hideout." The other person questioned, the primary target or the secondary one? And the guy answered secondary. He then added, "Looks like the main target's tail got stepped on, but we've managed to secure some intelligence. Tonight, right at midnight, the material will be handed over to the secondary target." Hearing that, the newly arrived man in black instinctively reached up to stroke his chin. "Is that so?" He muttered in deep analysis. "Henzi, the main target, has made a move, and issuing orders to us means that among the secondary targets, Professor Parun is the one assigned to our surveillance." As if realizing something, the newcomer was startled, his eyes widening in alarm. Tensely, he blurted out, "Wait, what about the numbered agents? Are you telling us to push past those monster professors? At the very least, agent number 1 needs to show up, or maybe a couple of other numbered agents. Otherwise, how are we supposed to handle those freaks?" The man in black waiting inside the room replied indifferently, "Number 1 isn't coming, and neither are the other numbered agents," making the other guy clutch his head and curse under his breath, "Damn it." Just as he was sinking into despair, the other guy spoke in a low, husky voice, however. He lowered his tone, "Fire Mage Callahan. He's joining the team." The newcomer looked as though he had been struck by lightning, his eyes flying wide open in disbelief. "Callahan." According to his memory, the vice-captain of Declan's Magic Corps Crimson Division. If it's him, he definitely has enough firepower. Recollecting something else, the guy gritted his teeth. He's notoriously ruthless, willing to use any means necessary for a mission, which means... Thinking to himself, he swallowed hard, trying to suppress the rising tremor before gritting his teeth to mutter a curse. What the hell, that basically means risking our lives for the mission. The remaining man in black calmly reassured him. It's not guaranteed to erupt into an all-out battle. The family also hesitates to let such a prominent mage expose themselves on this kind of mission. The other guy let out a cold snort. "True enough. Let's go with that," prompting the remaining operative to urge, "Then let's get moving." The two shadowy figures bolted out of the building. Better regroup so we can boost our survival odds a little bit. However, the two of them had no idea that all their actions had fallen squarely into someone's field of vision. Standing atop a nearby rooftop, moonlight casting across his face, midnight tonight, a chilly night breeze swept past, carrying a whisper-like murmur, and even Callahan is involved. At that moment, Asta observed thoughtfully, "Zenian Academy is insanely huge, so memorizing the layout is a must to avoid getting lost, even for me." He stared toward the buildings surrounding the fountain for a long while. Asta's gaze hardened into a quiet certainty. "All right, not bad at all." A faint, eager spark flickered deep within him. "Just the right amount of trouble to keep me occupied, though it doesn't quite match my past life. I'm starting to get that thrill back." On a quiet, desolate evening, only flickering blue flames provided any illumination. Disguised in black robes, Asta sat in a corner observing the scene, his entire body exuding the familiar, chilling aura of a Declan family scavenger. Leaping forward with a sinister grin, "Callahan. He's a guy who was still enjoying his prime back when I was active, turning his back to look at someone. Ever since the Declan family fought desperately against the Blando family." Farin smiled softly. He chose to stay with the declining family to prove his unwavering loyalty. Callahan's retreating silhouette looked intensely dangerous. He's dangerous right now, but Callahan's true golden age comes after the war with Blando. Wearing a twisted, sinister smirk, Declan's hellfire, an unstoppable force, went down in history as a true war mate. Finally, Asta made up his mind, therefore, I have to capture him. Staring at the glowing book, he pondered, Callahan's magic is one of Declan's ultimate fire attribute arcane arts. And besides, as one of the continent's most renowned mages, he's well worth the risk. Estal lowered his head in deep thought as he walked. I was wondering why that nuisance of a kid kept tailing me and came back. This turned out to be an unexpected windfall, but something still bugs me. Then he showed a look of determination, the target they mentioned. Henzi's manuscript is currently in my possession. A blank sheet of paper flashed through Estal's mind. Yet they claimed the target would be handed over to the secondary target, Professor Parun. The two masked individuals popped back into his thoughts alongside their assertion. My manuscript can't possibly be fake. And there's no way the target they're talking about is anything other than that manuscript. Estal spoke slowly. So then, the target being handed over today is a fake manuscript. A man appeared, buttoning up his cloak. He reached out to open a cabinet to grab something. Instantly, the man tucked a weapon into his waistband. Then he waved his hand and turned away. Nearby, another person was sound asleep, wrapped tightly in blankets, while the man wrapped himself up and stepped away quietly. It was Paulo, casting a sharp, piercing glance to the side. The blue-haired man was lost in dreams on his bed, completely oblivious. Outside the castle, pitch darkness had taken over. All the lights were turned off, and only a single room still blazed with bright illumination. A single candle burned brightly beside Parun. He was staring intently at something. Right after that, Parun shut his eyes tightly and grimaced. "Declan, you filthy rats." He cursed in anger. They claimed they left a trace, but since they didn't cross the line yet, I held back, yet now they dare to violate my territory. And showing up so openly like this, what the hell is this? Suddenly Parun's gaze sharpened. I see. Out of nowhere, the white door of the room creaked open. A person covered entirely from head to toe stepped inside. Parun cast a sidelong glance and thought, a mercenary, and right after that, he sharply called out his name, making the intruder jump in surprise. Paulo. Parun calmly instructed, "Next time you decide to use a disguise, first learn how to refine your ether shape. That's the absolute basics of covert operations." Paulo held a white envelope in his hand and extended it toward Parun. Glancing down at it, Parun remarked, "Well then, provided there's a next time." Hearing that, Paulo furrowed his brow and grimaced, as if he didn't quite understand what the other man was saying. Taking the envelope in his hand, Parun nodded to himself. "Henzi, so it was you." He observed the item without opening it right away. "You were trying to transfer the manuscript without letting Declan catch wind of it. But in the end, you got caught pathetically." But then Parun changed his tune. "No, that old fox wouldn't get caught that easily." A pair of hurried footsteps echoed somewhere. "What are you scheming, Henzi?" Suddenly the room exploded as a fierce, blazing wall of fire erupted. A person draped in a white cloak stepped inside and offered a greeting. "A pleasure to meet you, Professor Parun." It was Callahan, flashing a sinister grin as he brushed back his hair. "The name's Callahan. I wonder if a professor who only knows how to hide in his lab has ever heard of it." Flustered, Paulo spun around with a look of sheer panic on his face. With his trademark arrogance, Callahan continued, "Looks like we have other guests here too. A mercenary, right? That swordsman seems to know me, but what about the professor?" Before he could keep grandstanding, Parun quickly cut him off, first time hearing that name. He pressed his hands against the desk and stood up abruptly. "So stop blabbering and get straight to the point." Callahan frowned and hurled a harsh insult. "Your stench is so foul it's making my nose rot off." Then he clutched his face and burst into cackling laughter. "Man, this is hilarious. This is the first time I've ever been treated like this. So let me speak my mind." Pointing a finger directly at Paulo standing across from him, Callahan stated with absolute certainty, "That guy is going to die." Orange magic circles materialized at his fingertips, while the professor. Callahan rolled his eyes and mused, "Should I take your hands or your eyes?" Suddenly, a hand grabbed tightly at someone's clothes. Parun stepped forward to block Callahan's attack head-on. The two powerful strikes collided directly, leaving a scene of utter devastation in their wake. Paulo narrowed his eyes and shouted out. He forced his eyes open to see what the opponent would do next. Both of them stood rooted amidst the rubble. Parun turned his head and yelled, "Paulo." He calmly announced, "From this second onward, I consider you a mercenary before a student. So look out for your own hide." Catching his drift, Paulo responded sharply, "Understood." Parun nodded in acknowledgement and thought to himself, the fact that no alarm bells rang despite this explosion likely means those Declan rats have cast a concealment barrier. Night fell heavily outside the magnificent castles. Narrowing his eyes, Parun thought distantly, "Am I really reduced to relying on that rookie mercenary?" Callahan stood his ground, arrogantly provoking them. "This document envelope definitely came from that trash Blando family," adding with a sinister smirk, "He doesn't look like he's going to hand it over quietly." Parun shot a sidelong glare at Callahan, What am I supposed to do? Out of nowhere, the man pulled a terrifying expression and asked, or maybe, should we play around a bit first? The moment the words left his mouth, Callahan unleashed a technique that enveloped the area in golden light. Parun and Paulo stood frozen in a defensive stance, watching. Suddenly, several masked figures flew in from out of nowhere. Callahan broke into a devilish laugh. Taking in the sight before him, Paulo instinctively widened his eyes in anxiety. Immediately after, Parun hastily conjured a white magic circle in front of him. The white and yellow streams of light from the two men crashed straight into each other. A cloaked figure stood watching from a distance, observing the glowing lights erupting from the distant castle. It was Asta who looked up and murmured, "It's starting." Asta pulled out a mask and held it in his hand. Then he slipped it over his face. "Long time no see." Asta's eyes lit up as he leaped forward with agility. No longer Asta, but scavenger number 1. Having prepared everything completely, Asta stared straight ahead and declared, "All right, let's go." Clasping his hands together, Lady Moon, Asta offered a sincere prayer. "Allow me to play the righteous pest controller once again today." Narrowing his eyes, truth be told, I've never actually cared about justice. In an instant, Asta leaped high into the air. The castle ahead had been battered into ruins. Callahan burst into a loud laugh. "You're not bad, mercenary." Panting heavily from exhaustion, Paulo gripped his sword tightly. He cast a nervous glance backward, damn it. Glowing near Paulo's waist was a talisman. I never expected the amulet the captain gave me would double as a lifesaver. Talk about lucky. Suddenly he was startled by a shout. "Get the hell out of the way." Parun rushed forward with glowing eyes. He unleashed a powerful attack toward Callahan. The latter quickly countered, without missing a beat. Parun gave Paulo a casual pat on the shoulder. "Not bad. Maybe I can trust you a little more now." Paulo stared down at the sword and narrowed his eyes. Runes on his blade. Parun turned to ask, "Can you block it?" Staring intently ahead, Paulo replied, "However many it takes," before firmly declaring, "It's no longer a matter of whether I can. If I fail, I die." Callahan smiled lightly with a look of contempt. A mage and a bodyguard, what a fascinating combination. A strand of light wove its way into the glacial ice. Without hesitation, Callahan unleashed an attack straight at Paulo. Luckily, he managed to use his sword to parry the blow, just in time before dodging to the side. Over on the other side, Parun maintained his stance on the blue magic circle. The bodyguard's been dealt with. The masked figures were also being taken down one by one. If this keeps up, I'm going to run out of stamina. Struck by an idea, Parun cast a sideways glance. Well then, he looked toward Callahan, who was unleashing a barrage of attacks, and made his choice. I have to gamble on this. Parun continued to channel magical energy into his hands and pondered. With the natural distribution of mana being limited, if multiple entities issue commands at once, a battle for control is bound to break out. Pouring all his remaining strength into the strike, he thought, "Let's see how much you can draw out from me then." Callahan stood his ground and challenged, "Are you daring to defy me?" Not one to back down, Callahan chuckled mockingly and leaped forward. "Fine, let's see you try." But just as he got close to Parun, he suddenly bounced backward and shouted out loud. A flood of light carrying terrifying power blanketed the entire castle. All three of them were enveloped in glowing streams of light inside. Paulo was also hovering midair, looking down. He squinted his eyes and muttered, "Damn it." Watching Callahan and Parun clash fiercely, Paulo gritted his teeth in frustration. They're both absolute monsters. There's not a single opening to slip in. Not long after, Paulo lay motionless beneath the rubble. If it was going to come to this, you guys should have just started fighting from the very beginning. Three figures entirely wrapped in heavy cloaks stood outside, gazing up at the ferocious vortex tearing everything apart as someone voiced, "Brutal." A man watching the scene warned anxiously, "Hold back. Charging in right now is pure suicide. Just catch your breath." Turning back, he demanded, "How many cleanup specialists are left?" Suddenly, the fierce white light flared in rage, blasting the cloaked figures outward. A man's jaw dropped in shock. An ambush. He screamed out just as a dark-cloaked figure closed in rapidly. Ambush. It was Asta, who landed heavily atop a massive boulder. Asta's sudden appearance caught both Callahan and Parun off guard, forcing them to look over. With a cold, impassive gaze, he stared up and pronounced, "And now for my grand entrance." Even in the middle of their fierce duel, the two of them turned their eyes toward Asta at his words. Livid with anger, Callahan snapped, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Ignoring the roar entirely, a blood-pumped Asta dashed forward. He grabbed the man by the throat and emphasized, "Callahan." With razor-sharp eyes, Asta declared, "This place is going to be your grave." Caught completely by surprise and unable to react, Callahan could only widen his eyes at Asta in sheer agony. Asta bellowed, "Die!" But Callahan thrust both palms outward, striking a heavy blow against Astaz's chest. An overwhelming force blasted him flying backward. Callahan slid across the ground in a daze, clutching his mouth with a grimace. Damn it! Mana backlash. Without wasting a second, Astaz bolted straight toward Callahan. Having taken a brutal hit earlier, Callahan coughed up blood continuously. The other black-cloaked operatives closed in rapidly. Clutching a small vial of medicine, Callahan muttered to himself, I need to suppress this mana backlash first. After gulping down the medicine, he wiped away the blood with the back of his hand. Where the hell did a guy like him crawl out from? Callahan's eyes suddenly bulged in shock. Astaz had just wrapped himself in a glowing aura of blue light. Callahan stood frozen in disbelief at the sight before him. This movement, not a single wasted motion. Furthermore, his spell execution has been optimized entirely for speed. Startled, he stared wide-eyed. I'm actually impressed. Instantly, Callahan conjured countless red magic circles. I don't know who the hell you are, but, baring his fangs in a wide snarl, he screamed, I'm going to kill you. And just like that, the two torrents of light collided violently. The dark-cloaked men were blown far away by the shockwave. A red-haired man widened his eyes, as if witnessing a horrific nightmare. The explosion of light tore everything around them to shreds. Spitting up blood after the massive attack, Callahan gasped, Did I actually catch him? A smug grin crossed his face. The other cleanup specialists got caught in it too, but who gives a damn about them? Completing the mission is all that matters. Glancing up at the clear sky where a few hazy silhouettes drifted down, he felt dead certain by that logic. The masked bastard had to be the primary target to eliminate. Callahan wiped his face and chuckled softly. I'm getting way too pumped. Doesn't feel like me at all. Supremely confident in his victory, if I team up with the remaining cleanup specialists, taking down Professor Parun will be a breeze. Suddenly, the glass vial slipped from his fingers, rolling across the ground. Out of nowhere, a gun barrel was jammed right against his face as a mocking voice drawled. Is that really all you've got? Amidst the billowing smoke, a shadowy figure spoke up. Callahan, you look dead on the outside, but you're cold-blooded as a snake on the inside. I knew right from the start that you were planning to blow me and the other cleanup specialists to hell along with yourself. Pointing his hand like a gun toward the magic matrix ahead, Astaz continued. That ruthlessness is precisely the reason you lost. The moment the words left his mouth, Astaz fired a bright projectile straight ahead without hesitation. Callahan stood rooted to the spot in a daze, a single thought echoing in his head. Too fast. The intense beam of light tore through the air, grazing right past him. A gust of wind blew away a fine mist of pinprick blood droplets. The small top knot of hair at the back of Callahan's head was cleanly sliced off. A bullet pierced straight through the center of his forehead, leaving a bloody hole. Astaz stepped down onto the ground, standing before the slumped, crushed corpse. The battle had taken a heavy toll on his stamina, leading him to silently acknowledge, knowing his capabilities firsthand. Callahan truly lives up to his reputation. Recalling the explosive attack earlier, Astaz held him in high regard. Anyone else would have died instantly from a surprise hit like that, but he actually managed to counterattack. There's a reason his martial arts style is so renowned. His reflexes and judgment are lightning fast. Of course, he also acknowledged his own streak of luck. Still, Callahan's final move helped me out a ton. If he had teamed up with the other cleanup specialists and dragged this into a war of attrition, I would have lost. My mana capacity is still way too low. He slowly approached the fallen body. Kneeling down, Astaz began rummaging through Callahan's pockets. Let's see. It's bound to be around here. Finally, he pulled out a small fabric pouch containing a few items, just as I thought. Battle mages never trust anyone, so they always carry their secret arts on them. Astaz pocketed it for himself. And of course, this spatial pouch has a basic owner recognition lock, but I can slowly crack it open later. Wrapping things up, he turned his head to glance to the side, pitching his voice with a hint of reproach. You're late, you know. A man emerged from the smoke as Astaz offered a soft greeting. Professor Parun. The professor gave a calm grunt of acknowledgement. Clearing out the rats took a little longer than expected. Parun had frozen the entire group of thugs over on the other side. Maintaining his cold demeanor, he raised a hand to channel his power. More importantly, are you a rat too? Astaz didn't seem to care, instead letting out a hearty laugh. One's a total madman, the other's a battle-crazed thug. What do you think of me taking out one of Declan's top dogs? His attitude made Parun lower his guard slightly. Seeing as you call that guy a madman, you must be the one Henzi sent. And no, I'm not that kind of thug. Left with zero suspicion, Astaz couldn't help feeling speechless. You're just going to trust me based on that? Wondering about the identity of the person he had encountered earlier, Parun asked. Then who was the mercenary that approached me earlier? Posing a somewhat unrelated question, Parun asked. Did he split the thesis into two parts? Estab brushed the question aside. I didn't hear a thing about that, so I wouldn't know. Chances are it was a fake. Henzi probably calculated this carefully, using a fake as bait to flush out the rats. Remembering Henzi's eager expression, I'll be the one luring them out. Estad deduced. Looks like he wants to beef up security in Hazen City and the academy here while cutting down Declan's influence. Estad thought to himself, even though the cleanup specialists let loose a massive flash of magic and the battle was pretty huge, there's no reason the Imperial Knights still haven't shown up, even with a delayed report. Declan must have used their connections with the Imperial Knights. Parun reconfirmed his identity. So you really are the messenger. Estab pulled out a neatly tied stack of papers. The professor took them and examined the contents thoroughly. Lifting his eyes from the documents, Parun asked, "Do you know what's in here?" Estab didn't hide it. "I only have a vague idea." Pushing the matter aside, Parun calmly replied, "I see." Estab stated candidly, "Look, I don't mind a duel, but are you sure? I'd hate to lose a reliable ally." Tucking the documents inside his coat, Parun shared a rare moment of agreement. "Fine. I'll accept the thesis for now. I don't want to lose an ally either, so let's drop it." He abruptly changed the subject. "Is there anything you want?" Seeing the kid's bewildered expression, Parun explained. "That guy Henzi seems to only trust one kind of person, those whose desires align with his own. You definitely fit the bill, so to build some trust, I need to give you something." Taking a long moment to think it over seriously, Estaf finally gave his answer. "A book." The request caught Parun completely off guard, forcing him to double-check. "A book." Estab began visualizing a scene. "I'm going to build a tower, a massive, tall tower, and pack it full of books that anyone can read. So it'd be great if you could contribute a book containing your perspective on magic." Parun could only scratch the back of his head with a vague shrug. "Sure. I doubt anyone can read and understand the whole thing, but writing a book sounds better than nothing, might even be fun." Turning around under the assumption that business was done, Estab muttered, "I should get going." But the professor called out after him, "Wait, how are we supposed to keep in touch? Aren't you supposed to deliver the next thesis?" Estab gave a deadpan reason that left the man utterly dumbfounded. "I don't keep contact info for men." With that, he fished a string of purple prayer beads out of his pocket. Estab tossed the bracelet over. "Use this. These are connection crystals. They're linked so if one breaks, the other shatters too. If you want to call me, smash it once. If you're in trouble, smash it twice and I'll come find you." Catching the prayer beads, Parun focused on a completely different issue. "Hey, I'm not into men either." But when he raised his head, the other guy had already vanished into thin air as he muttered to himself, "Why does this feel so creepy?" Time passed, and before long, the Empire's Imperial Knights arrived. After handing over the situation, the Imperial Knights quickly secured the premises. They split up to support the injured one by one. Afterward, they evacuated the academy students to prevent any potential secondary attacks. Estab had already changed back into his usual attire, thinking, of course, "I just took the chance to blend right back in with the students." Still half asleep, Damien looked at him with curiosity. "My friend, where were you? Feels like I haven't seen you in ages." To which Estab gave a vague reply. "Had to deal with something major." Scanning the perimeter to calculate, let's see. Callahan and the cleanup specialists' corpses left clear evidence behind, so the Declan family should stay quiet for a while. Noticing Estab wasn't paying attention and was looking around instead, Damien assumed he needed to use the restroom. "My friend, you've been gone forever. Are you constipated or something? Want me to heal you?" Estab didn't answer, entirely lost in his own thoughts. Why did H. Wayne react like that during the fight earlier? He usually doesn't fight back, but when I blocked Callahan's spell, his energy seeped into my barrier and helped me block it, so it wasn't a bad thing. He recalled the sensation. It wasn't that the barrier got sturdier. It felt more like, yeah, a type of exclusion phenomenon, linking it to how that kind of magic is usually deployed. That's a primary technique used by elemental mages, a technique to protect the caster from taking damage, just like the fire user Callahan. Estab turned away with a frown, muttering aloud, "I don't get it." Damien, assuming he was talking to him, offered an eager helping hand. "Don't get it. Just take your pants off right here, my friend." While Estab's words were actually driven by the thoughts in his head. Why did it react at that exact moment, and what's the activation condition? Glancing toward the distant castle, he told himself, "I need to investigate." And seriously, stop taking your pants off, Damien. Standing before the majestic, classically structured building, Astor formed a silent plan, Lapider, the largest library in the East, located right inside the academy. "I'm bound to find a clue there." Suddenly a voice called out, "Hey, you're Estab, right?" The guy walked up and greeted him amiably. "Nice to meet you, I'm Chenbai." while Asta maintained a cold, distant expression. As the guy kept a smile on his face, "You're a pretty decent fighter, aren't you?" The remark put Asta slightly on guard. What? Did he see me fighting? If my identity gets exposed, that's a huge headache. Do I have to kill him? Facing Chenbai's enthusiasm, Asta thought to himself, what? He saw me fight. That's a massive stain on my cleanup specialist record. The kid kept praising him uninhibitedly. That brawl with the martial arts department on the very first day was pretty impressive. How on earth do you fight like that? The words made Asta drop his guard a fraction, leaving him somewhat speechless. Not a scandal, but a moment of fame. Well, obviously. Realizing it wasn't a threat, Asta turned his face away. He just lacked stamina back then. It'll be different next time. Making Chenbai scratch his head with a laugh. Ah, I see. The kid shyly tagged along behind him and Damien as they waded through the crowd. A moment later, Chenbai honestly expressed his intentions. Well, to be honest, I wanted to tag along. I haven't made friends with anyone yet, and barging into other groups is kind of awkward, you know how it is. Asta shot him a sideways glance. Yeah, kind of. He had seen right through that from the start. In theory, the Academy promised equal treatment and stripped away status. But that was the Academy's stance, not the students'. A poor kid like him was bound to be pushed to the outer circle. Thinking it over, he didn't mind it much anyway, telling himself, whatever, I don't care. So Asta turned back and agreed, fine, suit yourself. The kid let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, to be honest, I was pretty nervous. Chenbai relaxed a bit and tried to butter him up. If something like earlier happens again, it'd really suck to be alone. Earning a soft chuckle and a grunt from Asta. Could be. Emboldened, the kid grew a bit bolder. Oh, right, by the way. Chatting casually along the way, Asta found the whole thing rather refreshing. So this is what a normal conversation feels like. He cast his cold eyes upward in deep reflection. My entire life this time around has been hijacked by total maniacs. Remembering the colorful cast of characters he had dealt with recently, Asta comforted himself internally. I almost forgot what normal feels like. The corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. All right, time for actual academy life to begin. The next morning at the academy, golden sunlight sparkled across the buildings. Inside the lecture hall, nearly all the students had already arrived. Damien let out a massive yawn. Slumped miserably across his desk, he whined, so sleepy. Chenbai arrived just then, waving cheerfully. Good morning, Asta. Damien. Plopping into his seat, the kid immediately looked somewhat dissatisfied. Can you believe we still have to go to class after the craziness of yesterday? That's just brutal. While Asta flipped a page of his book and replied, true. Asta observed him silently. Chenbai. Judging by how he talks yesterday, he's neither from a noble family nor well off, yet he's not timid at all and stays pretty bright. Feeling in a relatively good mood, he silently evaluated he'd make a decent friend. Suddenly, the kid turned to call out, oh, did you hear? Chenbai spilled a piece of news. I heard on the way here that our Class M3 homeroom teacher is going to be Professor Gerada. The unfamiliar name made Asta curiously repeat it. Gerada. Chenbai gasped in shock. Don't tell me you don't know Professor Gerada, the one rumored to have single-handedly slaughtered a whole pack of trolls. Ah, she's here. He looked down toward the foot of the podium as a female professor slowly approached. Oh, right, I remember now. The familiar face brought back memories for Asta. The professor who stood on the stage during yesterday's entrance ceremony. She began with an introduction. Pleasure to meet you, I'm Gerada. There was a bit of a commotion yesterday, but it's nothing serious, so I expect you all to put it behind you and focus on your studies. Turning toward the supporting apparatus being brought in, she continued, now, before our first lesson, we'll be conducting a mana assessment. Fundamentally, mana has two aspects, quantity and quality, so between the two, which one is more important? A hand went up and Gerada asked, what's your name? Standing up a bit nervously, the young girl answered, I'm Arjun, and Gerada gave her the go-ahead. All right, Arjun, go ahead and answer. Carefully and earnestly, the girl expressed her view. I think there's no absolute answer, but assuming we have a sufficiently accurate gauge of mana, quality is more important, prompting Gerada to press further. Reason. Arjun explained. When dueling a mage of equal rank, the one with superior mana quality will prevail. Asta also took note of this opinion, partially agreeing. Well, that's the orthodox view. Mana quality affects precision, stability, and spell potency. Having a massive pool of mana is useless if you can't hit your target, but still. Sure enough, right after that, the girl received a displeased reaction from the instructor as a dissatisfied click of the tongue echoed out. Arjun was so startled that what little confidence she had completely flew out the window. Gerada interrogated her directly. Arjun, what family do you belong to? And the girl answered obediently, I belong to Viscount Pelham's household. Hearing that, she openly displayed a look of contempt. No wonder. This time, Arjun was thoroughly hurt, tears welling up with a sense of grievance. Yet Gerada ignored her entirely and moved on to someone else. Is there anyone else who wants to answer? Her sharp gaze swept across the classroom. HMPH, nobody. Suddenly, she singled out a random male student who jolted in surprise. Why, yes, ma'am, prompting Gerada to mock. Is your name yes, yes? As he frantically stammered a correction. Oh no, ma'am, I'm Ipal. Ipal stood up and carefully answered the previous question. I think mana quantity is probably more important because in large-scale warfare, total mana makes a huge difference, right? Estas silently noted it down. True, looking at it from the flip side, quantity matters more than quality in a chaotic brawl. In short, tweak a few variables and both quality and quantity are equally crucial. But Gerada wore an expression of absolute dissatisfaction. She asked bluntly, what family do you belong to? To which he replied, I don't belong to any family, leaving Estas stunned. What the hell, did I miss some fundamental requirement here? Gerada called out the next name, and answers came in one after another. I think it's casting speed. The pattern repeated, family. How about you? I think it's purity. Family. This left even someone as composed as him bewildered. She just singles out students, repeats the question, and then brushes them off. Gerada's questions kept ringing out amidst the buzzing chatter of the class. And you? And you? How annoying, what's her deal? Hey, stay out of this, Estat thought tensely. What on earth is the right answer to make the atmosphere this heavy? After a while, she finally wrapped up the Q&A session. I've listened carefully to all your answers. Gerada's tone softened slightly. Actually, every single answer just now was close to the right one. No, this was never a question with a single correct answer, so what I was looking for wasn't an answer at all. She emphasized a specific point. Think very carefully, what kind of answers did you actually give me? Gerada pointed out the class's shortcomings straight to their faces. Did those answers match your own genuine thoughts? Or were you just trying to guess what you thought I wanted to hear? She reminded everyone of the true calling of a mage. A mage is someone who must never lose their own judgment under any circumstances, refuse to be swayed by the world's gaze, and possess the resolve to fully execute their own will. Her sharp golden eyes narrowed. What about you lot just now? A serious, probing challenge echoed throughout the lecture hall. Is that truly the quality of a proper mage? Gerada delivered her concluding remark. From now on, you must become true mages. That's what I want to convey through this lesson, so carve it into your hearts. The entire classroom fell into dead silence. Estab brushed off the tension he had been holding onto. Turns out my initial thought was right after all. What a refreshingly convoluted loop. Gerada moved on to the main agenda. Now, come up one by one to measure your mana, Arjun. Startled upon hearing her name while still sniffling, the girl answered, why yes. Gerada instructed, you'll be the magic class representative for class M3. Your first answer made a great impression, so come up here and record your peers' mana readings. The girl instantly perked up, rushing down to her post as she said, thank you, Professor. Estelle let out a soft oh, marveling internally. So that's how you domesticate a whole class. Beside him, Chenbai bit into a handkerchief with teary eyes. So jealous, leaving Estelle completely speechless. Jealous of what exactly? Up front, she signaled for the support equipment to be brought forward. Assistant. The covering cloth was pulled away. A turquoise orb immediately revealed itself, causing the students to murmur in astonishment. Is that a mana-measuring device? I heard those things are nearly impossible to get your hands on. Gerada reached out to touch the orb. This is everyone's first time seeing one, right? She cast a meaningful glance. Now's the time to find out your own mana ratings, who knows? A burst of blue light radiated outward, leaving the students wide-eyed. Gerada chimed in with amusement. Looks like we have a monster among us. Damien glanced sideways at the magic array projected onto the ceiling, a finger lightly resting against his lips. Gerada spoke up. All right, the operation is very simple. She commanded, Arjun, place your hand on the crystal orb and channel your mana into it. And Arjun complied eagerly. Yes. Immediately after, she stepped up and pressed her palm against the crystal orb. The orb instantly erupted into a dazzling light, leaving Arjun staring in wide-eyed shock. Not long after, some sort of circular ring appeared on the crystal orb. Staring in astonishment, Arjun looked up with her jaw dropped in disbelief. With a deadpan expression, Gerada turned to the class and said, look closely, everyone. Among all the indices, the most important one right here is the refinement index derived from quality and elemental density, graded from level 1 to level 10. Pointing at the circle, she explained, Arjun achieved level 14, whereas last year's freshman average was level 3, You could say this is exceptionally good. Rubbing the back of her head shyly, Arjun thanked her. Thank you, Professor. Gerada observed for a moment before instructing. Next is measuring the total mana volume. It's simple, just pour your mana in. And Arjun followed suit. Yes, ma'am. Then Gerada continued. Total mana volume ranks are divided into a total of 100 levels. As the number 17 appeared on the circle alongside the announcement. Arjun is at level 17. Considering last year's average was level 15, this year's figure is slightly higher. Gerada smiled faintly. Looking at both her mana quality and quantity, you can tell just how diligently Arjun has been working day in and day out. Out of nowhere, she dropped a word of praise that made Arjun blush a deep red. Truly commendable. An admiring student muttered, I wish I could get a number that high, while Astat tuned it out and mused to himself. Well, looks like the future has already mapped itself out. He fell into brief contemplation. That kid is going to turn into a fiercely dedicated research fellow. A voice rang out across the vast room. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave here. Please proceed with the mana measurements according to the assistant's instructions. And someone replied, Understood. A cheerful girl laughed brightly. I need to focus even harder on breathing techniques, to which her friend happily responded. And I'll focus on refinement. The white-haired boy smiled invitingly. Astat, let's go up too, causing him to snap out of his thoughts and reply, sure. As Astat walked over, a loud shout made him stop and observe. Are you kidding me? The circle flared up again alongside an astonished declaration. Refinement index is level 6. Didn't she say the average is level 3? Total volume is level 22. I'm so jealous. Someone asked, what's your name? And the cold-faced girl replied, Furion. She then turned around to emphasize, Furion de deny. Hearing that, Astat thought to himself, same family as Dahlia, huh? Judging by the different hair color, she must be from a collateral branch. She barely dropped her name and immediately dragged her whole lineage into it just to show off. Looking rather surprised, the instructor gazed up and said, Truly living up to the name of a prestigious lineage, those are exceptional numbers, stroking his chin as he added. Though the total volume is a bit low compared to a level 6 refinement, it's still high enough. Furion nodded with a faint smile. I see. Damien snapped awake. So noisy, what's going on? As Astat turned to reply, nothing, go back to sleep, before immediately stopping himself. Oh right, I can't let him sleep. Astat looked at Damien and urged, it's almost time for our mana test, but looking half asleep, the kid vaguely asked, test what? And Astat answered helplessly, I don't know, but testing it can't hurt, thinking to himself, besides, we're in class anyway. Suddenly Damien bolted upright in delight and blurted out, really? Then I want to try too. Astat clutched his face in pure embarrassment. Geez, don't overreact like that. Someone watching from afar whispered, is that him? The young master of the Blandor family looks pretty young, huh? Oh, and the guy next to him must be Aster, the one who beat up Hickster. The observer wondered aloud, I wonder who holds the top spot. And another replied, God knows. Astat worriedly cast his gaze into the distance. Damn it. I didn't want to get famous for punching someone. The instructor cheerfully called out, Young master, what are you waiting for? You're the only one left who hasn't tested yet. Curious, Damien pointed at the device and asked, just channeling mana into this is enough. Then he quickly placed his hand upon the crystal orb. The students below turned pale. What the hell? Is this even making sense? Furion's expression turned terrifying. No way. She muttered in despair, impossible. Not long after, the circle manifested, alongside an utterly astonished proclamation. Refinement index level 9, total volume level 67. Hold on, is this thing broken? Astat looked at the instructor with a deadpan expression. Mortals looking at a genius always react that way. He recalled internally. Ordinary common sense could never comprehend such a dazzling, towering wall of talent. Astat stared at Damien and thought, well, I already knew Damien was a genius, but I didn't expect him to shatter the average by this much, though Damien just looked utterly clueless. Is this considered high? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Now I finally understand why they're called the monsters of Blandor. Their very life force is built different. Astat gazed sideways in deep reflection. If Damien had actually put in some effort in my past life, the continent's entire landscape would have changed. So things are definitely going to play out differently this time. He thought of Farin. I just need to make sure Blandor remains Declan's eternal thorn. All I have to do is help Damien step beyond the realm of ordinary mortals. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, the instructor forced a smile. Young Master Damien truly lives up to the Blandor family's prestigious reputation. Absolutely extraordinary. But you must never grow complacent. A mage's realm isn't decided by mana alone. Damien beamed with an innocent, radiant smile. Yes. Happily running over, he asked, "Hey friend, have you tested yet?" And Asta replied, "Not yet," prompting Damien to eagerly urge, "Then you should go test too." Asta stood still, quietly observing the room. He realized, everyone's probably dying to see what my numbers look like. A guy with no prestigious background who somehow hangs out with the Blandor young master, and even beat up the Dalemp family's collateral kid. Finally, Asta made up his decision. Well then, might as well test it out, carefully calculating to himself. To avoid drawing unnecessary trouble, I should just aim for a comfortably average score. The instructor asked once more, "You there, what's your name?" And Asta answered, "I'm Aster." As the instructor demanded, "Take your hand out of your pocket." Following that, he placed his hand on the crystal orb, subtly adjusting the properties of his mana. Instantly, Asta's fingers curled slightly as he poured in just the right amount. But Asta immediately noticed something was wrong. Wait, why is the threshold set this low? A surge of light illuminated the entire area. If it's like this, a notification popped up. Refinement Index Level 10. The circle gradually displayed the exact numerical reading. Another prompt flashed. Threshold exceeded, please reset the standard baseline. The onlookers broke into an uproar. What the hell exceeded the standard baseline? Is that even a thing? Damien gasped in shock. Whoa, awesome. Unfazed, Asta turned to say, "Looks like the device is glitching out, probably needs a recalibration." And the instructor replied helplessly, "I suppose so." But Damien squinted and asserted, "No way." He smiled deviously. "I know what's going on, it's definitely that." Looking rather awkward, the instructor gestured with his hand. "It's been reset, please try testing again." And Asta obediently complied, "Yes." A new notification appeared. Refinement Index Level 3, Total Volume Level 15. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Ah, figures, it was just a glitch earlier, knew it. Asta internally breathed a sigh of relief as well. Had to be extra careful this time, so that worked out. Balancing act is tough. Out of nowhere, an outright curse rang out. "What the fuck?" Completely short-circuiting, Asta asked, "Damien, why are you swearing?" Looking utterly pissed off, Damien retorted, "My friend, when you run into bullshit like this, what else is there to say? Total bullshit, seriously." Asta didn't reply, just casting a worried side glance. A gorgeous, sunny afternoon unfolded outside the school grounds. Over at Magic Studies, Building Number 1, Gerada stood with her arms crossed, staring out the window with a grave expression. She narrowed her eyes in thought. Magic Studies Building Number 2 is undergoing repairs smoothly. Gerada gazed into the distance. Only it's unclear why Declan, specifically Mage Callahan, ended up clashing with Parun. Then Gerada let out a sigh. "Well, Professor Parun used to be quite a big shot. He can handle himself. None of my business anyway." The instructor walked over to break the silence. "Professor Gerada, I'm Yorbai." Carrying a stack of documents, he approached. "I've brought today's mana measurement records." Gerada opened them up to review and muttered to herself, "The overall baseline this semester is pretty high. Furion, such a waste compared to the Deny family." She stopped at Damien's file. "Damien, those numbers match the greatest prodigy in Blandor's history. I'll need to personally keep an eye on his development." Suddenly, Gerada's eyes widened in astonishment. Asta's profile page appeared, causing her to freeze in place. Aster, the first measurement encountered an error and had to be retried. Gerada then mused, and that error was exceeding the maximum set threshold. Frowning deeply, she muttered, "Aster." Asta pointed straight at Damien's face and argued, "That piece of shit is meant for your own use, you jerk." While the kid argued right back without missing a beat. "Why shouldn't I? I want to." Someone pleaded helplessly, "Will you two please stop using those?" In the blink of an eye, a blue dragon took shape. "My friend, how's this?" Damien knitted his brow and asked seriously, "Do you think this looks okay?" Meanwhile, keeping his eyes lowered with complete indifference, Asta replied, "I think this is plenty." Hearing that, the kid immediately concluded, "Then this is version 2 of Blood, Sweat, and Tears." At that moment, Asta suddenly offered a suggestion. "Wait, make it more dynamic. Have the wings flare open and its mouth wide open like it's about to lunge forward." He paused for a second before continuing. "Remember that lion statue back at the estate? It looks way cooler when its mouth is open," prompting Chenbai sitting nearby to widen his eyes in awe. "Damn, crafting it like that is actually so easy." While Damien cheered in excitement. "Ooh, I love it." Watching Damien intently tweak his creation, he thought to himself, that incredible monster only shaped his mana into a simple dodecahedron, yet he's out here messing around with a mana control test like it's nothing. Melancholically on the verge of tears, Chenbai wept internally. "The world is truly massive, I'm just a hopeless failure." Meanwhile, casting a side glance at him, Asta sighed. "Well, I get how you feel, but what can you do? You just gotta accept reality and keep moving forward. Right as that thought finished, Damien suddenly called out to him, "My friend." Beaming brightly, he expressed, "Today was actually super fun. I'm starting to think coming to the academy was a great idea." Hearing those words from Damien, Asta instantly widened his eyes in surprise. Then he quickly composed himself and let out a soft chuckle, though. What a huge relief. Not long after, back at the academy's dormitory building, Asta sat in deep contemplation, staring down at the pouch in his hand. Holding the pouch with both hands, he began to calculate. Callahan's spatial pouch is locked, but applying the principles of magical security and spatial landscaping, I can easily dismantle the mana structure the user set up. Asta frowned slightly and muttered, "If we had the equipment, it wouldn't have taken even a week. Having to do it sneakily in a private room is why it took a whole month." The image of a certain medicinal elixir suddenly flashed in his mind. Well, at least I didn't just do that the whole time. I've also dissolved the elixir I got from Blandor into my mana. Back in his memories, an image of Asta resting his chin in his hand appeared, and I've absorbed quite a bit of useful knowledge from this academy. With a firm motion of both hands, he opened the spatial pouch. Anyway, I can open it now. Let's see what's inside. Asta began rummaging through the spatial pouch. Let's check it out. He suddenly pulled his hand back with a handful of newly discovered medicine. This is a bottle of potion. Next, Asta dragged out a large cloak. This is useless. Then he pulled out a silver bracelet. This is a protective item. Asta glanced down calmly and activated the bracelet. Could come in pretty handy. Not a bad defense capability for this tier. The next second, he continued his search through the spatial pouch. Where is that thing? Ah, here it is. Asta held up a book high in his hand, the prophetic grimoire of Declan, Crimson Fire. Farron's smirking face suddenly flashed in his mind. A branch of southern fire developed by the person who researched it. A cursed magic capable of burning through even energy shields. Thinking that, he tucked the book back into the spatial pouch. Of course, only someone at the master level can burn through shields. You can't learn that in a single night, so I'll study it gradually. Asta unconsciously rolled his eyes and muttered, thinking back, is today really that day? Midterm exams. The school courtyard was already packed with academy students. Damien shouted excitedly, "Midterm exams, midterm exams," while Asta complained from the side, "So many people," prompting Chenbai to chime in. "Everyone from class M1 all the way to ours is gathered here." A few seconds later, the kid suddenly leaned in close and asked quietly, "Hey, have you heard the news?" Leaving Asta to ask back in confusion, "What news?" Chenbai grinned and replied, "They're saying there's a strong chance the midterm exam is a canyon raid." A few days ago, some kids from class M1 overheard the administrative staff talking about having to tidy up the canyon during this busy time. Hearing that, Asta just gave a brooding look back, thinking to himself, Chenbai says the midterm exam consists of 3 practical tests. The image of a gloomy stone hallway suddenly flashed by. The trial room, where you have to navigate through maze-like sewers to reach the finish line. Next, images of rolling hills appeared. The canyon raid, which is about reaching the target point in order of arrival. Finally, the image of simulated opponents surfaced. The simulation room, where you fight against opponents or monsters. And among those is the canyon raid. Asta gave a faint snort and thought, the format doesn't matter. I just need to breeze through everything like usual. Yet as if thinking of something else, he silently evaluated. Looks like Chenbai isn't going to do well. Meanwhile, Chenbai was intently calculating. If it's a canyon raid, everyone here starts from the same place, and the rookies are definitely going to fling magic everywhere. So if we maintain a defensive spell and push forward first. At that moment, an authoritative voice rang out. "Everyone quiet down." Standing somewhere up ahead with long hair fluttering in the wind, the person spoke. "Pleased to meet you." Parun looked around and introduced himself. "I am Professor Parun, in charge of Class M1 in the Magic Department. I've been assigned as the lead professor for this midterm exam." The moment he laid eyes on him, Asta smiled. "Long time no see, Professor Parun. Your dark circles look even darker than the last time I saw you." Standing before the crowd, Parun continued. "As you all know, today is the day of the midterm exams." He parted his lips slightly to smoothly pronounce each word. "Today's exam is..." The last 3 words made Chenbai's face turn pitch black. "The trial room." Trembling, the kid muttered, "No way, my plan." Damien chimed in with words that felt like a dagger to Chenbai's heart. "Liar." Parun rolled his eyes and announced, "Next, I'll explain the rules. Line up by class and get ready." A moment later, he snapped his fingers. The objective of the exam is very simple. A spell instantly activated right behind Parun. The trial room is a maze-like underground sewer. If you reach the final door, you complete the exam. No matter which path you take, you'll eventually reach the end, so there's no need to worry. Hearing that, Chenbai let out a sigh of relief. Sounds easy. The moment the words left his mouth, Parun snapped his fingers again. But that would make this a meaningless race. In the blink of an eye, a simulated monster manifested. A golem. Seeing it, Chenbai froze completely. What? A golem in the exam? What is this? From the side, Damien narrowed his eyes and issued a warning. Watch your mouth, buddy. Parun continued his explanation. After all, it's just a clumsy combat machine. Its level might make it a bit tough, but I've exposed its core and reduced its durability, so you guys should be able to defeat it easily. Pausing for a second, he added, even so, in a confined space, it'll catch up to you instantly. So yeah, it's pretty tough. Parun listened in silence to the whispering students before clicking his tongue in annoyance. Mages, yet completely lacking in decisiveness. Parun suddenly recalled the image of a certain kid in his mind. Polar showed the determination to push himself to the limit. But was it because of the environment, I wonder? He cast a cold, detached glance across the crowd. Still, some students are actually quite useful. Catching Parun's eye first was a female student with blue eyes. Some people show real willpower even when they're worried. Next was another student with short brown hair. Those with the eyes of someone who isn't afraid to die. Then his gaze shifted to a male student wearing an arrogant smile. Finally, it landed on Damien, who was boredly sucking on his thumb, leading Parun to conclude, this student is a write-off. Looks like he doesn't have many ideas. He muttered thoughtfully, parting his lips slightly. Clearing his throat, Parun spat out 2 words. That's enough. He explained indifferently. The golems will only track down targets in the corridors. You can choose to defeat them or avoid them. With that, Parun held up a small bracelet. In addition, you'll be issued test bracelets. These test bracelets provide protection similar to an energy shield. Then he clenched his fist to activate the bracelet's mechanism. If the energy shield breaks, you're eliminated and the golems will stop attacking you. It's a fantastic competitive system. The students looked at each other apprehensively, none of them daring to mutter another word. Staring down the crowd before him, Parun dropped his final condition. Finally, since all of you have such a passive attitude, I'll make an offer. A cold smile crept across his face. Show me an impressive performance. It doesn't matter who arrives first or how many people get eliminated. Parun's following words left Asta thoroughly thrilled. Whoever puts on an impressive performance will receive a personal reward from me, something quite extraordinary. Asta flashed a toothy grin internally. Extraordinary, huh? In the school stood a renowned landmark, Laffeter, the largest library on the eastern continent. The library was divided into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower, of which the only tier he could access was the lower one. Standing deep in thought before a bookshelf inside, Asta mused, when I came here to look for clues about the fire mark, I couldn't even find a single grimoire in the lower tier. Relevant information quickly flickered through his mind. Conclusion. To find clues, I need to investigate at least the middle tier of the library. But the middle and upper tiers are only open to royalty, high nobility, or prestigious clans. Otherwise, the only way in is through recommendations from 3 or more professors. Back in reality, Asta looked at the scene ahead and analyzed internally. By that logic, I have to win Professor Parun's reward. Even though I just wanted to progress a step at a time, the people around me never leave me alone. He wore a sly, cunning smirk anyway. I've memorized the entire layout. Let's see if I can coast through this midterm evaluation. Up above, the sky was bright and clear, while down below the crucial competition was underway. That concludes the explanation of the practical exam. I'll give you some time to prepare, collect the necessary materials from the teaching assistant. Suddenly, 2 students rushed over to inquire frantically. Teaching assistant, are there any fire bombs? Oh, and flint stones too. Hearing that, the young man refused without a shred of hesitation. Your primary attribute is fire, denied. Right after that, someone else stepped forward with a request. Teaching assistant, I need a golem controller. Only for the young man to reject him just as firmly. Stop looking for shortcuts, denied. Standing behind them and watching everyone scramble around, Asta let out a helpless commentary. What a complete mess. Hard to tell if these are mages or a bunch of thugs. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, catching his attention. Professor. Over there, Damien was innocently making a request. Give me some vine seeds, just 20 seeds will do. The teaching assistant looked at him in total confusion. I'm not a professor, but... Did you say vine seeds? But Damien, your primary attribute is... Damien immediately demonstrated his power right in front of the young man. I don't have an attribute, but I can use plant-type magic, leaving the assistant somewhat speechless as he replied. I see. And just like that, Damien successfully acquired the items, thanking him cheerfully. Thank you so much. Behind him, Chenbai swallowed hard to build up his courage. Standing nearby, Asta quietly observed each of their reactions. Even Damien, who seems like he only cares about playing around, is preparing in his own way. Can Chenbai break out of his shell this time? A few minutes later, preparation time was up as Parun's announcement echoed in everyone's ears. I will now assign starting points. Check your names and proceed to your respective locations. Asta and his two friends intently studied the map. Scanning the board to find his spot, Asta muttered, Me. Starting point number 3. Finishing that, he checked on his companions. Damien was already waving goodbye cheerfully. Hey, see you inside. While Chenbai offered a warm blessing. Aster, Damien, good luck on the exam. Asta didn't reply, simply thinking with a serious expression. Everyone gets a different starting point. A few seconds later, he arrived at his location. Looks like there are 6 people at point number 3, none of whom I know. This reminds me of when I was a supervisor assigned to a different unit. Feels pretty uncomfortable. Suddenly, someone approached and probed. You're Aster, right? Asta glanced at the 3 youths and silently evaluated. What's this? They don't look like they're from class M3. I've never seen such arrogant and conceited faces. The lead youth spoke with high arrogance. I'm Daibi. I heard you're pretty good at fighting, so I'd like to make a proposal, to which Asta replied calmly. Go ahead. Daibi instantly broke into a smug, cocky smile and declared, I want to buy the bracelets of anyone who gets eliminated. He continued pitching the deal eagerly. 30 gold coins per bracelet. Including you and us, there are 3 of us. If we eliminate the other 3, I'll give you 90 gold. Hearing that, Asta calculated silently, 30 gold coins, equivalent to a month's salary for an average family, for a single bracelet. Not a bad price. Across from him, Daibi pressed on. This isn't a bad deal for a stray from the Gray District like you. Even if the young master's protecting you right now, how long do you think that's gonna last? You'd better find your own path. Asta didn't reply, just quietly staring at him. He's not entirely wrong, though. Asta weighed his options calmly. Other people would think this is a cowardly deal, but these guys simply know how to make the best of what they have. If they've got money to burn, what can you say? It's clearly to our benefit. But, puzzled, he asked, why 90 gold? Assuming the amount wasn't enough, Daibi casually raised the price. Not enough. Fine, I'll bump it up to 35 per bracelet, making a total of 105. But before he could finish, Asta cut him off. Even so, your math is still wrong. Asta pointed toward the other 3 guys and explained, looks like I'll have to recalculate for these young masters too. That's 3 of them, right? To which Daibi confirmed, that's right. Following that, Asta pointed at Daibi's group, plus you guys that make 6 people. Daibi answered warily, correct. Only for Asta to state seriously. Then why didn't you factor the price of your own lives into it? At 35 gold coins per life, the total should actually be 210 gold coins. The 3 of them froze in absolute shock. Anger welled up inside Daibi. What kind of loan shark math is this? Doesn't a vulgar bastard like you know your place? Where the hell do you get off being this confident? Trying his best to hold back, he replied, Is 35 gold not enough? Fine, I'll raise it to 40 and that's my final offer, prompting Asta to smile in satisfaction. Then the total comes to 240. Hearing that, Daibi cursed under his breath in disbelief. Is this guy out of his mind? Suddenly, an idea crossed his mind as he sneered contemptuously. Now I get it. A pitiful lowlife like you is trying to use this opportunity to line his own pockets. Daibi mocked him with supreme arrogance in his mind. Without realizing that greed is gonna get you killed. I guess an uneducated stray like you can't see the big picture. What a waste of time. He gritted his teeth in irritation. To carry out the young lady's orders, there's no better hound than Aster. But if this hound goes rabid, I'll just have to find another way. Glaring with disgust, Daibi turned to walk away. So negotiations are off. Fine, I'll pretend I didn't hear any of this. But Asta had no intention of letting him go, statting coldly. Where do you think you're going? Fine, walk away, but leave the payment for your group's bracelets before you head out. Daibi spun back around, shouting angrily. What are you babbling about? While Asta explained with the utmost serenity. If we load 3 cargo packs and 3 people onto a carriage, and you take the cargo, you should at least pay for the space those packs take up, right? Then he flashed a sly grin and demanded, pay up what you owe, 120 gold coins, 40 per head. Something inside Daibi's head officially snapped. Unable to hold back any longer, his companion started raging and cursing. Damn peasant. I've never seen such an insolent piece of trash. How dare you forget your own station? The youth sneered with utter contempt. You think a noble like Daibi is anything like you? Even his ancestors held the title of Baron. as Daibi calmly called out, "Fakin." Unfazed, Fakin kept yelling in a fury, "Daibi, don't stop me. Today I'm gonna teach this piece of trash a lesson he'll never forget." As the guy called his name again, Fakin. This time, realizing something was off, Fakin finally clamped his mouth shut and looked back. He saw Daibi reigning in his anger and ordering, "Will you shut the hell up?" Following that, Daibi pulled out a coin pouch and handed it over to Asta. 120 gold coins. Happy now. While internally fighting to keep his sanity, calm down, Daibi. The young lady's orders are more important than this idiot. Daibi forced himself to focus on the massive gains to stay level-headed. If we nail this deal with her, our guild's influence is gonna multiply tenfold. Across from him, Estad took the coin pouch and remarked casually, "I didn't realize you were a client of such high status." He then cheerfully declared, "In that case, the price for a high-status client like you goes up by double, making a grand total of 160 gold coins." Keeping his cool, Daibi handed over the rest. "Fine. 160 gold coins." Then he stared daggers right at Asta, issuing a chilling threat. "From this moment on, I'm gonna show you just how miserable 160 gold coins can make your life. You can look forward to it." High overhead, the sun hung directly at its peak. Down on the ground, the teaching assistant activated the magic array while reviewing the rules. "Let me remind you, if your bracelet stops working, you're eliminated. The energy shield activates whenever your body takes a direct physical attack." Chenbai lifted his arm to inspect his bracelet as he listened to the assistant's instructions. "Or any attack infused with mana," looking anxiously at his arm while the examiner's voice continued echoing in his ears. "If the energy shield is shattered, the bracelet will drop right where you stand." Nearby, Damien listened absent-mindedly, "And the wearer will be forcibly teleported outside the test zone, so there's no risk of severe injury." Not far away, Dahlia narrowed her eyes to steady her focus. The brown-haired girl also stared intently ahead with a tense expression. Asta stood indifferently, waiting for the timer to start. Behind him, Daibi stared daggers straight into the back of his head. Wrapping up the rules, the professor turned around and gave a nod of confirmation. Raising his cup, Parun gave the unhurried command, "Begin." Instantly, magic arrays lit up across the area. The other professors quickly pulled up display screens. "Teleportation complete. Internal video feeds active. The evaluation has begun." Glancing at the visuals, Parun silently assessed. Dahlia and Damien are at the same starting point. And also, suddenly one of the screens glitched out, making the assistant panic. "What's wrong with this thing?" While another instructor asked in shock, "What? The screen went black. Didn't you thoroughly check the magic crystals?" The man frantically denied, "No, I checked them twice." Parun set down his cup and spoke with steady calm. "Relax. I checked the magic crystals myself too, so which starting point is that?" Turning pale with dread, the assistant reported, That's number 3. Meanwhile, right at that specific location, a furious Astad declared, "Young masters, you've just been slapped with an extra 320 gold fine for insolence." The dazzling sun beat down fiercely from the sky. Down on the ground, the teaching assistant activated a magic array while lecturing on the rules. "Let me remind you all, if your bracelet stops working, you're eliminated. The energy shield will activate upon taking a direct physical blow or any mana-infused attack. Even if the shield is broken, the bracelet itself will remain intact." Standing in the courtyard, Asta listened calmly. "And the wearer will be forcibly teleported outside the test area, so there's no need to worry about serious injuries." Behind him, Daibi shot him a resentful glare. Wrapping up the explanation, Parun instantly announced, "You may begin." Instantly, groups of students were teleported into the testing grounds. A few seconds later, they materialized at their designated spots. Teleportation complete. The moment the magic array faded, Asta conjured a blue sphere of energy and spoke up. "All right, my dear clients." He directed the energy sphere toward the ceiling while turning his head back with a taunt. "You guys were staring at the back of my head like you wanted to drill holes through it." Flashing a scornful provocation, "We don't have much time, so let's get started," making Daibi's trio immediately channel their energy right at Asta. Daibi broke into an arrogant, mocking grin. "Arrogant little brat. Let's see how long that confidence lasts." Right after that, a fireball materialized and shot rapidly toward Asta. He sidestepped swiftly to dodge it, analyzing in his head, "Let's see. Getting hit by a spell means elimination and forced teleportation. In that case." Asta's figure swept past the fireball like a gust of wind. He closed in on the 3 of them with agile movements and raised his leg to attack. "Just dodge and strike. And if I retract my mana right before impact." His leg lashed out with a powerful burst of force. Catching Daibi completely off guard, Asta struck him right in the neck while calmly thinking, "They won't be flagged as eliminated." The very next second, He spun around to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks against the nearby companion. Beating them up with this new method is actually pretty satisfying. Without stopping there, Estad ducked under a fireball while taking care of the last remaining guy. A wave of immense satisfaction washed over him. Absolute perfection. A moment later, standing tall among them once more, he spoke up. Our young master must be rolling in wealth, recruiting all these guys in such a short span of time. Now then, let's see. Staring hard at Daibi with an icy gaze, Estad declared coldly, that'll be 320 gold coins as a penalty for your arrogance. And from now on, I'm deducting 1 silver for every single hit. Sound fair? Inside the labyrinth, the dust kicked up by the recent clash still drifted through the air. Struggling back to his feet, Daibi cursed with a furious tone, you bastard. His face was swollen all over, but that couldn't stop the stream of insults spilling from his mouth. Just you wait. How dare you? Who the hell do you think you? Not even bothering to listen, Estas swiftly used magic to shut Daibi up, shut it. He then looked at the glowing aura around the guy and calculated, let's see, that makes 100 hits, meaning a deduction of 10 gold. Man, it's so hard to control my strength when Damien isn't around. After all, we can't have the victim and the culprit getting mixed up. Picking up the bracelet without a shred of internal remorse, he thought, and clearly I'm the victim here. Stashing the item away, Estas muttered with a hint of boredom, all right. I've managed to snag 6 bracelets, what's next? Plopping down cross-legged, he weighed his options in deep thought. I need recommendation letters from at least 3 people, which means I still need 2 more after getting Professor Parun's reward, meaning another professor will have to step up and give me a recommendation. Propping his chin in his hand, Estas pondered, what kind of jaw-dropping performance should I put on this time? As his eyes swept over the surrounding architecture, an idea instantly flashed in his mind. How about I just wreck this entire trial hall? All I'd need to do is shatter the 4 main load-bearing pillars supporting the foundation. But then Estas rubbed the back of his head and instantly dismissed the thought, are you insane? I can't do that. I'd end up making an enemy of the entire eastern continent. Failing to come up with anything else, he temporarily gave up. Why stress my brain over it? Since there's nobody to beat up right now, I might as well head outside and see what I can find. Walking away, he muttered softly under his breath, by the way, I wonder if those guys are doing okay. Meanwhile, from another section of the area, a chorus of panic screams rang out. Hey, isn't this straight-up cheating? Damn it, is pulling something like that even allowed? A terrified teenager widened his eyes in absolute horror and pleaded, hey, at this rate all of us are gonna get disqualified, young master, please. Begging with tears streaming down his face, let us through. And what had driven them to this state was none other than the golems controlled by Damien. Watching them with a thoroughly amused grin, he rejected them, no. Left with no other choice, the 3 of them had no option but to flee, one of them yelling while trying to fend off a golem. How on earth is he controlling golems using vine seeds? While his companion chimed in with a panicked wail, damn it, those vines are blocking my magic. Suddenly, one of the teenagers accidentally tripped over a rock on the path. That mishap sent him tumbling flat onto the ground. It also robbed him of any chance to run, leaving him staring up in sheer terror as a golem closed in on him. Seeing it raise a massive arm to strike, he couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a blood-curdling scream. Over in another section of the exam grounds, Chenbai wore a dead-serious expression as he announced, all right, listen up, everyone. I just want to pass this test, got it? Hiding hurriedly behind a wall, he pleaded loudly, so please stop attacking me. Though unfortunately, his fellow classmates had other ideas. You're just a commoner, shut your trap and hand over your bracelet. Elsewhere, after launching a relentless barrage, the white-haired girl panted heavily from exhaustion and ordered, hey, turn around and go grab it, prompting the brunette girl to snap back in annoyance. What? Why me? What if you stab me in the back? Seeing this, the girl softened her tone to negotiate. Then let's just leave that guy busy running around until he runs out of mana, to which the other retorted without missing a beat. How the hell am I supposed to trust you? Did you forget you just stabbed that guy in the back a minute ago? Hidden behind the wall, Chenbai took in the scene and seized his moment. Now's my chance. Decisively, he stood up and sneaked away. Ignoring the bickering behind him and marching firmly toward his goal, Chenbai thought, I shouldn't be too greedy, all I need to do is pass the test, so this is fine. With that, he quietly sprinted along a stretch of the hallway. Suddenly, Chenbai froze in shock as he noticed something unusual. Raising his arm in utter puzzlement, he muttered, what's wrong with my bracelet? Then he slumped in despair. Did I get hit by a spell without even realizing it? Guess I'm getting disqualified after all. Sitting down with his knees pulled to his chest against the corner of the wall, Chenbai thought to himself, I'm probably gonna get teleported out in a few seconds. But as time ticked by, he remained right where he was. Perplexed, Chenbai asked himself, why am I still not teleported? When suddenly a voice rang out, cutting through his thoughts. Did everyone hear that? A contemptuous voice echoed, "Greetings, you bookworms of Zenian Academy." Hearing those exact words, Chenbai's eyes dilated in sheer terror. That sinister voice. That guy's definitely not from the academy. The realization made him scramble back up on high alert, while the intruder continued his broadcast. You lot might not know who we are, but I'm sure a few of you can guess. And if you've guessed right, you know precisely why we're doing this. Simultaneously, the exact same audio broadcast reached Damien's location. I have a message for that person. We have no demands, only a price to pay for crossing the Great One. Barely catching the first few words, he wrinkled his nose in disgust. What is this? Totally creepy. Beside him, a golem suddenly emitted a weird, faint mechanical whir. But no one had the leisure to notice as the intruder coldly revealed, today, right here in this very place. With an arrogant declaration of doom, every single one of you students is going to die. And right on cue, the surveillance monitors outside simultaneously flickered pitch black. An assistant frantically reported, the control system has crashed. While inside, the intruder kept pouring salt on the wound. There's no way out now, so go ahead and die in despair. Contrasted against the panicked announcements of the teachers as all the magical viewing orbs went dead as well. One assistant couldn't contain his fury and barked, "Damn it, who the hell are you bastards?" Right at that moment, Parun slammed his hands down on the desk and stood up, his authoritative voice cutting through the panic. Enough. Calmly taking command, he ordered, "Stop wasting your energy. Go find the professors right now. And make sure you bring Professor Felina with you." To which the assistant whipped around and answered, "Right away, sir." Following that, a young man sprinted off urgently to relay the orders. "Hey, call the professors immediately. Go find Professor Felina. The headmaster. Contact the headmaster too, hurry." As for Parun, his anger flared so intensely that he cracked his desk in half. A terrifying expression twisted Parun's face. "You damn pests. How dare you?" Cutting back to the exam grounds, a disabled golem lay smashed against the wall. Tugging at his hair, Astam muttered a foul curse under his breath. Damn it. Watching the swarm close in on him, he snapped in frustration. What the hell is even going on here? Moving with blinding agility, Astam launched into an attack against the golems, blocking his path. The more he fought, the heavier his heart grew. About 10 minutes have passed since that announcement echoed across the entire exam zone. Staring at the golems in sheer disbelief, he thought, golems, things that are supposed to be sluggish and rigid, are suddenly moving this fast and agile. Observing their behavior while darting away, he deduced. Furthermore, they're pinpointing my exact location and charging straight at me. Defending himself while deep in thought, he reasoned. For these gate guardian golems to act on their own and rush us means someone tampered with the control system. They must have dragged every single golem out of storage, which explains why there are so many of them. Astab broke into a wide, excited grin. Who the hell do these guys think they're messing with? I'm scavenger number 1. I've survived everything under the sun except an aerial dogfight. Instantly generating an orb of dense power, he charged forward ferociously. I'm gonna smash every single one of you to pieces. Over in another sector of the maze, Chenbai wandered around looking thoroughly dejected. Frowning miserably, he thought to himself, if I knew it'd turn out like this, I should have just let myself get disqualified early. I thought I was gonna die. Wait, I'm not dead yet, so I guess I'm about to die. Suddenly, he spotted someone approaching his position. Squinting ahead, Chenbai tried to guess a survivor. Who's that? As the distance closed, Astaz's figure came into sharp, unmistakable focus. Instantly, Chenbai waved his arms in joyful relief, but his voice withered away into a weak squeak. Because hot on the guy's heels was an entire mob of rampaging golems. Jogging right past him with casual nonchalance, Aster tossed out a warning. "Oh, it's you, Chenbai, run." Terrified out of his mind, Chenbai let out a shriek and scrambled to keep pace right behind him. Astag glanced sideways at his companion with a weary sigh. "I sensed someone and came to check, but it wasn't Damien. At this rate, Chenbai's gonna get caught with that pathetic stamina of his. Well, looks like it's time for Plan B." Decisively issuing a demand, "Chenbai, hand over your bracelet," leaving the boy staring at him in utter confusion. With absolute calm, Aster explained, "A golem's detection range isn't that wide, so the only reason they're tracking us this relentlessly, pinpointing the anomaly directly, means the bracelet is linked to the control system. They're basically acting like homing beacons." Hearing that, Chenbai pulled out his bracelet to inspect it. Looking worriedly at him, Chenbai asked, "What about you, Aster?" To which he replied without a trace of panic, I've already been flagged as the primary target. So my survival odds are actually higher if they keep focusing on me while you slip away. Once you're safe, I'll ditch them and go look for Damien. Asta pointed out flatly, and you still have a family waiting for you, right? He added with stern earnestness, anyone who has a chance to live should survive, making Chenbai's eyes widen in sheer shock. Then he stared silently down at the ground. Memories of his family's parting words suddenly flashed through Chenbai's mind. My son, don't worry about anything else and just focus on your magic. No matter what anyone says, never let them crush your spirit, you hear me? Big brother, you gotta teach me after you graduate, okay? Pressing his lips into a tight line, a fierce resolve solidified deep within his chest. Right after that, tears welling up in his eyes, Chenbai screamed at the top of his lungs, damn it all. You better survive, we're gonna see each other again. Catching the bracelet tossed his way, Estas smiled with a promise, I know. With that, Chenbai bolted off headfirst into the corridor. I don't have a choice, I have to live. The image of his family flashed across his mind. His parents, who bought him a grimoire instead of food. His younger sister, who was forced to drop out of school because of him, and all the privileges his family deserved but never got. Chenbai poured every ounce of his remaining strength into running forward, as if chasing after that vision of his family. I have to give it all back to them. But abruptly, his mother's final words echoed in his ears. Chenbai, our pride and our hope. Chenbai ground to a halt, standing frozen in a daze as he thought, am I really someone worth being proud of? He stood motionless, recalling all the labels people had pinned on him. Hesitant, utterly lacking in courage, a complete nobody like me. Then Chenbai slowly turned his head back to look. He caught sight of Asta, holding off the swarm of golems single-handedly. The sight forced a self-reproach. Am I really worthy of pride if I run away and abandon a friend? Hell no. Decisively spinning back around, Chenbai thought, I refuse to let guilt crush me anymore. No matter how mediocre I am, I will never. He raised both hands with unyielding determination. Instantly, a golden aura flared up around his body as Chenbai made his ultimate choice deep within. I'm never giving up. Channeling his internal energy to its absolute limit, he declared, I have to use the strongest spell I know. The figure of his mentor flashed across his mind as Chenbai prayed fervently. The spell left behind by my mentor, the man who unlocked my talent, please let it work. The sheer strain of forcing out so much mana caused a bloody nose to spring from his face. But that couldn't stop him as he pleaded, please. In the blink of an eye, a formidable spear materialized out of earth and stone. Please hit Earth Spear. Gritting his teeth hard and fixing a fierce glare ahead, an old memory of his mentor's voice surfaced in his mind. What do you think? Sounds pretty badass, right? Chenbai vividly remembered the proud expression on the old man's face back then. Even so, watch closely. His mentor had conceptualized the technique with flawless precision, projecting its majestic aura just like a knight's lance piercing through everything. Returning to reality, Chenbai looked an absolute wreck. But ignoring his condition, he roared at the top of his lungs, Aster. Hearing the commotion, Asta whipped his head around in sheer astonishment. He watched as Chenbai hurled the massive spear forward with all his might. Instantly, it shot forward like a bolt of golden lightning, slamming directly into the pack of golems and obliterating everything in its path. Staring fixedly at the devastation, Asta arrived at a hard-to-believe conclusion. That magic didn't just alter the shape of the stone within the trial hall, it fundamentally altered its very substance. Stunned in disbelief, he thought, altering both form and substance is an insane feat. Asta's emotions swirled into a complex mess. Meanwhile, right after unleashing the attack, Chenbai coughed up a mouthful of blood. Looking utterly battered and drained, Asta confirmed it with certainty. A level of magic Chenbai has no business being able to control. Suddenly, Chenbai's legs gave out from under him. Asta rushed forward just in time to catch him. Kneeling beside him, he called out calmly, Chenbai. Forcing a weak, boastful smile, the boy wheezed, a long time ago. My mentor, or I guess that's what you'd call him, gave me this spell called Earth Spear. Sounds kinda badass, right? Asta deadpanned his critique. Not really a badass name at all, prompting a disbelieving squeak from Chenbai, really. To which he immediately softened his tone, but I suppose it's not entirely uncool either. He added further, with magic like that, the user is ultimately the one who has to prove it. Whether it's badass or not all depends on what you do with it. Emotion choked the boy's voice as he called out Aster. But before he could ramble further, Asta shoved a healing potion straight into his mouth. So stop acting like you're on your deathbed. You're not gonna die from a little mana exhaustion. Leaving Chenbai to groan in agony. It stings and itches so bad. Letting the boy recover slightly, Asta finally had the leisure to weigh his next move. Now what do I do with this kid? I can't drag him along, but I can't just leave him here either. Beside him, Chenbai stared down at his body in awe. Is this the power of medicine? Closing his eyes to scan for enemy signatures, Asta muttered, let's see. A mental map of the labyrinth crystallized in his mind. If I'm reading these presences right, it's coming from that direction. Right after that, Asta stood up and pointed the way for his companion. Chenbai, walk straight down this corridor. Take a right at the intersection, and you'll run into the other students. Hearing that, Chenbai asked with immediate anxiety, Aster, what about you? Ignoring the question, Asta turned his gaze to survey the surroundings. His eyes caught a strange, unnatural crimson aura emanating from one specific path. The mana flow leading toward the control room is weird. It feels familiar, but it's not Declan's signature style, therefore. Asta's expression turned dead serious as he resolved, there's something I need to take care of, while internally cementing his decision. I gotta go check this out. Shifting over to Asta's perspective, sprinting forward, a stray thought crossed his mind. Where the hell have I felt this exact sensation before? It feels like a memory of something. Not Declan, but something that brushed past. Mid-thought, our male lead rounded a corner. The moment he cast his gaze sideways and took in the sight before him, he froze dead in his tracks. Blocking his path was a spatial tunnel radiating an overwhelming, oppressive aura of malice, prompting a name to instantly flash in Asta's mind. This is the demon realm. Right, no wonder it felt so familiar. This demonic miasma is unforgettable. And there are demonic beasts swarming all over the place. Eyes narrowed, Asta surveyed the scene. Up ahead, shadowy, humanoid silhouettes were clawing their way up from the ground, recreating the very cursed creatures that had terrorized the continent centuries ago, always pulling the most sickening stunts imaginable. Pryzen, you pathetic, scheming rat. The mere mention of that name twisted Asta's face into a terrifying, bone-chilling grin. In a parallel development inside the control room of the trial hall, Pryzen was laughing like a maniac. Ha ha, it worked. It actually worked. A demonic beast has truly manifested. The demon realm has been perfectly replicated. Last time we only got halfway with just the miasma, but this time it's an absolute success. All thanks to this ancient artifact. He crowed, staring down greedily at the gauntlet strapped to his arm. A mental reel of his execution played in his head. Using an isolated pocket dimension, I slipped inside without hitting a single snag, and with the corrosive demonic miasma, I seized the control room. Not only did I secure absolute override control, but I even recreated the demon realm itself. Isn't this scenery just an absolute masterpiece? Right at that moment, a shadowy figure materialized directly behind him and demanded, "Success! You better not have cut any corners." Pryzen beamed with utter smugness. "Just generating the miasma fulfills our contract. The professor you're targeting is gonna drown in despair anyway." An icy, gravelly voice answered his arrogance, setting down a hard boundary. "Fine, I don't care how you do it as long as Zenian Academy, the place protecting that professor, gets leveled to dust." Pryzen offered a bow, though dripping with sarcasm. "Sure. Whatever you say, you loyal attack dog of the noble Beimer family, as if you actually had a choice anyway." An insult that instantly triggered the hired hound as he hissed a venomous warning. "If you want to keep breathing, you'd better keep my family's name out of your filthy mouth." Returning his attention to Pryzen, the man didn't dare utter another sound, though increasingly contemptuous thoughts filled his head. At the end of the day, this guy's just a vassal to Declan, always standing around acting high and mighty. What a coward. But once this contract is over, the Beimer family's going to give me my own private lab. I can put up with him until then. More importantly, creating the demonic realm means fulfilling the cult's ultimate wish. How exhilarating. Oh, come on, forbidden magic is saved. Those old farts in the guild are gonna be drooling all over themselves, backing me up for sure. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got, practically drooling all over himself. Yet his joy barely lasted a breath before the big guy standing in front of him snapped him back to reality. "Hey, Pryzen, how's the core control going? We've got a cadet coming this way." The voice jarred Pryzen out of his delusions, but he immediately brightened up. "Huh, a cadet? Haha, our very first test subject has arrived." The big guy looked at him with a puzzled expression. Pryzen grinned broadly as he filled him in. "Aren't you curious what happens when a human comes into contact with that much demonic energy?" As he spoke, he watched the surveillance screen where Asta was standing outside the demonic realm gate and explained further. "He'll probably lose his mind or drop dead on the spot. Corrupting miasma, that's all anyone ever knows. But according to old texts, it's different for humans with mana or ether. It triggers the human-to-beast phenomenon, turning them into monsters driven entirely by madness. All right, what are you gonna do now? A golem at his back, a demonic beast ahead. There was nowhere left to run. Might as well just push forward, right? But it's not even that much of a hassle. Right as that thought crossed his mind, he suddenly saw a stag glaring straight at him, as if the kid could see right through the surveillance magic. That caught Pryzen off guard. Then he noticed Astaz's lips moving to mouth a few words. "Get ready, Pryzen." Beside him, the big guy looked over at Pryzen with curious eyes and asked, "Have you ever met that kid before?" Pryzen shook his head in utter bewilderment. "Huh, no, who the hell is that kid that? How does he even know my name? What the hell is going on here?" Right as that thought hit him, his eyes suddenly went wide, as he watched Astaz pull out a handful of test bracelets. Next on the surveillance screen, the demonic beasts swarmed forward in unison. Seeing that, Astaz kicked off the ground, gathering powerful momentum before rocketing forward at wind-shattering speed. Consequently, before the demonic beasts could even lay a finger on him, they were the ones taking the hits. Moving with blinding speed, he slapped a test bracelet onto each of the demonic beasts, and those bracelets were precisely how the golems identified their targets. Consequently, the golems instantly redirected their aggression toward the demonic beasts. As for Astaz himself, he stated coldly, "From here on out, slaughter each other." Inside the control room, Pryzen quickly realized Astaz's game plan, his face turning as pale as a corpse as he shrieked, "No, my bobbies." Yet before he could worry any more about his bobbies, another realization hit him. Wait, what about that kid? How is he moving that fast? Through the surveillance screen, he watched Astaz charging forward like a bolt of lightning. Panicking, he spun around to beg the big guy next to him. "Hey, stop him right now. You idiots, he's breaking through. Go, move it." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a massive explosion echoed from behind them. Meanwhile, Astaz had successfully breached the laboratory. He casually called out a greeting. "Long time no see, Pryzen. We finally caught up, huh?" Elsewhere, with pale, piss-your-pants terror written all over his face, his buddy Chenbai stammered out the exact same phrase. "Yeah, we finally caught up. How have you been, Damien, or is it not you?" Up ahead, Damien was using his plant magic to control the golems, flashing a bright smile as he replied, "Spot on. I'm here to protect my friends. Look, these are Cerberus number 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, cool." Chenbai stammered in response, completely baffled internally. Wow, is using golems like that even allowed? Before they could exchange any more pleasantries, a white-haired girl piped up. "Hey, how'd you manage to get all the way here by yourself?" Prompted by the question, Chenbai instinctively blurted out the method of ditching the bracelet that Astaz had mentioned to him. By ditching the bracelet, didn't they already throw their bracelets away? Realizing the truth as he spotted the bracelets still resting on their wrists, he panicked and screamed, "Everyone, take your bracelets off right now. The golems are tracking us through them." The white-haired girl blankly glanced down at her own wrist. Before she could even process it, a mocking voice cut in. "Haha, what a joke. This is a test zone. Why on earth should I trust you and take off my bracelet? Are you out of your mind? Are you trying to steal everyone's bracelets here?" The accusatory shout made Chenbai tense up even more. The shoulder-length-haired student aggressively interrogated him. Your real intention is to rob everyone's bracelets here, isn't it?" Bia warned seriously. "Do you even realize how important the bracelet is right now? It's linked to the control system and basically functions as a tracking beacon." Skeptically, the student cross-examined him. "Did you figure that out all by yourself?" To which he awkwardly stammered, "No, Aster told me." The shoulder-length-haired student burst out laughing. "I knew it." With heavy sarcasm, he continued. "You threw away your bracelet after getting scammed by some Grey District sewer rat, and now you're trying to cheat just so you don't fail the exam." Birds of a feather flocked together. The student's tone grew increasingly mocking. "Even you, the model student of the class, got corrupted by a sewer rat." The surrounding whispers broke out, leaving Bia completely caught off guard. But the next second, he gritted his teeth hard. "Don't you dare talk about him like you know everything." Bia recalled the moment Astaz told him to run while he held off the golems alone. "Aster, you did that for my sake." A voice pulled him out of his flashback. "When I first met Aster," Damien marched forward heroically to recount. "I asked him what I had going for me, and he answered immediately without a single second of hesitation. 'You've got a friend,' Damien declared with sudden maturity, unhesitatingly unbuckling the bracelet from his wrist as he proclaimed, 'Therefore, I trust my friend.'" Damien casually tossed the bracelet onto the ground. "I don't need this piece of junk. Take as many as you want." Shifting right back to his usual casual self, he urged, "Let's go, Chenbai," leaving the kid wide-eyed. "Damien." A wave of confusion washed over Bia. "You're not usually like this. Who the hell are you really?" Back to Astaz, he was standing face-to-face with Pryzen. "Long time no see, Pryzen. so we finally meet again. Asta flashed an excited, wicked grin. Back then, I even went all the way into the demonic realm just to kill you. Never thought I'd run into you here. Confused out of his mind, Pryzen looked from him to the guy beside him and protested. You lunatic, I have no idea who you are. What demonic realm? Hound, what are you doing? Isn't your job supposed to be protecting me? The Hound looked skeptical. Are you sure this is your first time meeting him? To which Pryzen insisted. I'm telling you, I'm just as lost. The man let out a sigh. Fine. Gripping his scythe tightly, the Hound muttered, Kid, a contract's a contract, so I don't have a choice here. Radiating murderous intent as he stared down Asta, he warned, I'm gonna kill you without leaving a trace. Asta frowned slightly. Beimer, one of Declan's vassal families. Rummaging through his memories, Beimer's secret art, wind magic. Their speed and piercing strikes were well known, practically resembling archers, cultivated by specially training a discarded child. Reaching that conclusion, he stared at the man before him. It's this Hound, a true Hound leading the charge on the battlefield. But a rising wave of doubt stirred in Asta's mind. Frowning deeply, he barked out, Why the hell is Beimer's Hound hanging out with a scumbag sewer rat like him? The Hound glared at Asta, making no effort to hide his bloodlust. What's your deal? Do you even know who we are? Asta growled back, shouting fiercely, I asked first. Emphasizing every single syllable with a cold, piercing stare, he demanded, Why is Beimer's Hound hanging out with a scumbag sewer rat? Choking on his words in disbelief, the Hound thought, What? Did he lose his mind facing death? What does that even have to do with you? Asta roared in fury. Why is Beimer's Hound hanging out with such a scumbag sewer rat? Answer me. Veins bulged violently on the Hound's forehead. This lunatic. He screamed back in rage. Stop repeating the same damn question. With that, the Hound swung his scythe toward Asta. The razor-sharp blade flashed like a feral hound baring its razor-sharp teeth, ready to tear its prey to shreds. Asta didn't just stand there waiting for the attack. He lunged forward instantly. Moving with agile grace, he slipped past the flailing chains and pressed straight ahead. Right in the thick of the intense exchange, he stubbornly kept pressing. Why is Beimer's Hound hanging out with a scumbag sewer rat? Gritting his teeth while frantically weaving a magic circle with his free hand, the Hound snapped. I told you to cut it out, you lunatic. Do you know me or what? Why are you so obsessed? The next instant, the Hound's scythe split into two. The dual metal blades spun furiously clockwise, emitting a piercing, screeching howl. Guided by the Hound, they whipped around to strike Asta straight from behind. Bloodshot veins choked Asta's eyes as he kept hurling questions. Beimer, Hound, sewer rat. The absolute last thread of the Hound's sanity snapped, his eyes bulging with savage fury. Stomping off the ground to lunge forward, the Hound snarled. You crazy bastard, I'll tear you to pieces while you're still breathing. Confident as ever, he thought, I've enchanted my weapon with recoil, spin, and velocity. There's no way you're dodging this. Out of nowhere, Asta paused and taunted. Getting emotional, are you? He abruptly leaped backward the exact moment the twin blades lunged at him. Reaching out with both hands, Asta grabbed the chains connecting the weapon. I used to raise dogs. Giving a hard yank, he brought the blades to an abrupt halt, their tips scraping violently against the stone floor and sending sparks flying as Asta finished. And dogs tend to get anxious when you repeat loud, tense phrases over and over again, just like you right now. With that, he flashed a villainous, smug grin dripping with provocation. Livid with bloodshot eyes, the Hound cursed, You dead-set piece of trash, treating people like dogs, as he swung his arm to attack again. But before he could pull off anything dangerous, Asta used the Hound's own scythe to stab him straight in the stomach. Aren't you Declan's dog? Pryzen dropped his jaw in horror and screamed, What are you doing? Hound, if you lose to a brat like this. Asta clenched his fist, discharging a burst of electricity. Showing zero mercy, he delivered a devastating blow straight to the Hound's face, a collision of sheer power. Standing frozen in place, Pryzen watched the Hound cough up blood right in front of him. Asta's voice startled him back to reality. Pryzen, looks like you still love hiding behind other people's backs. But now it's just the two of us, isn't it? He flashed a cold, chilling smirk. Furious, Pryzen whipped out a magic bomb. Damn it, you little punk. Asta raised the scythe high in the air. Before Pryzen could trigger it, Asta cleanly sliced off the arm holding the bomb at the shoulder. The man shrieked in agonizing pain. My arm, my arm. Clutching his bleeding shoulder in panic, Pryzen glared at him and yelled, What the hell are you? Stay back, back off. He glanced behind him, spotting something shifting in the distance, the demonic realm. Right, the demonic realm. Pryzen grinned coldly with a threat. If you kill me, you won't be able to stop the demonic realm. Are you really gonna let your friends die in there? Asta's expression instantly turned dead serious. He replied indifferently, So what? Pryzen's eyes bulged. What? Asta strolled slowly toward Pryzen, Fine, I'll wait. Make sure you thoroughly enjoy the sight of the demonic realm devouring everyone. His eyes locked onto him with merciless coldness. Next up, it's your turn. Astaz's voice dripped with murderous intent. Keep laughing while you still can. Stumbling back through the pool of blood, Pryzen thought in sheer terror, damn it, what kind of monster is this guy? Not just regular demonic energy, but an entire demonic realm. And he doesn't even bat an eye watching it swallow his friends. The thought only fueled his dread. Recalling Astaz's warped expression and glowing red eyes, Pryzen wondered in deep panic, is he even human? Stammering out a desperate plea, I can stop the demonic realm. In 5 more minutes all your friends. Before he could finish, Astaz cut him off. Will be dead anyway. Pryzen pressed on, it's supposed to, why the hell not? As Astaz closed in coldly, lowering his voice to ask, you're asking why? Mid-sentence, Astaz suddenly lunged forward to grab the arm wearing Pryzen's artifact, squeezing down hard as Pryzen let out a blood-curdling shriek. My artifact. Internally losing his mind, he stared down at his trembling, empty hand in panic. When did he? Astaz casually slipped Pryzen's artifact onto his own wrist, taunting him with a smirk. You really thought you were the only one who knew how to use this piece of junk? Waving his hand over the orb, it instantly lit up as Astaz gave a dry, nostalgic chuckle, memories flooding right back. From the orb, a magic array along with a phantom quartz block emerged. A gentle fragrance swirling around Astaz, while a shell-shocked Pryzen stood rooted to the spot in sheer disbelief. Horrified with a twisted grimace, Pryzen thought nervously, how the hell did he? As if reading his mind, Astaz tilted his head slightly toward Pryzen, dropping the temperature of his voice to a freezing chill as he emphasized. How could I ever forget you? You're the one who taught forbidden magic to the young family head. With that, he repeated, forbidden magic. Pausing for a beat, he rattled off in a steady, deliberate tone. They say blood runs thicker than water. The young family head survived, but you didn't. Naturally, Declan is gonna pin all the blame on you and execute you. That's why I hunted you down, because I wasn't about to let you become Declan's property. That was the true purpose behind his presence here all along. Astaz muttered somberly, turns out I chased you for quite a while. I wasn't in my right mind back then, so keeping track of time was tough. Even me, the guy who prides himself on catching anyone on the continent he sets his sights on, couldn't catch you alone. Goes to show just how sly and slippery you really are. Hearing himself praised, Pryzen eyed him with intense, suspicious wariness. Astaz kept barring his soul, from the gray district to the dark alleys of the kingdom, all the way to the Empire's underworld. There's no place I didn't tear apart. My hands got soaked in plenty of blood. Chasing, and more chasing, and the place you finally picked was the demonic realm. He trailed off, cupping his head with a self-deprecating laugh. Astaz bared his vulnerabilities with bitter sentiment. Yeah, the demonic realm. I thought I was losing my mind. You were nowhere to be found, demonic beasts kept swarming me, my body was collapsing from the miasma, and my sanity was shattering. Staring at the artifact on his wrist, then back at the glowing orb, Astaz chuckled bitterly as he recounted. When I finally gave up and walked out of the demonic realm, a cleanup coordinator was waiting for me. He said he had info to report but didn't have the guts to step into the demonic realm, so he waited outside. You know what he told me? Twisting his gloomy, contorted face toward Pryzen, Astaz mocked. He said you were dead, that Declan had caught you, and you spilled every last detail on how to use the forbidden magic and artifacts. Talk about a massive letdown. I sat outside the demonic realm for days on end just staring at the sky. As Astaz slowly closed the distance, Pryzen whimpered in agony from his severed, bleeding arm. Panting heavily and growing weak, Pryzen wheezed. I have no idea what you're talking about. I've never been involved with any young family head of any noble house. Right then, Astaz reached into a spatial vortex. Pulling out a vial of medicine and popping the cap, he remarked half-jokingly, half-mockingly, You're bleeding way too much. Must have slipped my mind. Flashing a deranged grin, he forcefully shoved the medicine down Pryzen's throat while grinding out. You're not allowed to die yet, so take a breather and listen to the rest of the story. As the medicinal liquid slid down his throat, Pryzen desperately calculated internally, what's this? A healing potion. Is he saving me? This is my chance. I gotta find an opening to counterattack and survive. Raising his head with a distant gaze, Astaz reminisced. Anyway, to continue the story. While I was staring up at the sky like that, one day a wyvern flew past. Witnessing that sight at the time had forced a stray thought out of him. Must be nice to be that free. Astaz raised his eyes toward the ceiling, reflecting on those days. Then I looked at myself and realized what an idiot I was. Somewhere along the line, my revenge stopped being about my comrades and simply turned into an outlet for my own pent-up emotions. Just like that, I cleared the thought of revenge right out of my head. While he was lost in his storytelling, Pryzen, having recovered slightly, readied himself to strike. Now's my chance. Muttering the incantation under his breath, forbidden magic, was abruptly cut off as Astas spun around, clamped a hand over his face, and raised his voice with a mocking smirk. But today, I finally ran into you. With that, Astas slammed Pryzen's head straight down against the stone floor. With burning red eyes and the look of a madman, he laughed derisively. Yeah, it's been a long, grueling stretch just waiting for today. That's why I went over the knowledge you left behind so many times it's almost weird. The demonic realm, the forbidden magic, this disgusting artifact. Astas yanked Pryzen's face back up by the collar as the man coughed violently. Working his magic as he spoke, he added, "Furthermore, it recorded in agonizing detail how my comrades died. And as it happens, the one thing I've got plenty of right now is time," he said, snatching a length of chain as the air grew increasingly suffocating. Raising a hammer high in his hand, Astas grinned with feverish excitement. "I'm going to recreate every single one of those pains for you. This is gonna be so much fun." Realizing he was about to meet his end, Pryzen rolled his eyes in sheer helplessness, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes as he let out muffled whimpers in the back of his throat. Outside the dungeon, the space grew terrifyingly quiet. The light shifted over the stone statues. Light finally returned to this desolate, ruined place. A section of the high ceiling caved in, spilling blinding sunlight inside. Life began to stir again as people moved about normally, shouting to one another. "The seal's broken. Hurry, go find the cadets. Don't be afraid to die. Even if it kills you, you better save those students, you bastards." At that moment, the sound of clicking high heels approached. Felina cursed under her breath with intense annoyance. Damn it. Glancing around, she frowned deeply in thought. Wasted 2 whole hours because of that damn spell. I can't let a single person die here. Right then, an anxious voice called out, "Professor Felina," prompting Felina to glance over at the person calling her. The person held out a magic orb, reporting urgently, "All the spells have been dispelled, and the internal magic eyes are back online." Taking the orb from the person's hand, Felina barked orders to everyone around her in a loud voice. "Rescuing survivors takes priority over catching the intruder. Since we don't know how the intruder might show up, broadcasting is prohibited. Whether using magic eyes or running on foot, find those kids." As everyone chorused in unison, "Yes," and they scattered to search every nook and cranny. Before long, they tracked down the whereabouts of the kids. Some had passed out, while others had cried their eyes out. Another group was safe and sound, horsing around and looking thrilled the moment rescuers found them. Even though all the students had been accounted for, Felina still wore a deeply worried, pensive look. Watching them chat and laugh normally, her suspicions only grew. The intruder occupied the trial hall for 2 whole hours, yet not a single person died. Suddenly, a familiar voice drifted from the orb, interrupting her thoughts. "Professor Felina, can you hear me?" Prompting Felina to call back. "Professor Parun." Parun cut straight to the point. "I've entered the central control room. Can you look at my crystal orb display? I think you need to see this directly." And no sooner had he finished speaking than a virtual screen popped up before Felina, prompting her to say quietly, "Hold on a second." Catching sight of what was on the screen, Felina widened her eyes in shock, gasping in disbelief. "This is..." Parun panned the view to the scene where 2 blood-soaked corpses lay sprawled out, reporting to Felina. "There were 2 intruders. As you can see, this is what happened to them." With her brow furrowed into a tight knot, Felina stared at the horrifying scene in deep thought. Even for me, someone who's witnessed countless horrific sights, this is hard to look at. Who on earth turned them into this? While Parun's voice barked through the comms, "Hey, go throw up outside." Lost in her scattered thoughts, she suddenly caught something. Wait a minute. At that moment, an information file on a staff was placed before Felina as Gerada stated briefly. "It's this cadet." Felina picked up the paper to take a closer look, while Gerada reported based on her findings. A stray from the Gray District, but he enrolled using an invitation from the Blandor family. And as you can see, combining the written info with Gerada's words, Felina couldn't help evaluating. His mana output exceeds standard threshold limits. System error. This is way beyond the level of a mere cadet. Gerada proposed seriously, "Right, I don't know the full story, but this cadet needs to be monitored closely, Professor." As if sensing they were talking about him, Astas unconsciously glanced over at Felina a few extra times. Suddenly, a low, gravelly voice echoed, "Looks like I'm too late," making Felina jump and instinctively spin around. Spotting the person before her, Felina gasped in surprise, "Headmaster." As the man waved a hand dismissively, Just call me headmaster. Scanning the surroundings to assess the situation, he spoke at a leisurely pace. I tried to get here as fast as I could, but it looks like everything's already over, to which Felina replied tactfully. There was nothing else we could do, sir. You had to travel all the way from the eastern continent's outer rim, earning a chuckle and warm praise from the headmaster. Anyway, thanks to you, the situation was handled smoothly, worthy of my trust. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the headmaster steered the conversation back to the main point, asking Felina, "So, Professor Felina, in your opinion, was this young man the one who caused this tragic mess?" As he narrowed his eyes slightly at Asta's image on the screen, sizing him up silently, a torrential downpour beat down against the nighttime sky. Outside the castle, the rain poured heavily. Every single mage possessed their own inner demon. Raindrops pelted the ground below. That bastard who appears out of nowhere to mess with your mind, and the outcome never ends well. Inside, Asta sat practicing his breathing techniques. In my past life, I didn't have any of this. Because of my role as a cleanup specialist doing whatever I was told, even when my comrades died, we just accepted it as our fate, sitting in silence with intense focus. If I hadn't died from the forbidden magic, I wouldn't have had any reason to be this furious. Asta practiced diligently. I thought I'd managed to suppress those emotions, but that outburst inside the trial coffin was, in a way, the seed of an inner demon. Biting his lip hard, he thought, this is a total mess now. Feels like I'm hugging a ticking time bomb that could go off at any second. Suddenly shifting his legs to stand up, but who the hell am I? Bouncing to his feet, he paced around and looked about. For a former cleanup specialist, nothing's more familiar than an unpredictable situation. This level of stress is actually a good thing. Holding the magic notebook, Asta slowly extended it toward the purple magic circle. By that logic, today, 1 week after the incident at the trial coffin, now that the chaotic atmosphere has settled, this is my chance. Physically and mentally, my condition today is at absolute peak performance. A moment later, a smile touched his lips as he looked down at the magic notebook in his hand, the Crimson Fire secret art. Time to conquer this bastard. Flipping through the pages and reading carefully, the secret art I learned in my past life was an attribute-less technique developed specifically for cleanup specialists. This is my first time studying an elemental secret art like Crimson Fire. Narrowing his eyes with tense focus. That's why, even though I've mastered the initial fire entry stage dozens of times before, I'm still gonna review it right down to the final second. Setting the magic notebook on the floor in deep thought. The mana pathways used here aren't all that different from the heavenly technique. Closing his eyes tightly to concentrate. But if I just circulate mana through Crimson Fire's pathways normally, I'll only end up with basic fire mana. Therefore, suddenly crimson flames burst into existence around Asta. Imagery. I need to firmly grasp the form of that imagery. The crimson flames burned fiercely, a solitary flame blazing entirely on its own, needing nothing else. With his eyes still squeezed shut, Asta mused, born from mana, yet burning even without mana. A flame that doesn't even thirst for oxygen. A blazing fire flickered steadily in the palm of his hand. Slowly, the flames burned brighter and more intensely, the fire hidden in the heart. Fire entry. A moment later, Asta opened his eyes wearily and looked down at the fire in his hand. That's genuinely destructive. Compared to the amount of mana I usually carry, this spell hits about twice as hard. Slowly adjusting the flames, let's see, the compression rate. Is 1 layer the limit for right now? And so Asta practiced obsessively. The propulsion is way too strong compared to attribute-less mana. At this rate, I can't even hope to apply the collision formula using fire mana. Staring intently at the flames with a trace of regret, it's a shame I can't use the collision formula yet. But time will fix that. The image of Farin flashed in Asta's mind. Anyway, I've taken another step closer to that talented yet ill-fated mage. The heavenly technique. Now that I've added a fire attribute to the base technique. Leaning his back against the corner of the wall in deep contemplation. Now I just need a few reliable spells. Since fire attribute magic doesn't rely too heavily on compatibility between secret arts and incantations, grabbing just about any random one to use right now will turn out fine. Shifting his gaze to the side a moment later, never mind that. Looking toward the stairs to observe that strange pressure. Whoever it is, they're flagrantly exposing their presence. Asta stepped forward, reaching out to grab the doorknob. Yanking the door wide open, he strode out into the stormy night. Soaked to the bone, Asta stopped short and stared straight ahead. No wonder Professor Felina had a reason to be cautious. Standing boldly face to face with the headmaster, he thought, his sensitivity to mana is impressive, and handling that tricky fire energy to this extent. After a brief silence, the man finally spoke. "Not bad at all, kid." Astab blurted out, "Headmaster." But the headmaster immediately corrected him. "Call me headmaster." Narrowing his eyes with heavy emphasis, he turned serious. However, a sudden wave of icy air surged violently. Sensing trouble, Astab concentrated with all his might. "Damn it, what is this situation? Even that Henzi guy. Why does everyone feel the need to interfere the second they lay eyes on me?" Slowly raising a hand, still, "Who the hell am I?" Snapping into a defensive stance with a resolute expression. As a former cleanup specialist, I'd rather snap than bend. He repeated in his head, unshakable conviction. The headmaster asked with a stony expression, "Aren't you going to greet me?" "Believe it or not, I hold the highest authority in this academy." Astad didn't answer, just glaring back with a fierce expression. Before long, he respectfully bowed and shouted, "Greetings, headmaster." "No, I mean headmaster, sir." As he reasoned internally, then again, spines exist to be bent right. Bursting into a hearty laugh, the headmaster remarked, "I like your spine, kid. Just keep your voice down a bit." Making Astan nod frantically. "I guess my voice was too loud. My apologies, headmaster, I was just so nervous." Only for the old man to scare him further. "Even if you screamed at the top of your lungs, nobody would come. I've sealed off all sound in the surrounding area." Astan thought angrily, "Since you showed up quietly, I was trying to yell so everyone else would come running. You crafty old bastard." Suppressing his irritation, he asked politely, "So what brings you here, sir?" The headmaster sat right down on the floor and replied, "I came because I was curious about a few things, though I'm not sure if you'll answer honestly." Sitting down on the ground, he requested, "Let's sit down and talk first." Tense and gritting his teeth, Astat thought, "That's not bloodlust. That's the real deal." Dropping slowly to one knee, "Is this mana? To generate this level of binding force using pure mana without even an incantation." The headmaster spoke up. "Professor Felina told me that you seem to be hiding something." The falling raindrops seemed to freeze in place alongside the headmaster's words. "So I'm asking." The ground beneath Astaz's kneeling knee caved in violently as the old man asked his question. "What are you hiding?" Astaz fought through the crushing pressure in a blind rage. Damn it. Is this seriously the same guy who was stuttering during his speech in the auditorium? This old man's a monster. Yet right then, Farin's face flashed in his mind, still compared to that bastard. This old man isn't even a monster. A blue aura flared up behind Astaz as he analyzed the mana flow crushing down on him, and adjusted his own mana to match it. Pointing a single finger upward, if the flow synchronizes, the repulsive force vanishes. And if I wedge myself right into it, with a swift, decisive chop forward interference formula, the mana's been scattered. Out in the academy grounds, the rain began to patter down as Astas said, "Seeing as you came all this way, sir, it must be about what happened at the trial coffin." Astas stood up casually. "Guilty as charged, I just happened to volunteer to clean up those little rats." Hearing those words, the headmaster let out a heavy sigh. He immediately asked, "You're not even trying to hide it?" To which Astas replied bluntly, "It's not a secret worth guarding with your life. Sure, it's better if it never gets out, but it's not some massive, heavy secret either." Glancing sideways at the headmaster, he probed, "So, do you have anything else you want to ask, sir?" But the headmaster just stared straight at Astas in silence as the two locked eyes, leaving Astas to curse inwardly, "Damn it, just like the foreign incident. Maybe I shouldn't have eaten that wyvern. Next time I'm hunting an orphan or something." The headmaster sat there in silence, letting out one heavy sigh after another. Watching the headmaster clutch his head in defeat, Astas thought, the headmaster's a rare brand of crazy. Serious one second, totally relaxed the next, back to serious, and now he's laughing. Finally, the headmaster spoke up. "That look in your eyes? Not bad, let's do this." He proposed a deal that made Astas grimace. "I'll just ask, and you only need to answer within the limits of what you're willing to share. Isn't that better than getting your ass beat?" The headmaster ordered, "Sit down," and Astas obediently complied, "Yes, sir." The rain poured down, as the two of them sat face to face in the downpour, without a word. Glancing at the headmaster with frustration, Astas thought, the vibe is definitely way different from a moment ago. The old man's eyes glowed with a terrifying red hue, a wild, feral aura resembling a battle mage. Perhaps that look. No, that atmosphere was his true nature once he shed the title of headmaster. But still, the headmaster spoke up. "All right, I'll ask first, as it happens." But Astas cut him off to ask, "Do you happen to know which mage became a meal for that wyvern, sir?" Hearing that, the headmaster widened his eyes in surprise. Astas quickly deflected, "Never mind, sir. Please continue." Making the headmaster sigh and mutter, "Junior," as Astas retorted, "I'm a cadet and your faculty headmaster." Pointing a finger right at Astas's face, the old man snapped, Talk back and I'll smack you. If I say you're my junior and I'm your senior. There's no faculty on a battlefield. Asta looked at the headmaster in sheer exhaustion. What the hell is this old man babbling about? This isn't a battlefield, and I don't have a master, nor any seniors or juniors. But might makes right, I guess. Still Asta bowed obediently. Understood, senior. Earning praise from the headmaster. Good. Now you're listening. Asta slowly raised his head as the headmaster continued. Now, let's get back to our chat. Narrowing his eyes dangerously, he emphasized, Junior, the eyes of a war mage. With a deadly serious expression on his face, the headmaster stressed. Even so, what kind of bastards leave things in a state like that? Prompting Asta to realize that bloodlust was aimed at the intruders, not me. Amidst the relentless downpour, Asta asked, So, shall we continue? As the headmaster darkened, red sparks flashing in his eyes as he demanded, Junior, which piece of trash caused this mess? Asta looked at him suspiciously. So what are you planning to do about it? To which the headmaster declared powerfully, We're gonna stomp them into the dirt. I'm sure His Majesty will approve. Time to rally the old war comrades once again. Hearing that, Asta narrowed his eyes in analysis. If they're old war comrades, they'd be war mages or knights who fought alongside us. They're not gonna be some small-time force. Thinking it over, he slowly dropped a name. It's about Declan. The old man probed, Do you know which mage became a meal for the wyvern? Asta shook his head. No, sir. Prompting the headmaster to sigh. Neither do I, which makes your answer feel pretty insolent. Then again, maybe that trash was you. Asta couldn't help cursing internally. Damn it, still as sharp as ever. It'd make a great show if all the blame got dumped neatly onto Declan. But still. Asta straightened up and replied, It's Vimmer. Making the headmaster nod. Vimmer. Both of them, huh? Asta echoed, One of them is Vimmer, leaving only the Magitech engineer Prisen. The old man wondered, Do you have proof? Asta grew irritated. Do you want me to chew it up and spoon-feed it to you, sir? Leaving the headmaster to chuckle. Such an insolent way of talking. Fine, then how do you know about them? Asta shook his head decisively, refusing to answer. The old man stared at Asta hard, as if verifying something. The rain kept pouring as their conversation continued. Next is, after putting the pieces together, the headmaster clenched his knees tightly to hold back his rising anger. I see. Understood. Asta tracked his every movement. I've said everything that needed saying. I did my best to answer, but I can't talk about regression or the grimoire. And yet, the headmaster radiated an oppressive aura. You could feel his fury was real, and naturally it wasn't because of a poor answer. He pressed on, Junior, do you happen to know which mage became a meal for the goblins? Why do I feel like you're being so insolent? Asta flinched, forcing an innocent smile. Old age? I mean, must be a misunderstanding, sir. Prompting the headmaster to call him out directly. Stop smiling at me with those rotten goblin eyes. Asta squeezed his eyes shut. Yes, sir. While cursing internally, stuck up old geezer. The headmaster suddenly grew curious. So, you want to build a library as tall as a tower? He offered, That's a meaningful plan. If you leave the top floor empty, I'll fill a whole wall of bookshelves for you. Asta gave a slight, appreciative nod. Thanks, sir, while smiling internally. Figures. The world runs on bloodlines, hometowns, and alumni connections after all. But the headmaster suddenly attached a condition. As for the library pass, I'll grant it if you do me a favor. Wiping the smile right off Asta's face. Damn it. The old man suggested with a serious tone. Junior, open your eyes wide and look closely. You should know that a single eye is enough to see the world. Asta forced a smile. I'm really looking forward to whatever favor you need, sir. Maintaining an outward calm while screaming bloody murder inside. Damn it. He looks like he's actually about to rip my eyes out. The headmaster shifted gears. All right, we'll save the favor for later. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. An artifact capable of generating a demonic realm. He emphasized, it's dangerous, but on the flip side, it has plenty of practical uses. Spatial partitioning will definitely come in handy for the tower you're planning to build. Making Asta sweat silently, he's right. You could say the artifact's primary function was spatial partitioning. A function powerful enough to completely block even the teleportation magic arrays of the trial corridors. He concluded, if it's a magic type even academy professors can't break through, it'll be super useful for protecting the tower later. The problem is, Asta stated frankly, however, senior, I'm not very well versed in magitech engineering. The headmaster suggested, then go see Professor Felina. I'll put in a good word for you. She's someone you can trust. That said, he lowered his voice with a warning. Even though I've decided not to pry into your background, convincing Professor Felina to accept you is gonna be tough even for me. So how about this? He raised a finger and began explaining. Asta listened intently. The next day, the rain had cleared. leaving the sky bright and blue once again. Gentle morning sunlight washed over the academy's dome. Inside the classroom, Asta read quietly while the other students chatted noisily around him. Suddenly, a familiar, cheerful voice called out, "Hey, my friend." Bia and a noticeably plump Damien approached. "Long time no see." Asta looked at the two of them with an existential crisis. "What happened to you guys? How'd you gain so much weight?" Making Bia scratch his face sheepishly. A student walking past waved hello. "Chenbai morning. Want to practice magic together later?" As he politely replied, "Ah, yeah, sure." A female classmate also spoke up. "Damien, thanks so much for what you did back in the trial hallway." And Damien waved back friendly. "Yeah, thanks to you too." Bia scratched his head awkwardly to explain. "Thanks to the info about the bracelet you mentioned in the trial hallway, everyone keeps saying how grateful they are. Our friends even gave us elixirs as gifts, and their parents helped our families out quite a bit." He expressed sincerely, "Thanks, Aster." Astak calmly set his book down on the desk. "I don't think that's something you should be thanking me for," leaving Bia confused. "Huh." Astak shrugged. "I didn't force you to do anything. You're the one who convinced them." He affirmed, "You're the one who brought about that change." Making Bia nod slowly. "I see." Astak asked curiously, "What about Damien?" As the kid glanced back, "Ah, Damien." Bia recounted. "He tied up a golem using plant magic and made it do his chores. I think its name is Cerberus or something." Leaving Asta astonished. He can control a golem. He's out of his mind, considering he doesn't even bother having a proper attribute. Bia pulled up a chair to sit across from Asta. "Let's sit down and chat properly. It's been a week since we last saw each other, so we've got a lot to catch up on." An unexpected voice cut in. "Really? I've got plenty to talk about too," startling Bia right out of his seat as he spotted the newcomer. Felina appeared out of nowhere, locking eyes with Asta as she demanded, "Aster, spare me a moment." Hearing her voice, he turned around. Professor Felina. The sun had climbed high into the sky, bathing the entire academy in bright light. Inside the parlor, Felina asked slowly, "Do you know why I called you here?" Asta looked around the room and replied, "I assume it's not for psychological counseling." Settling into her chair with a nod, she answered, "Correct." Crossing her legs, Felina spoke in a measured tone. "I've heard the reports." Tilting her head with an authoritative, probing aura, she asked, "Are you the descendant of a former war mage? Was Vimmer the mastermind behind this incident?" Asta didn't deny it, instead spitting out with deep contempt, "A bunch of trash," which Felina agreed with. "Generally speaking, anyone tied to Declan is trash." He silently reflected, "That lines up with what the headmaster, no, senior, arranged. Pulling stunts under a fake identity in Blandor is way too risky, so instead, we went with the background of a war mage's descendant wandering the continent while hiding their identity." So this was the cover story the headmaster had coached Asta on during that rainy night. Calculating internally, among those backgrounds, having a master who holds a deep grudge against Declan and Vimmer fits my actual situation. So this persona is a perfect match. Felina let out a sigh. "Anyway, there are countless suspicious points. But since the headmaster vouched for you, I'll let it slide for now. But before that," as Asta waited quietly for her to continue. For some reason, Felina stopped talking, her cheeks flushing red. A second later, she leaned back against her chair, running a hand through her hair. "For now, I'll cover up the whole thing. At the very least, you don't seem like someone who'd pose a danger to the academy," and before she could finish, Asta interrupted, "Professor." Hesitating, he added, "I'm sorry, but I'm a cadet and your faculty." The age gap, leaving Felina staring at him wide-eyed in sheer shock. What the hell is wrong with this kid? Upon hearing Asta's words, Felina immediately lost her temper, shouting, "You little brat." Right after that, a powerful gust of wind violently erupted from around her. But the next second, Felina gritted her teeth and forcefully reined her power back in. Then she spoke up with a hint of annoyance. "Damn it. It's so hard to spit this out when I'm trying to do something completely out of character. But some things just have to be said." A blush crept across Felina's face as she awkwardly expressed, "Thank you, thanks to you, we managed to protect both the challenge hall and the trainees." Instantly, Asta stood rooted to the spot in utter shock. Recovering his wits a moment later, he muttered thoughtfully in his mind, "Is that so?" Then Asta suddenly called out, "Professor," making Felina look back at him with confusion and tell him to spit it out. Pondering for a moment, Asta made his request seriously. "As you heard from the headmaster, my goal is to establish a library open to everyone. So if you don't mind, would you be willing to donate your books?" Without much hesitation, Felina generously agreed. "Not bad, all right, I understand," prompting a wave of quiet joy to surge inside Asta as he calculated. "Excellent, after Professor Foreign and the headmaster. That's academic relationship number 3 secure." Just as he finished speaking, Her voice immediately turned solemn as she said, "Now then, let's get down to business." Staring intently at Asta, Felina calmly explained, "The artifact that created the magic domain, researching how to apply it might take quite a bit of time." With a stern tone, she noted that the danger was immense. But that wasn't the main issue, since if necessary, she could destroy it at any time. Immediately afterward, Felina abruptly shifted her tone, though, which caught Asta's attention. Seeing her expression turn ice cold, she warned, "The ones who are going to come looking for that glove are the real danger. The Forbidden Arts Society, Salvadium." Yet Asta acted as if he hadn't heard clearly and asked, "Silvertown," causing Felina to angrily correct him, "It's Salvadium, and if you talk nonsense one more time, I'll pierce your eardrums." With a nonchalant expression, she explained, "The Forbidden Arts Society Salvadium, true to its name, is an alliance of those who have mastered forbidden arts, acting independently yet sharing a single goal." Felina's gaze instantly turned freezing cold as she recounted, "And that goal is to recreate the magic domain." Then she gave a serious reminder, "And that punk Prison who realized this must have had ties to the Forbidden Arts Society, seeing as he's dead now." Looking right at the person before her, Felina asserted, "So they're going to come looking for you to retrieve the artifact." Her face remained calm as she issued a warning. "They're going to be extremely persistent, no less than the Declan family, and I don't know what you're hiding or how strong you are. But if you become a target of the Forbidden Arts Society, you might actually die." Hearing that, Estag calmly thought to himself, "Die, huh." Letting out a soft exhale, he nonchalantly concluded, "Meaning clashes with them are unavoidable, no big deal. I'll just slaughter every last one of them." Reaching his decision, Estag flashed a very sly grin and replied, "Yes, I'll keep that in mind." Seeing his expression, Felina widened her eyes in sheer disbelief, thinking, just look at this kid. Without waiting for her to speak, Asta made another request, "So please, research this artifact for me." The very next second, he placed a glove down onto the table. Seeing that, Felina smiled wryly and conceded, "You've got massive ambitions, you little elf. All right, I'll take a look at it." Right at that moment, someone rushed in from outside and shouted loudly, "Professor Felina, you're here." Hearing the frantic young man cry out, "Right now at the academy," the youth announced with soaring tension, "The head of the Declan family has arrived," causing Asta's eyes to widen in sudden terror. Outside the academy, a carriage slowly rolled inside, creating an immediate stir among the crowd as people muttered in panic. "The head of Declan is here, tighten security, enforce strict checks on the families of the victims too, and send all trainees back to their dormitories right now." At the far end of the path, a group of people was already standing and waiting. Leading them was none other than the academy's headmaster. Over there, the carriage rolled slowly along the stone road. Up above, a man casually held the reins, driving the horses. Gazing at him, the headmaster pondered thoughtfully, "So this punk is the current head of Declan," while Farin sensed the gaze and met it directly. Without a shred of fear, the headmaster silently evaluated. A genius who earned the title of Archmage and became the head of Declan at just 30 years old. Though what's more widely known is that Declan's tyranny only grew worse after he took over as family head. Isn't that right? He let out a quiet sigh, telling himself not to easily trust rumors, yet one thing seemed certain. The headmaster thought with quiet frustration. Under the founding headmaster's creed at this academy, even royalty had to accept getting their hands dirty with mud. Yet this guy was too arrogant to even let his feet touch the ground. Internally commenting with a calm composure, yet he humbled himself to act as his own coachman, using horse hooves to trample upon the academy's traditions while leaving people unable to utter a word of opposition. What a cunning bastard. Just then, Farin rested his chin on his hand in contemplation. Then he spoke up with a cold tone, still nothing. His words left the headmaster utterly baffled as he replied, "I don't understand what you mean, Lord Headmaster," prompting Farin to casually explain. "Oh, I heard the rumor that some pests had occupied the challenge hall." At once, the headmaster fell into a heavy silence, quietly cursing in his heart, "What a damn bastard." Filled with rising anger, the headmaster questioned him, "Lord Headmaster, did you go out of your way to come all the way here just to spout such meaningless nonsense?" While making the hard-to-believe judgment, "Is he still testing me right now?" Radiating hostile aura on one side while pondering internally, "We haven't officially announced who the attackers were yet, and only a few people know that Declan is behind this." Staring at the man before him, the headmaster seriously considered, under these circumstances, what on earth is his objective in spouting such rubbish? Confronted with the old man's fury, Farin simply smiled and replied, "Absolutely not." Raising his hand to channel his power, he put on a kind-hearted front and stated, I came to help since the academy seemed unable to handle the situation. So I personally captured those pests from the main household. The moment he finished speaking, several figures dropped down. Instantly, the headmaster widened his eyes in horror. Farin displayed a collection of heads and announced, the head of the Beimer family. I have offered up his entire bloodline, rooting out the problem completely. How is it to your liking? Up on the rooftop, Asta wasn't particularly surprised. Thinking, as expected, he really did cut off the head of the Beimer family. Internally judging the situation, well, considering Farin from my past life. This isn't strange at all, since he's a man willing to reach out even to someone like me. A man who would murder his own flesh and blood, as long as it served Declan's interests. Asta thought thoughtfully, still. The timing of this is way too coincidental. Quietly observing the man, he quickly analyzed, I only mentioned Declan and Beimer to the professor last night, and today he appears like this. Is he just lucky, or is he sickeningly meticulous? Unable to figure it out, Asta brushed it off and stood up to leave anyway. You're only human after all. Because in my past life he was an incomprehensible entity I couldn't even sense, but what about now? A confident, arrogant smile spread across his face, a towering mountain. Asta leisurely stretched out his hand, just temporarily, but he pointed straight at the head of Declan and clenched his fist tight. In this lifetime, I might just take his head. High above, the sky remained clear and serene. And just like that, a few days passed while the academy buzzed with activity. Farin's public display of beheading left a deep impression on everyone. The exhibition of the Beimer bloodline where Farin appeared was already shocking enough, but Farin had taken it a step further there. He made a earth-shattering decision to send a direct descendant of the Declan bloodline to enroll as a student at the academy. In other words, a power card known as a hostage that only a prestigious major family could wield. Not only that, because of this action, the royal family also issued a directive. And whether the two sides planned it together or not, the royal family immediately announced the enrollment of the third princess into the academy. But those matters had nothing to do with Asta for now, though that was a story for a little later, since at the earliest they would enroll next semester or at the latest next year. But more important than all of that, nearby, two friends cheered in unison. It's a festival. People bustled through the campus grounds. The Pistonike Festival was a victory celebration dedicated to academy trainees who had been mobilized during wartime. Glancing at his two friends, Asta let out a sigh. The academy must be equating the Challenge Hall incident to that era. Well, and it's also a great excuse to stir up the gloomy atmosphere of the academy. Spotting a crowd along the pathway, he calmly judged, perhaps that's why alcohol is permitted at the academy festival, since as a victory celebration, the academy seemed to have allowed it. Asta thoughtfully added, though the mercenary guards hired for security probably aren't allowed to drink openly while on duty. At that moment, having won a drinking bout, a brown-haired man laughed heartily and boasted, this guy is nothing at all. Come on, who else wants to join the next drinking contest? Instantly, a money pouch slammed down onto the table. Following that, Damien eagerly shouted, me too. I want to try, making Chenbia scream in panic upon seeing it, Damien. Suddenly, the school loudspeaker echoed across the grounds, making an announcement to everyone in the academy. The Pistonike Award ceremony is about to begin, and those wishing to attend are requested to gather in front of the Sage Hall. Right away, Damien was grabbed by the collar and dragged off, dragging the kid along with one hand while walking casually. Asta thought inwardly with great anticipation, if someone puts in the effort, they deserve to be rewarded. A playful smile bloomed on his face as he mentally declared, now then, it's harvest time. Inside the hall, the MC enthusiastically introduced, and now, the headmaster will share a few words. Immediately following was the crucial segment of the ceremony. Next, we will proceed with the awards presentation, and winners, please step up to the podium when your names are called. Dahlia was called up first, Dahlia Declan. Right after her was Damien von Blandor. The MC continued reading, Eveline de Plancher. Next was the once-timid youth, Chenbai. And the final person whose name was called was none other than Asta Astor. Casting a sidelong glance at Eveline, he pondered thoughtfully, Eveline de Plancher, daughter of the Goldrin Trading Company, but how should I put it? There's something deeply suspicious about her. Asta felt a bit confused internally. I don't recall her standing out anywhere in my past life either, though with the testimony of the trainees backing her up, I suppose she's being recognized for her contributions. Failing to figure it out, he shrugged it off anyway, time to collect the prize. Seeing the gift, Asta was overjoyed. Of course, it had to be top-grade spiritual medicine. When his turn came, the headmaster wore a gloomy, displeased expression as he said, I extend my deepest thanks for your contributions, Aster. But Asta paid no mind and instead secretly cursed back, Senior, do I have to return the box? It doesn't look nice at all, it's just trash. As if reading his mind, the headmaster threatened him with a vicious expression. If I find it in the incinerator, I'll burn you along with it. Catching his drift, Asta accepted the gift and thought slyly, I'll just burn it in secret then. A short while later, all the gifts had been distributed. And with that, the awards ceremony concluded as they wandered around the academy once more to enjoy the festival. Asta had played a booth game and guessed every single answer correctly, terrifying the shop owner. Meanwhile, Damien kept eating non-stop, and Chen Bia had punched a crater straight into the ground. The lot of them had been running around non-stop for a while now, so taking a little time to relax today probably wouldn't hurt. Under the evening sun, the school looked peaceful beyond measure. Then night fell, and a streak of light shot up into the sky. Right after that, fireworks bloomed across the entire expanse. The three young men stood in awe of the dreamlike beauty. Bathed in the brilliant radiance, Asta muttered in a daze, the fireworks are going off. His tense heart relaxed as his mind drifted off. It's a bit of a waste of money, but there's no denying it's impressive. Asta closed his eyes to steady his mood. Then he hardened his resolve one day. In the future, Asta would definitely make his dream a reality. And on the day he built his own tower, he would throw money around just like this too, right? From the top of the tower. There probably wouldn't many places with a better view, so he would watch from the highest floor possible to take in the scenery. And he would host a festival lasting a full week, even if he couldn't witness every single part of it with his own eyes. In his mind, he meticulously painted the picture of that moment. The grand finale would be the ascension ceremony of the sage, the great sage Aster, riding atop a wyvern to usher in a new era for the continent, and a white wyvern sounded like it would look pretty cool. The next day, an owl carrying a letter suddenly landed on the windowsill. Seeing it, Asta thought helplessly, no, not this kind of white owl. In the end, he still stood up to retrieve the letter. Opening the paper, Asta only had to read 2 words, same place, for his inner voice to cry out, Senior. Following that, Asta climbed up onto the windowsill without hesitation, muttering, calling me out at the crack of dawn right after the festival. Senior is truly hardworking. Even your summoned beast looks just like you. In the blink of an eye, he leaped agilely away. Arriving at the forest, Asta walked leisurely forward. Seeing what was in front of him, he rested his hands on his hips and remarked, well, this building's been abandoned for a long time. Walking closer to the house while pondering, because it used to be used by trouble fixers ages ago. It was abandoned and forgotten by the academy, making it just about perfect for secret conversations. Pushing the door open, Asta poked his head in and called out, Senior, I'm here, and was answered by the dignified voice of the man telling him he had arrived. Hearing the white owl fly off immediately, Asta paid it no mind and focused on replying, yes, but. Glancing around, he asked with confusion, what is all this? This basically looks like an office now, to which the man replied, I thought about that too, but that damn tradition left me no choice. Without answering, the headmaster offered an invitation, care for a drink. Amidst the sound of pouring water, Asta leisurely inquired, is there an occasion? This early in the morning, prompting the old man to respond with an easygoing tone, what, did I not mention it to you before? I told you I had a favor to ask. Instantly, Asta grasped the headmaster's true intention. Was this the favor he had bartered for to get the library pass? Across from him, the old man began rummaging through his pocket. Well, it's a pretty simple request. He then pulled out a somewhat crumpled letter and said, deliver a letter to a friend of mine for me. In an instant, the ease vanished from Asta's face as he thought, I smell trouble, a very troublesome person. Calming down immediately, he questioned, where do I need to go? As the headmaster placed the letter on the table and recounted with a serious tone, I asked around among my old comrades and pinpointed where that bastard is hiding, and he's hidden himself away quite well. Then he solemnly uttered a name, the great forest of Hammern. Instantly, Asta cursed under his breath, damn it. According to the modern knowledge he had acquired, the great forest of Hammern was preserved from ancient times, harboring not only all kinds of monsters across its vast lands, but also priceless magical materials. He wanted him to go find someone in a place like that. Perhaps sensing Asta's mood, the headmaster softened his tone to reassure him. It won't be as hard as all that, people live there too, so if you check a few campsites, you'll find him soon enough. He hesitated and spoke up, Senior, I'm sorry, but before he could finish, the old man cut him off. Oh right, I almost forgot to mention this. The headmaster produced a list and declared, I've prepared a small gift for my hardworking junior, causing Asta to read in disbelieving shock. 2 top-grade spiritual medicines, 5 high-grade spiritual medicines, 10 mid-grade spiritual medicines. Once he finished reading, the old man casually asked, "By the way, what were you going to say after your 'I'm sorry, but' remark?" At that moment, Asta couldn't help trembling slightly as he muttered under his breath, "I'm sorry, but, I'm sorry, but." The next second, Asta broke into a radiant smile and answered, "I was just thinking I'm running late to leave the academy," while his inner self rejoiced to the absolute limit. The price offered is way too good to refuse. Up in the sky, white clouds drifted lazily by while below, the entire academy was bathed in warm sunlight. Pulling out the piece of paper to examine it once more, Asta felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and satisfaction, thinking that just looking at it brought total peace of mind. He calculated silently in his head, "If you include the reward from the festival, I have a total of 3 bottles of top-grade spiritual medicine. This life is truly fantastic." Not stopping there, Asta flipped to the voucher underneath, and on top of all that, reading the words printed on it, he couldn't help rejoicing wildly. A custom artifact crafting voucher from the Ayerkin workshop. A crafting voucher from a prestigious workshop where even nobles had to wait in line. Why on earth was something like this in his hands? To understand this, we have to go back a few hours to when Asta was talking with the headmaster. The price for something too good to turn down, exactly as I thought. Senior is hiding something. At that time, with a sorrowful look on his face, the old man had recounted. Originally, I intended to invite him back to the academy. As with the magic domain, the Declan family, and this whole mess, I figured I'd need his help. The headmaster's tone remained calm as he added, but he said it would be too troublesome to come back here, mentioning that he had matters he needed to take care of first. Reaching that point, his voice turned immensely gentle as he issued his command. "So you go down there and help that bastard take care of his unfinished business." Responding to him with a completely emotionless smile, Asta asked, "Senior, do you have zero conscience at all?" Tucking the 2 pieces of paper away, he let out a soft sigh. "I objected to this scam of a mission and asked for higher compensation, and I almost got beaten to death just for speaking the absolute truth." Suddenly associating it with something, Asta's expression took on a thoughtful look as he mused, "Come to think of it." Rapidly analyzing in his head, I was planning to use the top-grade spiritual medicines to boost my mana capacity. But now that I have a full 3 bottles, I don't need to hyper-focus on mana reserves anymore. So in this case, Asta immediately thought of a specific ability. A technique created based on a knight's reinforced body and achieved through ether, mana strike. Smiling faintly, he thought cheerfully, the technique that helped me surpass the limits of a cleaner in my past life. It's finally time to overhaul this frail, delicate body of mine. Shoving his hands into his pockets, Asta resumed his relaxed demeanor. A mage with a knight's body, and in my case, I also have the shock formula, the intervention formula, and countless other techniques I couldn't use before. Hard-pressed to contain his mounting excitement, his face flushed with a hopeful hypothesis. I might be able to reach heights even greater than my past life. In the sprawling estate, golden sunlight streamed down over the rooftops, illuminating everything in sight. Inside, Asta sat in quiet meditation. Snapping his eyes open, he muttered quietly, "All right, time to get started." Without an ounce of hesitation, he pulled out the elixir and consumed it. Instantly, a surge of golden aura abruptly erupted around Asta. Unfazed by the pressure, he calmly regulated his body to absorb the medicinal potency, using the breathing technique as usual. But this time, I'm going to pour every single drop of mana from the top-grade spiritual medicine directly into my physical body. Following Asta's movements, the aura gradually permeated every part of his being, letting the mana seep deep into his joints, muscles, and nerve cells. This was his absolute top priority. Suddenly, Asta's eyes bulged wide as veins throbbed across his skin. Looking down in sheer disbelief, he muttered, "Damn it, you again." Catching sight of the mark on his chest, Asta snapped in quiet annoyance, the fire seal. But because he was right in the middle of a critical phase, he had to frantically readjust his focus, thinking, "I almost lost my concentration. But if the fire seal is activating like this..." A wide grin stretched across Asta's lips. A wave of eager anticipation flooded his chest, as he wondered what kind of luck it would bring him this time. The next second, Asta pushed his training even harder, calmly proceeding according to plan by first circulating mana throughout his entire body instead of the mana stone. Carefully controlling the surging power, he drove the mana directly into every muscle fiber, prompting Asta to let out a sharp groan. Bending double, he screamed inwardly, "This is insane, it hurts so bad. It feels like every muscle fiber is being slowly torn apart." Veins bulged all over Asta's face as doubt crept into his mind. Is it really necessary to hurt this much? Unlike my past life, this is way too intense. Should I just stop? The very next second, he made his choice without a shred of hesitation, pushed through even harder, as Astak collapsed flat onto the floor and shouted out loud, "You damn bastard." His voice practically echoed across the entire estate. "You bastard, I'm not even done processing the muscles yet. If you force mana straight into my bones like this." After a short while, the room grew quiet once more, leaving Astad drenched in sweat. Staggering back to his feet, he checked in disbelieving awe. Mana strike. It worked. No, did I actually pull it through? Astad clenched and unclenched his fists to test the result. My body's durability still can't handle the full output yet. Even so, with just this reinforced physique, I won't lose to any knight once my body matures and combines with physical training. A confident smile broke across his face as he concluded. A mage defeating a knight with bare fists won't just be a dream anymore. Immediately afterward, Astab bit down hard on his finger. All right, first, let's test the regenerative capability. Instantly, blood spurted from his finger as he muttered, "What the hell?" I clearly held back. Staring down at the injury, Astak calculated internally. The wound is worse than I thought, but it should heal in about 15 minutes. A second later, his eyes widened in shock. What on earth is this? The healing speed is insane. Astaz's mind instantly analyzed the results. Even my past life didn't yield results this good. I've accidentally become a genius. And if I combine this with the light healing secret art I got from Henzi, I'll be on par with Damien, the monster of Blandor. Not stopping there, Astaz noticed something else besides. Squatting down to inspect the puddle of blood, he muttered, "There's a faint trace of mana in it. Don't tell me it's coming from this drop of blood." Quietly sensing the power contained within, Astad deduced suspiciously, "Familiar mana. It feels identical to my own, like I can actually manipulate it." Without hesitation, he reached out his hand thinking, let's try using a light spell. In the blink of an eye, a blinding flash of light erupted right before Astad. Once the spell faded, he stood there in dumbfounded shock. "This defies all common sense. I chanted according to my will, but the vessel isn't me. The caster, it's coming from the blood." Suddenly, Astag grinned brightly. "If I increase the amount of blood and use the shock formula, the resulting output is going to be wildly insane in its own right." A flurry of application ideas raced through his mind. If I combine this later with Blandor's regeneration spell, it'll definitely come in handy since regeneration is super effective at rebuilding flesh and bone. Should I talk to Henzi about this? The next second, Astad hastily dismissed the thought. No, best not to get tangled up with a psycho. Oh right, Lancey is coming over for pre-class parent counseling soon. I'll bring it up later anyway. I'm super satisfied with this outcome. Looking at the bloodstains on his hand, he noted with satisfaction, "Let's just tentatively call it blood magic." Out on the bustling street, a voice drifted over from a nearby house. "Thank goodness the two of you are safe, young Master Damien and young Master Aster." Sitting upright with a respectful expression, Lancey inquired, "Is there any other issue?" Hearing that, Damien chimed in eagerly, "Yup, nothing's wrong, I'm healthy and totally fine. Go on, get going already." Facing the dismissal, Lancey remained entirely calm as she stated, "Lady Gamo asked me to pass along a message," prompting him to ask in surprise, what message?" Her voice remained steady and composed. "Regarding the proposal for building the Blandor fountain and statue that you suggested last time." Glancing sidelong at the person sitting next to Damien, Lancey remarked seriously, "I don't know who helped you draft it, but the format is quite decent." She offered a casual word of praise. "The proposal is very well organized," leaving Astad to think coldly in his heart. "She means the blood, sweat, and tears of number 1 and number 2. At that moment, Lancey finally brought up the core errand. "Lady Gamo's message is." Damien's face lit up with eager expectation. "What's the message?" Who would have thought the next second she would douse him in cold water? "Reject it." Leaving Damien frozen stiff like he'd been struck by lightning as he echoed, "Rejected." Seeing his reaction, Lancey smiled lightly and continued. She said, "Not everything is impossible." With a solemn gaze, she relayed the condition. Rank in the top 15 overall during the Academy's midterm exams. And only after that will there be something to discuss regarding a petition to Lady Gamo. Taking it all in, Astad instantly grasped Gamo's true intention, so that was Lady Gamo's real goal. Right on cue, Lancey offered warm, friendly reassurance, "Young Master Damien, there's no need to worry too much. Don't you have good friends right here? They'll help you out," making Astad feel a slight pang of guilt as he thought, of course. Across from them, her expression turned gentle as she provided an assurance, "Chenbai, Aster. If the two of you help young Master Damien this time, the Blandor family will reward you handsomely." Reaching that point, Lancey added a serious warning, though, "It certainly won't be as easy as all that. prompting Asta to let out an internal sigh. So the hour of patience and misery has finally arrived. Closing his eyes tight, he relentlessly tried to convince himself if it weren't for that formula. The next second, Asta gave a resolute answer. Understood, making Damien's face beam with radiance. Outside, warm sunlight bathed the house in a golden glow. In the quiet room, an interrogation suddenly rang out. Damien, just how much do you actually understand about basic magic theory? Leaving Damien to blink blankly and blurt out, what on earth is basic magic theory? Seeing that expression, the other person helplessly shifted to the next issue. All right, Damien, can I see your notes? Where's your textbook? You didn't study? Prompting him to grab his school bag without a shred of hesitation and declare, I don't know, I just brought everything I have. Moments later, a massive stack of notebooks was piled onto the table. Staring at the pile, Asta whispered in disbelieving horror, this is hell. This is pure, unadulterated earthly hell. At that moment, Bia asked with hesitation, Damien, you've been doing the homework assigned by the professors on time, right? Only to be met with Damien's firm, confident tone, yep, totally did it. Hearing that, Bia let out a huge sigh of relief, feeling immensely reassured, though right beside him. Asta wasn't nearly as optimistic, wondering, is that really a relief? Without hesitation, Asta flipped open a notebook to inspect it, and right before his eyes were Damien's childish doodles. Subject number 2, blood, sweat, and tears. Instantly, Asta furrowed his brow and cursed under his breath. Damn it. The dissemination formulas are drifting further and further away. The only silver lining for Asta was that the kid wasn't half bad at elective general subjects like literature and history, which made sense since, as a spoiled noble heir, he must have been tutored in those areas. Rapidly calculating in his mind, the real problem lies in the magic-related classes. It's not that I can't teach him, but I just don't have enough confidence. Thinking of Damien's appalling proficiency, Asta solemnly added, not enough confidence to avoid beating him to a pulp, causing the boy across from him to finally sense the bizarre atmosphere and ask, is the situation really that serious? Right then, someone approached and called out, hey. Staring in shock at the approaching youth, Asta blurted out, Furio, prompting Furion to angrily correct him through gritted teeth. It's Furion, Aster. As Asta remained completely unapologetic and replied smoothly, right, Furion, that's what I meant. Giving up in the face of his attitude, Furion reluctantly asked the question on his mind. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I've got the general gist of it. Are you guys helping Damien study? To which Asta gave a lazy, blunt reply, so what? Furion immediately assumed a contemplative expression. The next second, he bluntly declared, I think I can help with that, making Damien's face light up instantly. Suspiciously questioning him, Asta asked, you? Prompting Furion to start rummaging through his belongings while replying, you look pretty skeptical. I wasn't planning on showing you this, but, spotting what was in the other's hands, Bia gasped in shock, that is. Leaving Furion immensely pleased with the reaction as he gloated, as expected of Chenbai, I knew you'd recognize it. The next second, holding up a stack of papers, Furion introduced them with an arrogant tone. This is a compilation of the Academy's past exam papers over the past 10 years. Right after that, pulling out another bundle to show off. And that's not even all of it. Clutching a thick sheaf of documents, he confidently explained, this is a summary of assessments from each individual professor. I've organized everything from their question structures to the specific topics emphasized in classes M1, M2, and M3. With a smug, haughty tone, Furion asked back, well, is this enough to earn your respect yet? Accepting the exam sheets to inspect them, Bia couldn't hide his joy as he exclaimed, with this, there's actually a chance. Watching this, Asta complained internally with extreme annoyance. I can't stand a single thing about this guy, especially how he tried to pin the blame on Chenbai during the Holy Ark trial. Though looking at Bia's tear-filled, hopeful expression, he was forced to compromise. I have no choice left but to admit it. Glaring at Furion's smug face, Asta fought hard to suppress his irritation. I really want to punch this guy right now, but I'll hold it in. But right at that moment, Furion dropped a condition, however. There is one condition, instantly making Asta quietly change his mind. You know what, maybe I should just punch him after all. Across from them, Furion calmly laid out his terms. Help me train in practical combat sparring after the midterm evaluations. Since you actually know how to fight, I figured you're qualified enough. Hearing that, Asta was utterly startled. The next second, springing up without hesitation. Fine, we can do it right now. Lead me to the training room. Though realizing Asta misunderstood, Furion frantically clarified. Wait, hold on, you're not helping me train, you need to help someone else. Raising an eyebrow in confusion, Asta asked, someone else. He answered affirmatively, exactly, do you have time? I'll show you the way. Outside the academy in Hazen City, golden sunlight bathed the streets, making the scenery look peaceful beyond measure. Along the way, Estag grew impatient and pressed. How much further do we have to walk? Forcing Furion to turn around and reassure him we're almost there. Walking for ages without arriving, Estag started considering just ditching him and heading back. We've walked pretty deep into the back alleys already. Damn it. I can't take this anymore. Staring at the back of the guy's head, Estag thought irritably, I really want to stab this guy. Right on cue, Furion called out to grab his attention. We've arrived. Setting his eyes on the lavish building, Estag confirmed in astonishment. A private training ground. Giving the place a quick once-over, he muttered, looks like they've got plenty of cash to burn. Following that, he walked inside with a focused stride. Upon reaching the destination, Dahlia looked up and greeted him. You're finally here, Aster. Instantly, her full name flashed through his mind. Dahlia de Dinai. Meanwhile, Furion hurried over and asked in a low whisper, Dahlia, do we really have to do this? Sure, the guy beat the Dalamp family, so he's impressive, but is he really worthy of us learning from him? Before he could finish, Dahlia cut him off flatly, no. With an icy expression, she revealed, let me make myself clear. I'm not borrowing my family's power for this. Turning her gaze back to Estag, Dahlia stated solemnly, I am asking you directly, Aster. Hearing that, he remained silent for a moment before speaking up. I'll be taking one more thing from this arrangement before I leave. Right after that, casting a glance at Furion, he declared, Furion, let me borrow this girl. I'll put her to good use and return her after the exams. I need her to tutor Damien. In an instant, Furion panicked and yelled, wait a minute. What the hell, Dahlia, are you seriously considering this? You can't possibly believe this ridiculous nonsense, right? Pointing an accusing finger at Estag, he protested angrily, Aster, get a grip. I already paid you off with study materials. To which Estag calmly corrected him, you paid what you owed me. With a deadpan, serious gaze, Estag interrogated him. But you still haven't settled the debt for trying to pin the blame on Chenbai at the Holy Ark trial, have you? Instantly, Furion was left speechless, stuttering, that is. Right when Dahlia abruptly agreed, fine. In a flash, he shrieked in horror, what? No, more importantly, why is Dahlia deciding my fate? I refuse to accept this. Slamming a hand against his chest, Furion argued frantically, I'm a proud bloodline of the great Dinai family. I have free will. Seeing that, Estag flashed a chilling, threatening smile. All right then, proud bloodline, I happen to be in need of a punching bag right now. Are you tougher than Hickster? In an instant, Furion was scared completely silent, biting his tongue and not daring to utter another word. Decisively turning on his heel to storm off, he muttered, I don't have time for this. The exams are coming up, so I'm leaving. Watching him storm out of the area, Estag thought with satisfaction, good, this'll help Chenbai finally shake off that burden in his heart. Before letting out a sigh and saying, well then, since I've received my payment, I suppose I should do my job. Glancing at the person standing beside him, Estag asked seriously, you want me to teach you practical combat sparring, is that right? Dahlia gave a calm nod in response. Outside, the harsh sunlight beat down relentlessly across the courtyard. Elsewhere, a luxurious meal was underway as someone calmly cut into a steak while lecturing, please, just give me another chance. Once you start down this path, there's no turning back. Are you really sure you're fine with that? Across the table, the other person's food remained completely untouched. Refusing to speak further, Evelyn calmly stabbed a piece of meat and brought it to her mouth. Chewing thoughtfully, she expressed concern for her companion. I'm just worried you might be pushing yourself way too hard. Daibi didn't answer, calling out her name quietly in his heart. Evelyn. Receiving no reply, Evelyn didn't mind and continued. Because of the incident at the Holy Ark trial, client complaints are getting pretty noisy. All thanks to the fact that someone guaranteed I wouldn't be able to secure a single bracelet from that event, prompting Daibi to reply in a quiet voice. Regarding that, I have no defense. Evelyn raised her eyes to give him a cold stare. A moment later, she smiled and opened her mouth. I heard a rumor that the exam questions for the midterms will be finalized by next week at the latest. Stunned, Daibi blurted out in shock, you. Surely you aren't telling me to go steal the exam papers, are you? Wearing a mock expression of disbelief, Evelyn scolded, oh my, did I say that? You're treading on very dangerous ground here. I was merely telling you about my business and expressing hope that you, Daibi, would support it. Her eyes turned ice cold, brimming with veiled threats, just that. Do you understand? In an instant, Daibi fell silent, gazing warily across the table at Evelyn. Sensing he understood, she calmly instructed, if you want to complete this mission a bit more diligently, you might want to visit this place. I've heard there's someone there who's exceptionally good at this kind of work. Well then, Evelyn flashed a friendly smile and urged, Hurry up and finish your food. Inside the room, wooden puppets creaked as they moved. Walking behind Dahlia, Estaf fell into a daze as he thought me. Teach Dahlia. Staring at her back, a flood of complicated emotions surged within him. If this were my past life, I would have beaten her within an inch of her life just for daring to spout such nonsense. That's how deep our blood feud ran. Flashes of Dahlia from his past life surfaced in his mind. I'm going to bury you right here today. Recalling those words, he thought irritably. If it weren't for her reinforcements, I would have killed her dozens of times over. Though once she became the representative mage of Dinai, we didn't have as many reasons to clash anymore. Moreover, this change brought unexpected benefits to Estaf. So setting past grudges aside and calculating purely on utility, nurturing Dahlia was actually quite profitable. Since for some bizarre reason, Dahlia ended up being the one who kept the Declan family in check. Curving his lips into an amused smile, he calculated, should I pull that timeline a little closer? A surge of eagerness swelled in his chest. Honestly, if I don't do it now, I'll never get another chance to beat her to a pulp and actually enjoy it. Seeing Dahlia come to a halt, he forced himself to shove those thoughts aside and focus on the task at hand. All right, Dahlia. Estaf posed a serious question. What do you think is the most important factor in a fight between people? Pondering for a moment, she answered, I don't know. I just want to learn the moves you used against Hickster, making him ask incredulously, you want me to teach you my personal style? Seriously. You need to find a method that suits yourself. Following that, Estaf provided a specific example. Look at this. Imagine an 8th rank mage and a 9th rank mage fighting each other. Who wins? And Dahlia answered without a moment's hesitation, the 8th rank. Extending a finger to wag it dismissively, Estaf said no, wrong. Pointing a finger at his own head, he explained, whoever smashes the opponent's skull first wins. Dahlia's brow immediately furrowed and she asked skeptically, the head. Across from her, Estaf created a small orb while continuing his lesson. It's called, he slowly revealed, the rule of striking first, only to see Estaf's technique instantly shoot straight toward Dahlia's head. As time slowly passed, the afternoon sunlight blanketed everything in a warm glow. Walking along the path, Estaf stretched his arms and let out a relaxed sigh. Gazing up at the sky, he muttered with genuine surprise, is it already this late? If I keep beating her up properly like this, she'll grow up just fine. Estaf relaxed, letting his mind wander aimlessly. I wonder what Damien is up to right now. Suddenly, Daivi's figure caught his eye as he walked past. A playful, amused grin instantly spread across Estaf's face. 310 gold coins, huh? Elsewhere, Daivi strolled leisurely down the street. At that moment, his mind was an absolute mess. Damn it, making me steal the exam papers this time around. My older brother wanted to wash his hands of this criminal life, but reality is never that kind. Remembering Eveline, panic instantly washed over Daivi. Goldrin? No, Eveline, she has more than enough power to crush me into dust. Pulling out a piece of paper to look at it, he desperately tried to comfort himself. No, let's look at this from another angle. This is a golden opportunity. What Eveline wants to achieve through them is a connection to the nobility. Stepping forward toward his goal, Daivi frantically tried to persuade himself. If I handle this job perfectly, I can become that very connection. Pushing open a door, he cursed bitterly under his breath. Last time, that damn sewer rat ruined everything for me. Stepping into the shop, Daivi's resolve slowly solidified. But this time will be different. Right behind him, Estaf had been quietly trailing him for a while now. Ahead, Daivi began to feel doubtful. Is this really the right place? It just looks like an ordinary tea house. At the service counter, a brown-haired young man smiled and greeted him. What can I get for you today, guest? Sitting down, Daivi stammered out his order. Please give me some dragon horn tea, served piping hot, but keep it frozen. The man agreed in a friendly tone. Certainly, please wait just a moment. Stealing a glance at the staff member, Daivi felt deeply embarrassed. So this is the place Eveline mentioned. Come to think of it, reciting a password like that in a normal shop is downright humiliating. Thank heavens. Across the table, the staff member returned and set down a cup of tea, commenting, you seem rather flustered by the atmosphere here. Seeing Daivi nod in agreement, the young man smiled brightly. Many people are quite surprised. When they hear about a black market broker, they usually imagine some shady, hidden den. He swept his gaze across the formal, elegant interior and pointed out casually. But as you can see, who would ever guess that a place like this is actually a front for the black market? Following that, the young man asked with a curious tone, anyway, why would a young customer like you come all the way here? Hearing this, Daivi tried to maintain his composure and made his request. I'm here to buy the first-year basic department exam papers. The man mused thoughtfully, Academy exam papers, eh? We just so happen to have someone planning to sell them. Which department are you aiming for? Davai stammered out his reply. The magic department, sir. The young man repeated thoughtfully. The magic department, huh? Afterward, he offered a friendly suggestion. Actually, we've arranged to meet the seller at the end of next week. How about it? Would you like to come along with me? Instantly, Davai widened his eyes in shock and confirmed. You mean? We'll go together. He then frowned, his instincts locking onto the truth. He wants to memorize my face. Hesitating for a moment, Davai ultimately gave in. Verifying the seller and checking the quality of the goods, isn't that basic merchant common sense? Let's go. His mind was completely made up after placing the order, knowing he no longer had any way out. Hearing that, the young man smiled brightly and replied, Very well. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. Then I'll give you the time and place. Listen closely and don't go writing it down anywhere. Outside, Asta had watched the whole thing unfold, the young man's parting words still echoing in his ears. The location is. With a cold, disdainful expression, Asta muttered, Such utter nonsense. Deep in thought, Asta quickly analyzed the situation. A random seller of exam papers pops up, and a buyer just happens to show up at the exact same time. This reeks of fishiness. Besides, they haven't even discussed the price yet. He raised a hand toward the empty air, muttering to himself, Well, I suppose I'll just have to verify things myself. And right on cue, I happen to have a few Deculan robes that will come in very handy. A short while later, Asta finished his disguise completely. Let's see. Should we rob the richest one first? The door to the tea house opened once again. Inside, quiet had been fully restored. Flinging a hand out to play with a teacup, the young man thought with a hint of boredom, Man, this is tedious. Once this job is done, I need to get out of Hazen. He let out a sigh, his mind racing. If I successfully steal the academy exam papers, staying in Hazen will become way too dangerous. Where should I go next? Right at that moment, a voice rang out right beside his ear. Not taking any customers today. Instantly, the young man turned around in absolute terror. When did he get here? Greeting his eyes was Asta, clad in a red cloak. No way, is that? The red jewel of Deculan. Standing before him, Asta spoke coldly. Cut the clumsy acting. Dragon horn tea and all that pointless crap, drop the passwords. The young man stammered nervously. Why, yes, my lord. What is it that you're curious about? Asta replied calmly. I'm looking for an item, a spatial pouch. Instantly, the man widened his eyes in sheer disbelief. A spatial pouch? Don't tell me. Is he talking about Callahan's spatial pouch? It vanished completely after Callahan died. Why on earth is he looking for it here? Right after, the young man put on a calm facade and answered, We've never seen any such item. Asta looked at him thoughtfully and interrogated, Is that so? By the way, what were you discussing with that brat just now? He looked quite suspicious. In a flash, the man was left speechless. That is. His mind felt like it was sitting on a frying pan, burning with anxiety. How on earth do I handle this? Suddenly, Asta slammed his hand down onto the table and shouted loudly. Silence. His icy gaze pierced right through the man as he snapped. The gears in your head are spinning way too loudly. In the blink of an eye, the young man shuddered with fear. This guy, he's no ordinary Deculan mage. Hastily, he blurted out, I'll tell you the truth about that kid. It has nothing to do with the Deculan family anyway. Asta offered a vicious threat in return. I'll listen and make my own judgment. You'd better not hide a single thing. How could the young man dare to conceal anything now? He nervously prepared to speak. Understood, it all started like this. But Asta abruptly cut him off. Let's keep talking on the way to the warehouse. Taken aback, the young man asked in utter confusion, "Why?" Asta replied with an air of absolute natural authority. Shouldn't I inspect the warehouse with my own eyes? Then, casting a murderous glance at the young man, he interrogated, What was that bastard doing in here? Are you hiding something? Instantly, the man grimaced, unable to hold back a curse. What the hell is this guy trying to pull? In a dimly lit hallway of the academy, Davai walked alongside him, trembling and stammering as he asked if this was really necessary. Aster, wearing his disguise, gave a threatening reply that if the guy was innocent, he had nothing to fear, before invoking the Deculan name as a guarantee. Hearing that, Davai could only swallow hard in sheer terror. Under the immense pressure, Davai finally cracked and spilled the beans, naming Evelyn, the young lady of the prestigious Goldrin Trading Company, as the mastermind. He insisted he was just a middleman, but suspected she was setting up a black market for buying and selling exam papers. Aster fell into deep thought. Rumors of Evelyn's absolute perfection had flooded the academy for a long time. In everyone's eyes, Evelyn always appeared as the model, elegant young lady. She always skillfully maintained her social relationships in a harmonious and friendly manner. She was even an elite student who was always proactive and energetic during classes. Aster gritted his teeth in annoyance at the thought of someone else raking in easy cash, while he had to exhaust himself tutoring his friends. Divai led Aster to a massive door and unlocked it. Aster followed silently behind, watching the broker's every move. Inside was a veritable treasure trove, filled with jewelry and precious items that left even Aster amazed. Aster picked up a scroll to inspect it, declaring that he needed to take it back for the family to verify further. He ordered Divai to prepare 2 spatial pouches to confiscate all of these suspicious goods. Divai was shaking with rage, but could do nothing except curse silently in his heart. The next morning, Aster casually instructed Chenbai that she could skip the stabilization formula step when chanting spell. Chenbai followed along and gasped in astonishment, as the magic circle still operated smoothly in her palm. Furion clutched his head in panic, entirely unable to believe that magic could exist without a stabilization formula. Aster pointed at a stack of documents, insisting that his method was entirely feasible, while Furion muttered that this place was no different from hell. Chenbai thought to herself that Aster was truly a mad genius, someone challenging all conventional logic of the magical world. She even grew terrified that if Aster tutored Dahlia this way, her friend would sooner or later be completely ruined by him. Footsteps echoed as Aster called out to Furion and noticed that Dahlia had arrived as well. Dahlia appeared with her usual cold expression and bandages taped across her face. Furion screamed in bitter resentment, calling Aster a bastard for the torturous assignments he had to endure. A red pencil was busy grading a test paper filled with complex magic circles. The group gathered together to check their exam results. Furion, with dark circles under his eyes from sleep deprivation, announced that every single answer in his section was 100% correct. Dahlia similarly confirmed her results, though her face looked a bit exhausted. Chenbai slumped face down onto the table, still unable to believe she had actually aced everything. She let out a breath, admitting that if not for the blood, sweat, and tears, training style under Aster, the group definitely wouldn't have survived this week. Furion raised his hand in excited celebration, acknowledging that even if they were just basic questions, this was still a massive milestone for him. Aster smirked with quiet satisfaction, telling himself he had successfully fulfilled his tutoring duties. Dahlia looked over at Aster, asking if he had finished preparing his own part as well. Night fell and Aster put on his disguise once more, sitting atop a rooftop and looking down at the academy. His ears suddenly felt hot, making him wonder if someone was talking trash about him. He then focused his gaze below, waiting for the right moment to make his move. Down on the street, students bustled about without the slightest clue they were being watched. Divai looked around stealthily with an extremely tense expression, clutching a stack of exam papers to his chest. Aster stared down at the guy from above, whispering to himself that he desperately wanted to beat up both Divai and Evelyn right now, but the plan didn't allow for it yet. Divai approached a bulky figure waiting near a doorway. Aster reached into his cloak and pulled out a magical crystal sphere. He flashed a sly grin behind his mask as the sphere flared with light, signaling the start of the show. Divai gave a detailed report regarding the exam papers for the first-year core and elective courses, carefully preparing the grading criteria and practical exam contents. A letter sealed with red wax sat quietly on the wooden table. Evelyn picked up the dossier, inspecting everything thoroughly from the paper quality to the wax seal and the hidden mana stream within, before nodding in acknowledgement that it was the real deal. She promised to grant him more opportunities in the future, assuring him that the Fingrove Trading Company would receive appropriate backing. Divai smiled triumphantly and slyly, believing his family would never dare look down on him ever again. Aster hid in the shadows and watched, listening as Evelyn instructed Divai on his responsibility to distribute exam papers to other clients. Divai asked to be excused with an expression full of confidence. Evelyn sat back down in the luxurious room with a composed expression, but the moment the door clicked shut, her expression morphed into sheer contempt as she dismissed the guy as an absolute idiot. Evelyn asked her masked subordinate about the progress of the scapegoat plan, meant to pin all the blame entirely on Divai and the Fingrove Trading Company if things ever came to light. She stood up and walked away gracefully, the long hem of her dress sweeping lightly across the carpet. Aster watched from a window as they prepared to dine together, his heart filled with deep disgust. He muttered to himself that while Evelyn looked pristine on the outside, her core was rotten to the marrow. Aster pondered a strategy to punish her and crush this scheme once and for all. Returning to his room, Aster sat at his desk, Deciding that using the crystal ball recording right now would be a waste, he wanted a much more sophisticated plan. Tapping his finger lightly against the desk, he tried to draft the ultimate entrapment scenario. A sudden idea flashed through the young mage's mind. He told himself he finally had a way to guide Evelyn onto the straight and narrow in his own special style. Aster unrolled a pristine sheet of blank paper across his desk. He glanced over the sample documents to get started. With the scratch of a pen moving smoothly across the paper, Aster concentrated intensely on every stroke, proud that his forgery skills hadn't rusted away with time. Aster reminisced about the days when he frequently forged signatures in the past, never expecting he'd have to use the skill for something like this. He decisively slammed a stamp down onto the freshly written document. Smirking with satisfaction at his handiwork, Aster mentally warned Evelyn that she was about to get a taste of her own medicine. Meanwhile, in another area of the academy, night still shrouded the ancient structures in darkness. A blue-haired girl was training furiously until she was drenched in sweat, her heavy breaths echoing in the quiet space. She told herself that striking first was the only way to win, and the strongest magic was simply the one with the fastest activation speed. With a fiercely determined gaze, the girl channeled her energy to activate a glowing magic circle, bracing herself for the upcoming trials. A bell rang out to signal the end of the exam. The proctor instructed the class to put down their pens, place their hands on their heads, and prepare to hand their papers forward. The testing room instantly erupted into noise as students began packing up and chattering loudly about the exam. A young man turned to his friend to ask what theory he used for question 3, only to receive a sarcastic reply: the pen and paper theory. On a test paper, a pen glided smoothly, finishing up incredibly complex magic circles and formulas. Several friends gathered around in shock that this guy hadn't bothered studying and still aced the test, while he arrogantly claimed that staying awake during lectures was all it took. A red-haired student standing nearby watched with an intensely annoyed expression, cursing the guy's infuriating complacency. Evelyn sat in a corner, wearing a victorious smile as her first venture had seemingly succeeded without a hitch. She was immensely pleased with herself for having reeled in Demonin, the eldest son of a powerful, filthy rich family that controlled the kingdom's food supply. Her smile grew even more sinister as she thought about 3 other lucrative deals running smoothly, confident she would hit the jackpot this time. Suddenly, the door to the exam room flew open, and a mysterious stranger clad in a black cloak appeared right in the middle of recess. Evelyn started, the smile on her face freezing instantly at the threatening presence. Behind the stranger stood Divai and several other students, filling her with a bad omen of what was to come. The proctor demanded that Demonin follow him immediately, leaving the boy completely blank and clueless about what he could have possibly done wrong. The professor's face, hidden behind his hood, looked grim as he coldly announced that the principal was waiting for him in the office. Witnessing the unexpected scene, Evelyn began to break out in a cold sweat as an unexplainable sense of dread welled up inside her. The next morning, the academy issued an emergency notice, requiring all first-year students to gather in the Grand Hall immediately for an important announcement. The crowd began buzzing with rumors that a massive exam-cheating scandal had just been uncovered by the academy. Evelyn stood in the middle of the crowd with a tense expression, silently trying to figure out which poor soul had gotten caught. She tried to reassure herself that she had been meticulous, but then feared whether Divai had carelessly left any traces behind. Professor Farun demanded quiet from the hall so he could begin his grim announcement. He officially confirmed that a group of students had participated in cheating schemes during the recent midterm exams. This news plunged the hall into extreme tension, and Evelyn turned pale for fear her name would be called next. Professor Farun declared that Divai and 4 other accomplices were expelled on the spot and required to compensate for all damages. But the biggest shock came when he revealed that the scandal wasn't uncovered by the faculty, but rather brought to light thanks to the evidence provided by a righteous student. The professor gestured forward, inviting the brave student to step up to the podium so the entire school could honor their noble deed. A spotlight suddenly shone directly onto Evelyn, freezing her in place, her face completely drained of color from the mix-up. The entire hall gasped in shock, and the students began cheering enthusiastically, ignoring Evelyn's frantic, stuttering denials. Friends crowded around to pat her on the back in congratulations, leaving her to force an awkward smile through the sheer agony of having a hero's title thrust upon her out of nowhere. Evelyn forced a smile for everyone to see, but deep down inside, she was losing her mind at the realization that she had somehow betrayed herself. The award ceremony officially kicked off amidst roaring applause, turning the mastermind of the cheating ring into a symbol of integrity. Watching this fine piece of theater from afar, Aster wore a deeply satisfied smile as he watched his prey walk right into the trap. Evelyn was forced to receive congratulations on having a noble soul, the most cruel mental punishment she had ever encountered. Aster stood there with a triumphant look. He was the one who orchestrated this entire classic plot twist to punish her. A week had passed since the shocking reorganization, and the academy had returned to its normal rhythm of life. The announcement office door swung open, catching the attention of all the students waiting outside. The crowd rushed excitedly toward the bulletin board to check the newly posted official exam ranking results. All eyes were fixed on the long list of scores, hanging solemnly on the hallway wall. Chenbai and Damien hurried over, each of them anxious to know their rankings after the recent turbulent exams. The two of them screamed with joy upon seeing Damien's name in 18th place, an achievement far beyond their initial expectations. Aster calmly reminded his two friends to take a close look at the rankings once more to be sure. It turned out that Demonin, despite having been expelled, was sitting pretty in 7th place on the score sheet, leaving everyone in utter astonishment. A male student rushed over to report that it was a misprinted list, leaving everyone bewildered once again about the actual final results. Damien and Chenbai were still in a daze, standing blankly and staring at the results board as if they couldn't believe their eyes. On the newly corrected list, Damien von Blando's name proudly occupied the 16th spot. The two of them burst into happiness, shouting, "We did it!" in the crowded academy hallway. Damien turned to brag to Aster about the unimaginable result he had achieved after days of grueling training. Aster looked at his friend with a calm gaze, as if everything had already been within his calculations. Chenbai beamed brightly, even daydreaming about staying on as a teaching assistant after graduation because she felt she had a knack for teaching. But Aster immediately poured cold water on the idea, telling her to quiet down and stop having wild fantasies. Chenbai started in surprise, wondering if she had accidentally said something out of line that annoyed her friend. Aster solemnly reminded her that the very teaching assistant in the recent cheating ring had also been driven to desperate measures because he was dirt poor. He recounted how that assistant, unable to afford his living expenses, had sold his soul to the darkness by leaking exam questions. And did she know how long it took a teaching assistant to have a chance of climbing to the position of assistant professor? At least 3 to 4 grueling years. Aster asked another friend whether he truly wanted to plunge into this arduous teaching path. That friend smiled, opining that teaching others in his own way also brought a great sense of fulfillment. Aster laughed, warning that if she really wanted that, the road ahead would be filled with nothing but blood, sweat, and tears. Seeing the determined look on his friends' faces, Aster suggested that there was actually another way if they truly wanted to pursue that passion. Instead of being a poor teaching assistant, aim to become a grand mage, someone with the power to make no one dare look down on you. At that point, she could teach anyone with true strictness and majesty, just like the way she trained Damien. The image of a powerful grand mage flashed through their minds, full of mystery and strength that made others look up in awe. Aster advised Chenbai that if you're going to dream, dream big, and not waste her talent on a mediocre job after helping Damien improve so rapidly. Only by becoming a grand mage would she have the ability to repay him for saving her life, along with a pretty hefty interest rate. As night fell, the peaceful scenery of the city under a starry sky appeared truly magnificent. At a deserted street corner, the lights spilling from the shops created hazy streaks of light on the pavement. An old wooden signboard swayed in the wind, signaling that this place was the secret hangout for those living in the shadows. The heavy wooden door stood ajar, revealing a quiet space inside that was completely detached from the hustle and bustle outside. Kellogg stood waiting with a romantic appearance, his bright purple eyes clearly showing his impatience as he awaited his partner. Steady footsteps echoed from the stairs as a figure slowly approached him. The alley mage finally appeared, his face hidden beneath a pitch-black hood full of mystery. "You're finally here," Kellogg spoke up. Kellogg sneered, asking how someone who holed up in the academy all day like Aster had the nerve to criticize him for hanging around damp dungeons. Aster coldly demanded to skip the small talk, wanting to know what on earth Kellogg needed help with that made him call so urgently. Kellogg's expression turned serious as he revealed that an ancient ruin had just been unearthed deep within the Hamelin Great Forest. Aster smirked, as if information about ancient ruins always held an irresistible attraction for him. With his blue eyes blazing with a competitive spirit, Aster prepared for a new and promising journey deep into the deep woods. A few days after the uproar, Aster and Chenbai went to see Lancy to collect their reward. The blonde secretary looked quite leisurely as she sipped her tea. Lancy offered to gift them an advanced magic circuit of the Blando family. While the core secret arts were inviolable, she affirmed that this academic exchange was completely within her authority. Hearing ancient replication array, Aster couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. He thought to himself that the Blando house really knew how to play, and this gift was truly an unexpected bargain. Turning to Chenbai, Lancy adjusted her glasses and frankly admitted that they had proactively investigated his family background beforehand. Chenbai was slightly startled, breaking out in a cold sweat when Lancy asked about the financial troubles his family was enduring. With a confident look, she asserted that the Blando family had more than enough capability to cleanly resolve all those difficulties for him right away. Lancy promised to provide Chenbai's family with a much better life if he agreed to accept this sponsorship. The teenage boy froze for a moment, his eyes wavering at the prospect of an overly easy life-changing scenario unfolding before him. But then Chenbai clenched his fists tightly. He resolutely refused this condescending help from the aristocratic family. Lancy hurriedly explained that this was merely a token of gratitude and shouldn't be viewed as a debt or charity handout. Chenbai smiled lightly, saying he just wanted to be friends with Damien in the purest way possible without being bound by any material benefits. Sitting nearby, Damien, who was drinking tea, suddenly turned beet red, too moved for words by his friend's sincerity. Lancy was completely taken aback by Chenbai's attitude. She never expected an ordinary kid to have such high self-esteem and integrity. Witnessing this noble display of friendship, Aster, sitting on the side, suddenly felt just as pragmatic as a villain. Chenbai hesitatingly asked if he could request something else instead. Lancy smiled, affirming he could ask for whatever he wanted. Instead of money, Chenbai only hoped for the chance to study magic under the Blando name in the future to broaden his horizons. Lancy asked to double-check if that was really all he wanted. He nodded firmly, wearing a gentle smile to confirm that was all he desired. Right after that, the matter was reported back to Madame Blando. She was standing in the luxurious villa courtyard, listening to the news from her subordinate. She asked with slight surprise whether Damien's friend had really made such a strange request. The old butler bowed to confirm that was indeed the case. Madame Blando smiled with satisfaction, secretly glad that her son had finally found a true companion. Since Chenbai had proven his positive influence on Damien, she decided to sign an official sponsorship decree so he could focus entirely on magic. Upon receiving the sponsorship notice, Chenbai was so shocked he stammered incoherently, his hands trembling at this massive gift. Aster stood in the back witnessing the whole thing. Thus, the turbulent midterm exams had ended with a result that almost everyone found satisfactory. Damien smiled brightly as he signed the necessary paperwork, while Lancy beside him also let out a sigh of relief. Aster leisurely held a book, wearing a slight smile. All the chess pieces were now in their proper places. A few weeks passed, and the atmosphere at the academy suddenly turned unusually tense. A female professor with a black blindfold stepped up to the podium. She loudly announced that the academy would begin enforcing the combat readiness decree, starting today. The general education curriculum for first years was officially suspended. The entire study program would now focus completely on practical combat. However, she also added that participation in these training sessions was entirely voluntary. A female student raised her hand to interrupt, questioning the concept of voluntary the professor had just mentioned. The female professor explained that students had the choice to participate in drills at the school or find their own separate training paths. They were even allowed to return to their family estates for private training. The entire hall began to buzz with chatter over this sudden change. She also reassured them that the teaching staff would be reinforced by grade 5 combat mages from the Empire. Aster just sat in silence, pondering upon hearing this. He sensed something was wrong. Such a large-scale change definitely wasn't decided by the academy itself, but was an order handed down from above. Night fell, and a white owl fluttered its wings across the gloomy sky, carrying a secret message. Aster held a piece of paper bearing the words "sharp at 8 o'clock." He knew it was time to take action. Aster walked through the night, his expression pensive as he wondered what on earth was truly happening at this academy. The sound of dry grass rustled underfoot as Aster marched deeper into a deserted area. He was slightly surprised that, having only left for a few days, this place looked completely different from his memories. Before him was an abandoned warehouse building, but it was now covered by an extremely sophisticated concealment barrier. Aster observed his surroundings and nodded with satisfaction. This space was more than enough for him to start testing the power of the new ancient replication array. He raised his hand, and a tiny red orb appeared on his fingertip. It was time to see how powerful the bland family's gift truly was. Aster stood amidst the churning mana. He looked contentedly at the red orbs hovering around, softly uttering that the experiment had succeeded. He observed meticulously, noticing that the red orbs were absorbing mana from the environment to perfectly replicate the properties of the original. However, he was still unsatisfied because the output was a bit low. While deep in thought about whether to try another method, Aster suddenly heard footsteps. An old mage with a long beard and a monocle approached, grumbling and asking what kind of mischief he was up to here. Seeing the old man arrive earlier than expected, Aster just smiled lightly. The old mage narrowed his eyes. He could sense the violently vibrating mana inside those red beads. He was startled, asking if he could channel any kind of magic he wanted into these orbs. Aster didn't answer, merely holding out both hands to demonstrate his supreme mana control. He nonchalantly affirmed that they were extremely versatile. The old mage's eyes widened in shock, not believing what he was seeing. He began to wildly pepper him with rapid questions about the ability to store raw mana and use them as remote magic trigger points. He roared, demanding to know the maximum effective range and where he got these things from. Aster maintained his calm expression, ignoring the old man's agitation. He wore a meaningful smile, promising to explain everything in detail. But before that, he needed him to help with a small favor. The old mage's face darkened. He grumbled that Aster dared have the nerve to treat a senior like him as a target dummy for his attack. Aster nodded with satisfaction, secretly considering the old man to be the best, high-end punching bag he could find. He reminded the old man to prepare himself thoroughly. The old mage snorted conceitedly, declaring that even if Aster tried for a century, he wouldn't stand a chance of touching a single hair on his head. Aster closed his eyes to concentrate intensely, preparing to unleash his strike. A massive mass of energy began to form, the red orbs revolving around it, compressing the mana to its limit. He announced that he was going to compress this mass of mana. The old mage's face finally turned pale with realization of the danger, and he panicked, shouting for him to stop immediately. The mana mass burst with terrifying energy. The old man only had time to scream curses at Aster as a crazy brat before disaster struck. Aster smirked coldly, then softly uttered a single word: detonate. A shocking explosion erupted, blinding light blanketing the entire area. Thick dust rose from the ruins, the aftershocks of the explosion still lingering. Aster stood amidst the smoke with a nonchalant expression. He was slightly disappointed, thinking the destructive power still hadn't reached his expected level. Hearing weary footsteps on the grass, Aster turned around, demanding the old man state what he felt after that recent blow. The old mage stepped out, as pale as a ghost. He trembled, asking who on earth Aster was and where he came from. He admitted that his mana was too pure, far surpassing so-called ordinary geniuses. Aster still kept his indifferent attitude, as if nothing major had happened. He nonchalantly replied that he was just an ordinary student. That answer made the old man want to go crazy. He threatened to crack his head open to see if there was any user manual inside. Aster smirked and refused. The old man was still reeling from shock over his bizarre magical logic, looking around blankly in search of the missing red beads. He pointed up into the air, signaling the old man to see where they were. In the sky, the remaining energy currents were still swirling like a small mana storm. The white owl landed on Aster's head. The old mage cleared his throat, trying to regain his serious demeanor to move on to the main issue. The two moved indoors and sat opposite each other. He asked the real reason why Aster had called him to this remote place late at night. The mage placed a glowing blue orb on the table. He said in a serious tone that this matter related to the Great Forest tragedy. Aster stared intently at the information orb, the small owl on his head also remaining silent as if waiting. As soon as he saw the images inside the orb, Aster's eyes suddenly widened in horror. His face changed completely due to an overly shocking truth. The Hamelin Great Forest, a jungle preserved since ancient times, teeming with all kinds of monsters. But humans, being adaptable creatures, continued to live there, especially mercenaries skilled enough to operate in the Great Forest. They were the elite among the elite. However, those Great Forest mercenaries were trembling in fear. What? Perhaps this was only natural. Those things were specters, and they weren't just ordinary specters. Following Astaz's gaze, the screen displayed the face of a goblin wearing an utterly insane smile. Opposite him, seeing his expression change, the headmaster also began to calmly say, "You see it too, so you should understand." If normal specters act based on lingering memories in the flesh, that thing. Before he could finish, Asta answered right away. That's a specter that moves by soul. Specters formed in nature. If that's the case, there must be ancient ruins in the great forest sealing those freaks, right? In response to these words, the old headmaster coldly uttered a single word. Death Rose, a monster dubbed the most evil among the evil. When death rows sealed in ancient ruins are unsealed, vengeful spirits pour out. The situation is extremely urgent, but none of my disciples can take action right now. At the latest, we must set out within the next 2 days. As he spoke, his hand also clenched tightly in frustration. Then about 2 seconds later, seeming to regain his composure, the headmaster let out a sigh and continued to ask, "What will you do? Even if you don't go, I won't take back the reward. Just consider this a gift to a young junior. On the other hand, even if you do go." The staff furrowed his brow, hurriedly asking back, "Old man, do you mean you have nothing left to give me?" The headmaster frankly admitted, "That's right. It entirely depends on your own will. This isn't something that can be tempted by material things because your life is hanging by a thread. Think it through carefully." The old man advised with an extremely sincere tone. However, contrary to what he thought, Asta agreed without the slightest hesitation. "Then let's go." Facing this reply, even the headmaster couldn't help but freeze for a beat. Asta shrugged, speaking calmly. "The senior is worried about his friend, aren't you? It looks like the senior won't back down even if he loses his life. I mean, I might look like this, but I'm not scummy enough to barter with someone else's life." On this side, seeing Asta say such words, the headmaster's expression also welled up with tears as if moved to tears. However, there was only one thing that Asta himself knew. "To be honest, even if you tell me not to go, I still feel like I'm forced to go." Thinking that, he glanced slightly at the mark on his upper chest. It felt as though it wanted to say, "Go, what you're looking for is there." Asta could only let out a sigh. "Damn it, I have no choice but to go." Time flew by until evening, right before their departure. The principal handed the protagonist a ticket and instructed, "This is a teleportation gate pass. If you present this, you'll be able to use the gate immediately without any delay. And this is an enchanted cloak embedded with protective magic. Take it as well." As he spoke, he casually tossed a cloak to Asta. His generosity made Asta ask in return, "If you give me this much, what will you have left?" The old man grumbled, "Stop spouting nonsense. If you only prepare when trouble actually happens, it'll already be too late. Lastly, take this too." He brought out something that left Asta slightly astonished. It was none other than a mask. The principal explained, "This is the Crescent Moon keepsake." The protagonist reached out to take the mask and muttered, "Crescent Moon, huh?" His casual attitude irritated the old man a bit. "It's Crescent Moon. Do you want me to pierce your ears? You'd obviously try to hide your identity using perception-altering magic or a mask. If you do that, my friend will kill you before anyone even realizes it. Now I'll arrange everything so that your matches and final exam scores are credited under my name. As for you, what are you going to do about the Blando family?" Asta turned around, blinked a couple of times, and smiled again. "Well, I'll take care of that myself." In another development, Chenbia and Damien also received the note left behind by the protagonist. "I'm going training. Don't look for me." Asta's abrupt departure left Chenbia standing there completely dumbfounded. Only Damien was bursting with excitement. "I want to go training too. I'm heading out as well." The scene shifted to Green Town, a city situated right beside the Hameln Great Forest, where loud shouts began echoing. "Hey, load up the cargo faster. We have to set out tonight at the latest." "Damn it, what is this mess?" A monster wave appearing again after several decades. A burly blonde guy turned around and fumed angrily. "Those damn imperial dogs are truly good for nothing. All they're good at is collecting piles of taxes, and in times like this, they just stand on the other side of the river and watch." But as he rambled on, a voice called out to remind him, "Hey, Han, carry one more crate instead of standing there whining." Hearing that, the guy immediately refocused on his work. "Yes, sir." At the same time, inside a tavern, Oberon was letting out a heavy, weary sigh. "What should I do?" He recalled the reminder from a mysterious person. "An old friend will help us. We owe each other favors. He won't be able to come in person, but he'll send someone over, so go meet them yourself." Thinking of that, he let out another sigh. "They'll definitely come, but still." Before he could finish his thought, a burly guy appeared in front of Oberon and asked, "Have you made up your mind, Oberon? I'm begging you, please spare my life. You're telling me we have to go back to the Hameln Great Forest. Honestly, how is that any different from telling me to go die?" The burly man sounded as if he was on the verge of tears. Faced with his plea, Oberon could only put on a troubled face and tried to reason with him. "Look, Rayleigh, the contract is to travel back and forth between the 4th Base Camp and Green Town. Didn't I already pay you 4 times the regular rate as hazard pay on top of the deposit? And now you're asking to cancel the contract. Oberon's questions made Rayleigh give an awkward, forced laugh. I know Magenim must be in a tight spot too. Where are you going to find a guide right now? I get how you feel, but as you can see, I'm truly sorry. Still, I have to survive too, don't I? They're saying the monster wave could strike at any moment. The burly man's all-too-reasonable argument left Oberon looking down, unable to meet his eyes. Seeing this, Rayleigh maintained a worried facade on the surface. However, a sly grin slowly formed on his face as he thought to himself, almost there. Going back and forth between the 4th base camp and Green Town, who in their right mind would do that? Since I have to leave anyway, traveling with a talented mage is much safer. Plus, I can make a killing along the way. Perfect. The moment I shake off this clearly gullible mage, I'll pool a bit more with the money I made this time, head off to some nice countryside, and live like a landlord. And while the burly Rayleigh was still daydreaming about the future, a hand suddenly slammed down onto the table, causing both of them to jump and turn around, only to realize that a mysterious masked figure had been sitting there without them noticing. Oberon asked in confusion, "Who are you?" The person didn't answer and instead asked back, "Friend, what's your name?" "Oberon, my name is Oberon." The person asked further, "Your master is Liheim, right?" "Yes, that's correct," Oberon confirmed. Estas said with satisfaction, "Then I found the right person. Good work, Oberon. Feel free to just call me Pronouncement." Beside them, the burly Rayleigh clapped his hands in delight. "Ah, the group you said was coming has arrived. In that case, Magenim, I'll give you the map of the great forest I have on me. Can't we just call it even? I'm doing this because I don't have the guts to gamble my life, but I'm still handing over a map that's as precious as my own life," he said as he placed the map on the table. The naive Oberon took it at face value and accepted it. "Understood. Since my master's acquaintance is here, we'll go on our own." Rayleigh hastily turned around, wanting to slip away as fast as possible. "Thank you, Magenim. Please make sure you achieve what you came for." But before the words could finish fatting, and before he could make his getaway, Estas's chilling voice rang out. "Freeze right there. Hey, buddy, don't try any tricks. Get over here and sit down fast. I'll give you 1 second. If you're not sitting by then, you're dead at my hands," Estas said as a terrifying, murderous aura radiated from him, causing cold sweat to pour down Rayleigh's face. But before he could even react, the 1 second was already up. As a result, Estas's figure blurred forward, delivering a clean kick straight to his collarbone, followed by a barrage of punches and kicks that left Rayleigh curling into a ball and screaming. "Why?" Estas replied while continuing to beat him. 1 second passed, didn't it? Watching from the side, Oberon was equally bewildered, silently wondering, can our master really defeat Deathros? The scene shifted to a ruin located deep within the Hameln Great Forest. Someone was frantically digging inside the area when a voice suddenly called out, "Hey, Mole." Mole turned around and nodded. "Ah, you're here." The black-haired man loosened his collar slightly, speaking with an irritated tone. "Damn it, I'm practically roasting out here, so what's the status?" Mole glanced to the side and said nonchalantly, "You want to know the situation? Better to see for yourself." Before them was a massive crystal radiating an intense pink glow. Looking at the state of the crystal, the black-haired man asked, "The seal hasn't broken yet? What about the unsealing spell?" Mole explained the situation. "The magic is working, but it seems like it still needs more time." To this, the black-haired man pondered for a moment. "Slower than expected. What a pain." Saying so, he furrowed his brows and quickly analyzed. "This situation is strange. Death aura is lingering everywhere, which means the seal is breaking. Then why hasn't it awakened even after I deployed the unsealing spell?" Unaware of his thoughts, Mole seemed to recall something and suddenly asked, "Right, didn't you have something to take care of?" The black-haired man seemed to know what his partner was asking and replied, "Ah, that ancient battle mage. He's probably looking for Deathros too. I need to maintain the unsealing spell. Can you handle him yourself?" Mole immediately flat-out rejected the idea. "Handle him? Are you kidding me?" The black-haired man suddenly broke into an extremely sinister smile. "This is a hunt. You know very well how many heads of ancient battle mages I've stuffed into my subspace. No matter what kind of monster you are, you can never turn a blind eye to your own flesh and blood." The scene shifted back to Estas's group. After the burly Rayleigh took a beating, he had no choice but to agree to guide them. Walking behind, Oberon thought to himself, "Looks like things worked out in the end. Just moments ago, I was racking my brain trying to figure out how to save our guide, and how we could possibly return with just a map." Thinking this over, Oberon turned to look at Estas and quickly judged. Judging by his height, he's definitely around my age, but he's truly incredible. He resolves problems without breaking a sweat and he's already earned the title of Crescent Moon. Meanwhile, our protagonist suddenly offered with apparent kindness. "Mr. Guide, your shoulders must be aching, right? Would you like me to store some of that gear in my subspace?" Rayleigh turned back and answered with a bright smile. "No, thank you, Mage. These are emergency supplies I might need at any moment. It's better to keep them ready in my backpack." At his response, Asta merely scoffed inwardly. This guy is still looking for an excuse to shake him down. After all, we're in the Hameln Great Forest. Right then, a sudden noise echoed through the forest, startling birds into the air all around. Rayleigh hastily turned back to warn them both. "Mages, watch out, that thing is coming." Sure enough, just as he predicted, a few seconds later, a pack of wolf-riding, axe-wielding orcs charged right before them. A Hameln orc. We haven't even gotten close to the second base camp yet, so how on earth did they get here? Rayleigh screamed in panic, while sweat beaded continuously on Oberon's face at the sheer speed of the closing orcs. "We need to stop them." But before the boy could even react, Asta had already made his move. A mass of blood hovered above their heads. Asta spoke in a low voice. "Hey, Junior, put up a shield." Asta said this while simultaneously unleashing his magic. Immediately after, those droplets of red liquid shot toward the orcs at lightning speed, giving the monsters zero time to react, before taking the brunt of a devastating, lethal barrage of attacks. Rayleigh scrambled to cover his face from the explosions triggered by the strikes. Then, by the time the dust settled, the orcs before them had been completely wiped out, leaving not a single one behind. By this point, Rayleigh no longer had to worry about the danger. Excuse me, Majnim. Would you mind if I borrowed a bit of that subspace now?" The protagonist responded with a cheerful smile. "Nope, carry it yourself." Time flew by until dusk. Loud explosions continued echoing within the forest. A goblin had its head pierced clean through by a magical strike. The one behind the strike was none other than Asta. "Damn it, what a pain." He grumbled under his breath, wondering, is this Death Rose's doing? Since when did goblins turn into high-tier monsters over 2 meters tall? For a second, I thought it was a hickster. From behind, the burly man suggested, "Majnim, do you mind if I take a closer look?" Having no objection, Asta agreed right away. After observing for a bit, Rayleigh shared his assessment. "Just as I thought, these look like the ones that settled near the second base camp. We guides call them Kenti goblins, but for them to have run all the way out here," Asta chimed in, picking up the thread, "means either they expanded their territory or they're running away from something, right?" The burly guy fully agreed. "Most likely the latter. Look at their claws. They're caked in mud and tree bark, and the soles of their feet are completely shredded. They must be fleeing from something. Maybe we should adjust our route. These guys hunt in packs, which puts them pretty high up the food chain around here. So if there's something that can terrify them to this degree." At this point, he gave an awkward chuckle. Not that I doubt your abilities, mages. I just think it's best to avoid any unknown variables if we can." For someone like Asta, avoiding unnecessary danger was a no-brainer. "He's right. Unforeseen risks are the deadliest. All right, let's do that. What do you think?" Oberon agreed, while Asta himself internally praised Rayleigh's skill. Rayleigh's navigation is remarkably precise. Even with sensory scans over a wide area, this place is crawling with nuisances. Yet he's managing to find the optimal path to avoid almost all of them. Turns out he's far more capable than I thought. I can feel a bit safer trusting his lead. Time flew by until nightfall. The group was nearing their destination. "Looks like we're almost there. Just cross this marsh and we'll reach the first base camp. Take a short break, you two. I'll scout the perimeter before we cross the wetland." Next, the protagonist's group lit a fire and took the opportunity to rest. But taking advantage of this moment, Asta also assessed Oberon. Can't blame him for being overly anxious. Taking the safe route cost us nearly a full day's delay. Just as Asta predicted, Oberon immediately started fretting over the time. "We really don't have time to dawdle like this. A monster wave will definitely erupt soon. We have to track down Death Rose and eliminate it before things spiral out of control. This is all my fault." "Yeah, pretty much," Asta replied coldly while complaining internally. "Damn it, why do I suddenly feel guilty? Do I look like his therapist? If you just trained a bit harder, that Death Rose guy." Before he could finish his thought, a massive roar suddenly echoed through the forest. Right after, Rayleigh came rushing back in a panic, delivering the news. "Mages, we need to run right now. Why on earth is that thing appearing all the way out here? It's the Lord of the Marsh. Quick, we have to get out of here." The scene shifted to an inferno deep within the Hameln Great Forest, a place known as the Abyss. One of the ancient species that crawled out from there was none other than the Lord of the Marsh. Nobody knew why this ancient species left the Abyss to take up residence in the wetlands of the Great Forest. Who would have thought that damn creature would show up in the wetlands right now, after not leaving the Death Marsh for hundreds of years? Rayleigh lamented, while Lestat proposed his idea. Can't we just bypass it and cross the wetlands anyway? Even if it claims the wetlands as its territory, this is still a massive area overall. Rayleigh understood what Lestat meant. However, he could only shake his head. Impossible. That thing is ridiculously persistent. The moment you step into the water, it locks onto your scent and hunts you to the ends of the earth. Sitting nearby, Oberon's face grew increasingly worried. He asked, "If we change our route again, how much longer will it take?" In response, Rayleigh drew upon his knowledge and said, "We can't just skirt the edges. We'd have to make a massive detour. There's a reason guides went through the trouble of finding a path straight through these wetlands. It'll add at least 10 days, maybe even up to a month. And if we do that, we'll likely have to bypass the first and second base camps and head straight for the third." The more he spoke, the more stunned Oberon looked. Naturally, Lestat noticed his distress as well. He then stood up and stated, "All right." Rayleigh turned to ask quietly, "So, should I recalculate the route?" Lestat replied, "No, we're heading straight through the wetlands." The moment those words were spoken, the air fell unnervingly dead silent. After a few seconds, the burly man stammered, "Come again, sir? I think you're misunderstanding the situation. That's an ancient species. It's a monster that has devoured countless soldiers, mages, and knights." The protagonist turned and corrected him. "I think there's a slight misunderstanding here." His words left Rayleigh confused. "Huh, misunderstanding? You scared the life out of me. I thought you actually meant we'd walk straight through." Lestat placed a hand lightly on his shoulder and revealed his plan. "Of course not. We're not just crossing it, we're going to hunt it down." He said this while flashing an effortless, natural smile. Hearing that, Rayleigh could only manage a similar hollow smile and muttered, "Oh, holy crap." Needless to say, what followed was a flurry of smacks upside his head from Lestat. From Oberon's perspective, he rushed to intervene. "Hey, Senior, if you're doing this for my sake, you really don't have to. I'm already deeply grateful that you came this far. There's no need to take such a huge risk." The protagonist gave a firm, resolute reply. "Cut the crap. When there's a job to do, you just do it. Are you going to hesitate like this when Deathros shows up too? What if you have to kill your own master along with Deathros? What are you going to do then?" The question instantly left Oberon stammering, at a loss for words. Seeing this, Lestat knew this sheltered rookie wasn't up to it yet. He simply let out a sigh. "Anyway, it's settled. The Lord of the Marsh, we hunt it tomorrow and keep moving." Meanwhile, Oberon kept turning the protagonist's earlier words over in his mind. "When there's a job to do, you just do it." Then, as if reaching a decision, he stood up and asked, "In that case, I think I can help you, Senior." Lestat turned back and quipped sarcastically, "So you weren't planning on helping before?" Oberon seemed to miss the sarcasm entirely and continued, "My talent hasn't fully bloomed yet, but it will definitely be useful. It's called Limit Breakthrough Talent. It temporarily pushes the target's hidden potential to its absolute maximum." Only then did Lestat's eyes seem to flicker with genuine interest. "Tell me more." Time quickly passed until the following morning. Oberon appeared to be meditating to train his mana. He exhaled a gentle breath, his entire body enveloped in a vibrant blue aura of mana. At the same time, Lestat walked over. Seeing him, Oberon greeted him warmly. "Ah, you're here, Senior. Up early and working hard, aren't you?" The protagonist replied calmly, "Gotta stay diligent, especially when some idiot wants to become wyvern breakfast at the crack of dawn." The person Lestat referred to was none other than Rayleigh, who had just taken a few punches to the head for being an idiot. Shrugging the matter aside, Lestat looked around the surroundings and spoke. "Well, have you laid your eyes on any tree yet? The next time you try to run away, I'll tie you to a tree to give the wyverns a nice and easy snack. Now, go ahead and pick one you like." Lestat's casual words, however, made Rayleigh tremble uncontrollably. "I won't run away," he said weakly. Afterward, once the group finished breakfast, Lestat clenched his fist and felt the power within his body. "All right. We've had a hearty meal. My physical condition is at its absolute best. Now for the most important part." He gazed at Oberon and asked, "Are you ready?" Oberon nodded slightly to confirm. "Yes, I'm ready." Behind him, Rayleigh was still crying. "Well, I'm not ready at all." Realizing this guy wouldn't be of any use in a fight, Lestat dismissed him right away. "Step back." The moment he heard those words, Rayleigh instantly snapped into high gear. "Yes, sir." The protagonist turned to give instructions to the other companion. "Oberon, you too. Let's begin." Scene transition to a certain body of water. At this moment, our protagonist was moving deeper inside. As he walked, he thought to himself, "Rumor has it that once you step into its territory, it tracks its target with deadly precision." No sooner thought than done. Without a single moment of hesitation, Lestat took out a knife, slashed the tip of his finger, and let his own blood drip down into the lake. Right after that, a loud explosion echoed right behind his back, sending water splashing everywhere. Oberon and Rayleigh, watching from not far away, turned as pale as ghosts with fear. Only the protagonist maintained a calm expression. "Come out and welcome the guest. No, come out to take a beating from your guest instead." He spoke coldly. At that moment, the monster known as the Swamp Lord finally appeared before him. The instant it poked its head out, Astat turned around and nodded to signal Oberon. Quick to react, Oberon immediately cast his limit break magic, enveloping the protagonist's entire body in a fierce golden aura. The surge of escalating power made Astat irresistibly joyful. This feeling of release. It's been a long time since I've experienced this. Opposite him, not caring what Astat was thinking, the monster swung its massive hand straight toward his body. Its strike caused the surface of the water to blow up. The people on the shore witnessed this and screamed in worry, "Mr. Mage." But right after that, Astat's voice echoed from midair, "Overclock. Thanks to you, I've broken through my own limits." The monster raised its eyes to look up. In midair, Astat had already prepared some sort of transcendental magic. He looked down at it coldly, as if preparing to hand down a death sentence to this monster. While explaining the power of Overclock, Oberon admitted that he didn't fully understand its mechanics either. He only knew that it was an ability unlocking potential far beyond any limits. However, he emphasized a mandatory rule that must be followed. Overclock only lasts for 5 minutes. If it exceeds this time, it becomes extremely dangerous. Therefore, Astat must end the fight in under 5 minutes. Now, Astat stood face to face with the monster ruling the swamp. He laughed out loud, summoning a flurry of magic circles and declaring confidently, "5 minutes. For me, that's plenty of time to play around with you." Astat activated fire element magic. Terrifying flames surged, scorching the monster. The scariest part was that the fire kept burning fiercely, even underwater. Oberon and Ray stared in shock, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Fire burning underwater, this was definitely not ordinary magic. Ray grew even more shocked upon seeing that the monster had begun hunching over. He thought to himself that Astat might actually be able to kill it. But right at that moment, Ray noticed a dangerous sign and roared, "Astat, watch out, it's about to roar." Before the warning could even fade, the monster let out a terrifying roar. The echoing sound caused Astat's fire magic to gradually dissipate. Astat quickly realized, its roar has the ability to disrupt the natural flow of mana. He wasn't too surprised. After all, this was the Swamp Lord. It couldn't be underestimated. Right at that moment, Ray yelled out, "Don't look into its eyes for too long. Just looking for 3 seconds will cause your mana to petrify." Astat suffered a heavy shock. "Why are you telling me such crucial intel at a critical moment?" It turned out that Ray had always deeply feared the Swamp Lord because of its ability to disrupt mana and petrify an opponent's magic. Moreover, its skin was so tough it could deflect a knight's ether. Because of this, Ray's master used to say, "The best way to deal with the Swamp Lord is not to fight it at all." But right then, Ray clenched his fists, hope flashing in his eyes. Still, Astat might actually have a chance of winning. He whispered, "I want to believe in him." Astat turned to Ray with a cold tone. "We'll talk privately later. Keep it brief." Ray nodded. "All right, but survival comes first." Since he couldn't look into the monster's eyes for more than 3 seconds, Astat immediately resolved the problem his own way. He flicked a bit of blood from his hand, then dashed toward the monster at top speed. Opposite him, the giant monster also swung its massive hand fiercely to attack. At that exact moment, the protagonist manipulated his droplets of blood to fly right in front of the monster's face, and before it could understand what was happening, this blood detonated, creating a blinding stream of light that forced it to cover its eyes because it couldn't see. The moment it opened its eyes again, it discovered Astat rushing forward like lightning. In his hand, he had gathered a surge of lightning radiating an intensely powerful aura. A terrifying punch landed squarely on the monster's body. Astat activated the collision strike skill, causing shockwaves to ripple throughout its body. The protagonist chuckled, "Look at you, you're unexpectedly tough, huh?" Hearing his voice, the monster violently clapped both hands forward, but it had zero effect. Because his voice rang out again, "You're too slow." He stared straight into the monster, his voice full of excitement. "You've entertained me for a bit. Now, let me show you something truly interesting." Astat inhaled a massive amount of mana, then activated a new skill he had named, Explosive Annihilation. The moment the energy was condensed to its peak, he didn't hesitate to hurl it straight at the monster's face. The monster took the hit. At first glance, everything looked normal, until its body began to swell from within. A terrifying explosion occurred. The monster was torn apart from the inside out and completely vanished. Astat plunged straight down into the water, exhausted to the point of passing out. He thought to himself with disappointment, "Just a single monster pushed me to this limit. What if I used this move on Declan back then?" He was certain Declan could have blocked it, but entirely avoiding casualties would have been impossible. No matter how sturdy a shield is, This horrifying explosion would tear everything apart. Because of its ability to destroy everything in its path, Asta had named it Explosive Annihilation. Seeing this, the other two teammates anxiously ran over. At the same time, the entire battle had been witnessed from afar by a mysterious figure who was tracking Asta with an interested and dangerous gaze. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the Hamelin Great Forest, it turned out that Win was sharing vision with the Raven. How bizarre. He felt immensely thrilled watching the battle. Thinking that the guy had actually killed the ancient creature he used as bait, Win couldn't help but marvel at Asta's attack method. And he did it by charging into close combat and gouging its eyes out. What a rare madman. He began speculating about his identity. Is he a mage? No. The energy he releases is way too high compared to the amount of mana he's using. But he doesn't look like a martial artist either. Recalling that explosion, Win was somewhat surprised. It's not like I couldn't take down the Swamp Lord myself, but even so, this is a huge surprise. Right at that moment, his arm began shaking uncontrollably. Win couldn't control his own body. To think I'd actually feel scared. He suddenly burst into thrilled laughter. This is beyond unbelievably wonderful. Win immediately grew eager to eliminate Asta. Ancient war mages are just loot, but this guy is different. I want to hunt him. I'm going crazy wanting to hunt him. He suddenly felt something was a bit off. Wait! No, that's not a hunter's feeling toward prey. Win sensed it more carefully. It feels more like. He suddenly realized the two of them were quite similar. He's a hunter just like me, a kindred spirit who understands the thrill of a hunt. Unable to hide his excitement, Win licked his lips. I wonder what I look like in the eyes of a fellow hunter. I wonder which of us is thirstier for the chase. He promptly prepared to hunt Asta down. I'll need to put a bit more effort into my preparations. Returning to his group's side, a campfire had just been lit. He slowly woke up from his daze. Asta sat up and asked the people around him, "How long have I been out?" Seeing this, Oberon immediately replied, "Senior, you're awake? It's only been about 2 hours, Asta." Still feeling exhausted, "My head is still spinning." Oberon explained further, "That's a side effect of overloading. Senior maintained it for a short time, so the pressure was likely minimal, but you'll probably feel like this for the rest of the day." Asta struggled with the sensation. "I feel like I'm about to die." He looked down at his trembling hands. "Look at me. If you guys weren't here, I probably would have drowned in that swamp puddle." Asta suddenly noticed something amiss. "By the way, where is Rayleigh?" Oberon didn't answer right away. Rustling sounds suddenly echoed from nearby bushes. Rayleigh immediately appeared with an embarrassed smile. "Are you looking for me? I won't run away anymore, sir." He didn't dwell on it. "Forget it. Where on earth were you, Rayleigh?" Chuckling lightly. "I hid just in case you decided to beat me up again. Just kidding. I went to check on the Swamp Lord." Asta looked confused by the purpose of that action. "What for?" He answered honestly. "To see if there was anything valuable regarding that." Rayleigh asked for his opinion. "May I ask what you plan to do with the Swamp Lord's corpse?" Asta fell silent in thought for a moment, then let out a sigh. "Whatever. Consider it payment for your life. Do you want me to lend you a space bag to hold it?" Hearing this, Rayleigh's eyes lit up with joy. "Really? Thank you so much." Asta casually tossed him a pouch. "Callahan's bag has plenty of spare room anyway. I'll just give him one of the bags I took from that black market dealer." Rayleigh gladly accepted it. "Thanks." Oberon grew a bit worried. "Sir, are you sure about this? The rest of the Swamp Lord is worth a fortune." Asta wasn't overly calculative with him. "What would I do with that stuff? This guy needs to earn his share, too." Repeating a lesson he once heard, "Seniors are truly. I was taught that greed hinders cultivation and warps the soul." Oberon expressed immense admiration. "I think Senior is so noble, unbothered by material wealth, and considerate of others." Asta didn't value such flattery. Total nonsense. Of course Asta knew about the Swamp Lord. Its fur and skin are famous for blocking ether. If you make armor or a cloak out of it, you can demand any price. But sometimes materials lose their properties after a monster dies. Just look at how easily this cheap skinning knife is cutting through it. That means all of this is trash, completely worthless. Oberon suddenly wanted to know the upcoming itinerary. "So what's the next plan? We're running late, but Jolie said we could rest for another day." He looked rather surprised. "Why do we need extra rest?" Asta wanted to hit the road immediately after everything terrible he had just been through. "I want to move around." Time gradually passed into late night. His group was still trudging through the dark. Rayleigh finally informed them. "We've finally arrived." He led the group to a camp. "This is forward base 1. Is it always this dark here? All the lights are off." "They don't light fires after dark. Light attracts monsters." Rayleigh quickly ushered the two inside. "Let's find the base commander. We need them to arrange rooms." Asta looked somewhat surprised. "Base commander." He explained further. It's the group of mercenaries who own this base. They take a cut of every mercenary's materials staying here. They're basically local tyrants. In a way, they're just glorified bandits. Right at that moment, someone spoke up, startling Rayleigh. Bandits! You've gotten a lot bolder since the last time I saw you, Rayleigh. It turned out someone inside the base was staring right at them. He panicked upon realizing it was Fixer, the guild leader. Oberon also knew a bit of information about him. This is Fixer, leader of Forward Base 1, and the name of his group is Avia. Fixer immediately jumped down and landed in front of a staff. He suddenly stood there still. Out of nowhere, Fixer extended a hand to greet him. He made his intention clear. Don't you know how to greet people? I'm just saying hello. Astag quickly shook Fixer's hand. Is that so? Right at that moment, he suddenly squeezed harder. Fixer was slightly startled by the action. What the hell? What are you doing? Astag misunderstood Fixer's intent. Wasn't that it? Fixer didn't bother arguing with Astag. I've seen all kinds of weirdos in this world. I'm too old for these childish power struggles. He felt as though he heard bones cracking. I'm pretty sure I just heard something snap. He quickly cut straight to the point. Anyway, what brings you guys here to greet us? Fixer stated his purpose. I have a proposal. I heard you guys are heading back to Forward Base 4, right? Oberon couldn't help but be astonished upon hearing this. How do you know? He deliberately alluded to Jelly. I heard some boastful explorer chatting about it. Last time he was even bragging about a plan to swindle an innocent mage. Fixer immediately got back to the point. Whatever. My intentions are simple. Take us with you to Forward Outpost 4. Remembering the red crystal, Fixer replied. I have a rough idea of what's going on over there. Every outpost leader has their own ways of gathering intelligence. If Forward Outpost 4 falls, this place will be next. We're going to fight. He seemed quite pleased with the offer. That's not a bad request. The more backup, the better. Astag was still weighing his decision. Maybe so, but Oberon immediately refused. No. Hearing that, he couldn't hide the anger welling up inside him. Astag cursed at him under his breath. What kind of nonsense are you babbling, you stupid asshole? Fixer still tried to explain his reasoning. If Outpost 4 falls, we won't be safe here either. We're joining the fight. Yet Oberon stubbornly refused once more. No. He asked with a hint of doubt. Can't we go with you? He immediately asserted. That's right, you can't. Oberon went on to describe the situation there. The area around Outpost 4 has been a dead zone for a long time. I don't know how much you guys actually know, but whatever you're imagining, the reality is way worse. Fixer abruptly echoed his words. Worse, you say? In other words, he coldly drew his own conclusion. Should I take that as a warning not to go digging our own graves? Oberon simply kept silent without answering, but then he boldly affirmed. Yes, you could say that exact thing. The old man's expression instantly darkened. Fixer was immediately provoked by those words. You're being too arrogant, young mage. Who the hell do you think you are to make decisions for us? His pride had now been deeply bruised. Maybe in your eyes, it's just the pathetic life of a swordsman. But we have our pride too, things we need to protect and lines that must never be crossed. Fixer asked with a chill that sent a shiver down Raleigh's spine. Then what gives you that right? Why is it okay for you to protect your homeland but not for us to protect our home? Hearing you were Li Hem's disciple, I expected a lot more. But what you're saying is a huge letdown. He was completely shaken by Fixer's overwhelming aura. The old man suddenly reigned in his terrifying presence. Despite his anger, Fixer held his tongue. I'll arrange living quarters for you guys. We'll talk later. Damned mosquitoes. Oberon was already starting to regret what he had just said. Estelle, on the other hand, acted quite nonchalant. Getting here was exhausting. I'm soaked through from the swamp. I'm going to go wash up first. He hurriedly scrambled to follow him. I'm coming too. Astag turned his head back at him with a look. You idiot. Time slowly drifted toward midnight. He had just stepped out of one of the base's tents. Astag felt much better now. His body obviously felt a lot lighter. He walked past Rayleigh's tent nearby. Astag still had something left to do, so a little later he arrived at Fixer's tent. The old man looked quite surprised to see him show up here. Fixer immediately eyed him with suspicion. Astag, what are you doing here at this hour? He casually sat down and replied, Nothing important. I just came to talk. The old man remarked on his attitude. You've got a lot of nerve for someone so young. Astag brushed it off lazily. It's nothing much. Fixer wanted to probe further. How old are you anyway, Astag? Naturally, he didn't give an honest answer. I turned 50 just last year. The old man immediately saw through the lie. You're out of your mind. Fixer prepared to cut the conversation short. If you're just here to spout nonsense. Astag's attention drifted to something else on the table. It seemed he had picked up on Fixer's resolve. You guys are planning to head to the 4th outpost no matter what. The old man immediately confirmed. Yes. Astag promptly pitched him an offer. Why don't you just come with us? Don't tell me your ego is bruised over a few words from a kid still wet behind the ears. We're heading there anyway. Wouldn't it be better to go together? Fixer remained skeptical. You guys are all talk. Este immediately stood his ground. I'm different from that punk. As he was speaking, he suddenly paused. I'm acting my age. Just now, things almost turned physical between us. That was why Este was quite wary of his strength. People who reached a realm like his were extremely rare, even in the circle of knights. Therefore, he had to tread carefully when talking to him. Fixer had to concede, that sounds a bit harsh, but you're not wrong. Este still nudged him to tag along. It'd be much better if all parties cooperated. Why would you refuse our help under these circumstances? Especially when our help could completely change the tide. The old man tried to reframe the nature of the deal. Can I consider this a commission? Este couldn't help but look surprised at the demand. Hey, I'm already giving you what you want. What else are you trying to squeeze out of me? Fixer stated his desire, an escape route. He still couldn't believe his ears, an escape route. The old man mapped out his future plan. Only veteran mercenaries can make it to the 4th outpost. We're going to evacuate the younger ones out of the Hammern Great Forest. The X on the map marks the location of the 4th base. Este let out a sigh of disbelief. You're risking your life just to save the kids. How touching. He replied calmly, touching, I'm just a cornered man. Anyway, to secure the escape route, we need the scout Rayleigh's help. His temperament might be trash, but he's the best in this forest. In exchange, we'll hand our scout over to you. Este still didn't get the rationale behind it. Really? Why? The old man provided more context. Didn't you know, the swamp monster is prowling the wetlands. Our trackers aren't sharp enough to find a route looping around that swamp. Hearing that, he casually declared, what? If that's all, the whole thing's already sorted out. Fixer stared in wide-eyed shock, completely missing the meaning of those words. Este pointed out the absurdity of the situation. How the hell do you think we got to this outpost? If we'd gone around the swamp, we would have hit the 3rd outpost already. Fixer made a wild guess. Don't tell me the swamp lord went back to the marsh and stayed put. He half agreed with him. No, you could say it went back. Este brought it up with a rather chilling tone. To meet its maker. He dropped a earth-shattering truth. I sent it off with my own hands. Time gradually drifted into the next morning. The mercenaries were busy dismantling the base. We gotta burn that tent. Get the oil-soaked cloth over here, torch all the gear. We can always make new ones later. Este stood by watching them work. He abruptly brought up last night's conversation. Did you check out everything I said? Fixer confirmed. Yeah, that corpse really belonged to the swamp boss. He grew curious about Este's identity. Who the hell are you anyway? He feigned ignorance. What do you mean? Este waited for Fixer's answer. Well, still haven't made up your mind. The old man gave his final verdict. No, I've decided. As long as the kids are evacuated safely just like we agreed, I'll do it. Fixer suddenly fell silent, deep in thought. Then he spoke up with a question. What do you want? No, what's your real goal? Este calmly repeated. Didn't I already say it? Cannon fodder. He pressed on with his proposal. You guys will escort us to the 4th outpost. After that, you're free to do whatever you want. How's that? He accepted Este's arrangement. Understood. He suddenly remembered something else to say. One more thing. Este wanted to be blunt. Drop the polite talk. You might be 2 years older than me, but both of us are old-timers. No need to sweat the small stuff. Don't you think so? Hearing that, he couldn't help a flash of annoyance. So arrogant. Fixer judged his age by his height. Clearly, the kid was younger than him. 2 years older. A thought struck him, leaving him stunned. Wait, is he serious? Considering he beat the swamp boss, maybe he's actually some ancient master who drank an elixir of eternal youth. That would make a lot more sense. Right on cue, Maris walked over to report on their progress. Leader, all the scouts are back. The camp is almost packed up. Fixer was still lost in his own thoughts and delayed his response. Maris looked a bit startled by his demeanor. Leader. Fixer suddenly snapped an order at him. Stop packing. Hurry up, call it off, and gather everyone. He wanted to set out immediately. We can't keep our client waiting any longer. Fixer had gathered everyone in the base. The time to leave had finally arrived. He doled out the tasks. Half the forces will push deep into the dense forest. Fixer assigned the rest to the younger members, and the other half will find the escape route out. He raised his voice in declaration. I don't want to hear another word. Live up to the name Aviat, the legacy of those who were once our family and our teachers. Right then, someone spoke up with an objection. Leader. The younger members began volunteering. I want to go too, I'm coming. Count me in as well. Leader, my swordplay is way better than that guy's. They still had plenty of confidence in their own skills. I might not be great at sword fighting, but nobody beats my speed. The seasoned mercenaries found it quite annoying. These troublesome brats. Fixer cut through the noise instantly. That's enough. He exuded a terrifying aura as he commanded them. Your discipline is way too soft. I won't accept any whining. Get lost. Fixer was furious at the youngster's defiance. Get out and wait for your disciplinary punishment. You bastards are gonna get beaten half to death. Hearing that, one of the soldiers couldn't hold back his tears. He barked angrily. What are you idiots still standing around for? Get out of my sight. Estat quietly turned around and walked away. Memories of someone from the past suddenly surfaced in his mind. Estat, as if he wanted nothing to do with it. Damn it all. Suddenly Rayleigh walked over with a question. Are Aviot's warriors joining this expedition too? Estat was slightly surprised, but answered. That's right. Did you hear everything just now? He forced an awkward laugh. Honestly, from my perspective, that's the right move. He subtly hinted at Oberon. A mage might think like that, but these Aviot mercenaries are a bit different. Because they're monster hunters who have quietly protected this place for 2 centuries. He couldn't look down on them either. Hunters? Turns out they were the ones holding the secret to winning. Rayleigh spoke up in the old man's defense. While I believe no creature could possibly stand in the mage's way, their support will definitely come in handy. Estat readily accepted them. That would be great. By the way, aren't you going to pack your gear? He flashed a confident smile. I've already got everything packed neatly. Figures. Estat instantly crushed Rayleigh's hopes. When you're about to turn to dust, what's the point of lugging junk around anyway? No way. Hearing that, he panicked. Why are you talking about bad omens? I stored everything in the storage space you gave me. Estat mocked him. Your talent for running away is certainly convenient. He vehemently denied it. I'm not running away. Instead, Rayleigh suddenly offered. If this journey goes well, would you find it in your heart to take me along? I can't promise anything grand, but I'm lightning fast at running errands and doing heavy lifting. He naturally saw right through the man's intentions. You're willing to bet your life on this hand? Makes sense. Where else am I gonna find a backing this solid and reliable? Estat recalled the 2 lurking dangers, getting purged by Deculan or getting dragged into a mess with the forbidden magic cult. But the higher the risk, the greater the reward, right? He still needed to weigh it. Fine, let me see how you perform first. Rayleigh immediately bowed low in gratitude. Thank you, sir. I'll give it my all. I swear I won't sell my soul out. Right on cue, Fixer abruptly approached. All preparations are complete. Estat calmly asked back. All done? The old man had another favor to ask. No need to waste time on empty pleasantries, but before we head out, can you help me persuade someone? Estat was ready to throw down. Persuade? Who is it? Just bring them over to me. Fixer quickly revealed who it was. They aren't here. They're currently at Base Camp 2. He looked slightly surprised by the news. Base Camp 2. The old man needed their help. That's right. Go over there and convince Leader Halleck to back us. In the worst-case scenario, if you can't convince the old man, at least borrow his vice-captain. The guy's a bit arrogant, but he has the brain of a brilliant tactician. Meanwhile, someone was staring into the darkness, waiting for someone. Shortly after, Brand spotted a figure approaching. You've arrived? Naturally, he recognized who had just shown up, Leader Halleck. Halleck wanted a report first. How's everything going? Brand gave his rundown and asked for instructions. The relocation to Forward Outpost 4 is ready. Right now, we're just clearing out the equipment. What are your orders? Hearing that, Halleck demanded. Just leave them be. Even if the Spore Fiends take them, we can always take them back. Hearing the command, he stood silently without a word. Brand looked rather confused. We can't figure that out until we come back. He suddenly confided in him. It feels so empty. Halleck started to explain, then stopped. When I took the leader's seat, I thought I held the whole world in my hands. You probably don't understand, since you've never stood in this position yourself. Hearing that, he instinctively frowned in annoyance. He was already mentally prepared. I suppose you won't get a shot at this seat until I draw my last breath. Brand quickly brushed off the dark thought. Don't pull that face and make such grim jokes. Why are you acting so weird all of a sudden? Halleck just let out a sigh. Weird. He continued to muse. I'm not sure. Maybe because I feel death approaching, I just wanted to vent a bit. Brand still couldn't believe his ears. On your deathbed, leader, could it be? He immediately brought up Fixer's group. Are you planning to go with Aviot's crew? Halleck kept a calm expression as he replied. I'm not sure if I'll go with them, but we're definitely rendezvousing at the same spot. Brand blew his top and shouted. Have you lost your mind? That's Deathrose, the one who turned the entire forest upside down. Even if it hasn't truly woken up yet, why are second-rate mercenaries like us walking straight into a death trap? The leader I know wouldn't make such an emotional move. He probed, so what kind of person am I in your eyes? Brand replied without missing a beat. You were always just a guy who chased after lucrative jobs. Halleck had caught wind of some rumors. It's not just a bunch of nameless mercenaries on that battlefield anymore. Former war mages and all sorts of spellcasting masters are swarming toward it. He scoffed with utter disdain. Aside from that former mage, aren't they all just a bunch of trash? Oh, please, let's face reality. Brand pointed out the harsh truth. The guys who want to desert right now are already packed into all 3 carriages. Please reconsider moving to base camp 4. He noticed the man's anxious look. Looks like you're starting to fear death too. Brand admitted it straight up. Yeah, I don't want to die for nothing. Halleck suddenly wanted to hand things over. Then you take over as leader. Brand still couldn't believe it. What did you say? Halleck calmly repeated. You should get used to the idea of taking over this position anyway. No need to carry on this mercenary group's old name. Run it yourself and do whatever you want. Brand stood frozen in complete shock. He slapped his own cheek to check if he was dreaming. He handed everything over to Brand. Is that satisfactory? I can leave you with a lesson to remember. As of right now, you are the leader. Halleck cheerfully tossed out a new name. The victim of Mercenary Corps, you can decide whatever name you like anyway, since for base camp 2. Right then, a voice rang out from behind him, startling him. The mysterious figure suddenly shoved a hand straight through Halleck's chest. This is quite a touching farewell, but what can you do? It's still too early for us to say goodbye here, because I plan to send all of you off to the exact same place. Brand let out an enraged roar at the sight. Filled with bitter resentment, he charged right at him, yet Wynn calmly kicked Halleck in the back. He used the momentum to leap high into the air. Brand glared at Wynn with furious eyes. Why the hell did it end up like this? The man was slowly running out of life. Halleck looked at him with resolute eyes and gave his final instructions. Find a way to survive. He flashed a final smile and repeated, You're the leader now. Halleck used his remaining strength to shove Brand away from the spot. In a flash, a horrific explosion tore through base camp 2. Asta, who was in the middle of casting magic, felt the shockwave of the explosion. He wore an angry expression. A bunch of rat-like cowards, just as expected. Meanwhile, a group of people clashed with an ogre. Look, ogres. The lead man barked orders downward. Form up immediately, chain squad to the front. They looked quite hurried. Hurry up. Asta stood calmly to one side and observed. So standard monsters are trolls and ogres now. He also sensed a problem. The deeper they ventured into the great forest, the denser the monster's spawn rate became. Even so, the mercenaries were now hurling iron hooks toward the ogre. Once they pinned its movements, they shouted, Chain squad in position, elimination squad move in. Instantly, the mercenaries launched a continuous barrage of attacks. Aim true and stab, go to hell. Observing the battle, Asta formed a favorable impression of them. True veterans, their experience is quite impressive. They're performing even better than I expected. Meanwhile, Fixer felt differently. If they seem a bit clumsy, I hope you'll forgive them. It's been so long since they last engaged in real combat, so everyone hasn't quite caught their rhythm yet. Hearing this, Asta looked somewhat surprised. Still haven't caught the rhythm. He confirmed, Right. Old-timers like us usually only handle holding the chains. The actual elimination duty is up to the younger generation. Fixer assured him, Anyway, this won't affect our progress. At that moment, Asta's attention was drawn to the properties of the chains. According to Rayleigh, those chains were forged from the forest's ore. Even factoring that in, their skill and coordination couldn't be underestimated. Suddenly, a sound echoed from behind Asta and the old man. It turned out to be Oberon, looking rather timid. He turned his head away shyly, avoiding their gaze. Yet Oberon soon regained his resolve. He expressed his remorse to Fixer. About what happened earlier, I sincerely apologize. His reply caught Oberon completely off guard. I want to apologize to you too. Fixer gently patted his shoulder in comfort. And don't dwell on it too much. Everyone makes mistakes. The essential thing is that we learn from those errors. Oberon felt somewhat relieved upon being forgiven. Yes, I understand. Fixer immediately assigned him a task. Then hurry over there and lend a hand. Everyone's getting old, so our bones aren't as agile anymore. Oberon was slightly startled, but complied. Yes, right away. Just then, someone shouted loudly to get his attention. Captain, you better come take a look at this. Walking over, Fixer immediately recognized an acquaintance. Brand. Asta walked over to inspect as well. Is he an acquaintance of yours? The old man revealed Brand's identity. He's the vice-captain of Base 2. He also noticed the injuries on his face. It seemed a serious crisis had occurred at Base 2. Asta immediately associated it with the enemy lurking in the shadows. Come to think of it, those little rats have been stubbornly clinging to our tails for a long time now. There's a high chance they struck at Base 2, which happens to be our destination. Danger surrounds us now, so we need to be careful. He suddenly turned around to take on a new responsibility. Perhaps we need to set off immediately. From this point on, I will take the lead. Estes solemnly instructed them, stay close behind me. Sometime later, his group was ambushed by monsters once again. Trolls again. Naturally, Estes handled them effortlessly, finishing them off with a single sword slash. Rayleigh grew extremely worried upon spotting a monster in the sky. It's a drake. In the blink of an eye, he neatly dealt with everything. Done yet? Let's keep moving. Consulting the map, Rayleigh announced the next route. This is a highly toxic area. We have to take a detour. Without much thought, Estes directly unleashed fire. Is doing this really going to be fine? Rayleigh felt quite baffled by the action. What's wrong with the old man all of a sudden? Estes abruptly urged him on. Because things are going too smoothly, is he starting to rest lazily again? Go on ahead and survey the route carefully. Rayleigh quickly rushed to comply. So impatient. I'll go all right, moving out right now. Time continued to tick away, and several days later, Rayleigh informed everyone, we're almost approaching Base 2. Hearing this, Estes fell silent in thought for a moment. He abruptly volunteered to scout. I'll go survey the situation first. Fixer ordered the rest of the group. We need to pick up the pace to catch up. They immediately chorused in unison. Understood. The group quickly hurried after Estes. Among them was Oberon, who still looked quite uneasy. Bringing up the rear was Brand, who still hadn't regained consciousness. A little later, Fixer and the group arrived at Base 2. He suddenly sensed a lingering scent in the air. Fixer's eyes widened in astonishment. What a strange smell. The gates of Base 2 were wide open at that moment. The three of them, with Fixer leading, quickly stepped inside. Estes was already waiting there. However, the horrific sight before them was utterly shocking. Oberon couldn't believe such savagery. What on earth is going on here? Rayleigh couldn't hold it back and vomited on the spot. He walked back to regroup with them. Estes suddenly walked over to check on Brand. Without wasting words, he slapped him hard across the face. Alarmed, he hurriedly excused Brand. No way. No matter how strong Senior is, getting ambushed like this makes it hard to defend. Right after that, he dazedly woke up. Who's that? Where is this? Seeing this, Estes immediately spoke up. I need to ask you a few things. Without beating around the bush, he got straight to the point. What happened at Base 2? Brand wasn't fully awake yet. Base 2? Could the place I'm standing right now actually be Base 2? Witnessing the horrifying scene before him, he too was struck by severe shock. A short while later, Estes assisted in cremating the unfortunate victims. Fixer sought him out for a matter. So you're here. He took issue with Estes' decision. Hey kid, acting like that right now was genuinely a bit harsh. Fixer expressed skepticism. Was it really necessary to deliberately wake Brand up to question him right in the middle of this horrific scene? Estes replied nonchalantly. He needed to witness the death of his comrades with his own eyes. The old man disapproved. I don't think that was a wise decision. Without much elaboration, he turned and walked away. That's how it is. Still, isn't this better than letting him endlessly torment himself inside? Fixer still intended to retort, saying that is only partly right. No, that's not it. He suddenly felt a surge of sympathy for Estes. I don't know why, but I sense deep solitude radiating from that small figure. It feels as though he has experienced the pain of losing many of his own comrades. But that's a story for another time. There are still matters to clear up. Surely you owe me an explanation now. Fixer listed out a few clues he knew. What on earth is going on? Could this be related to the man in the black cloak Brand just mentioned? Or is it tied to the little rats you've been hunting all this time? Estes turned back to admit to him. Yes, they are all closely connected, and they really are despicably arrogant. He abruptly focused his gaze ahead. Estes instantly spotted 5 blue lights in the forest, daring to issue a blatant challenge like this. At this, a confident smile formed on his face. I'll accept this game on your terms, you bastards of the Forbidden Magic Guild. Presently, Fixer gazed pensive at the forest ahead. He recalled Estes' parting words. If dawn arrives and I haven't returned, the group should head out first. I'll catch up with you guys soon enough, so there's no need to delay. Remembering this, Fixer felt a twinge of worry inside. He still couldn't figure the boy out. That fellow truly was an uncrackable enigma. Meanwhile, Estes was speeding through the woods in search of the enemy. He knew his enemy well. Sanvadium, the executioners of the Forbidden Magic Guild. Come to think of it, a grudge from a past life already existed between them. Estes recalled several crucial pieces of information from the past. They were the ones who provided the holy artifact to aid Prizon's escape, and even now, they were brazenly trying to rope him in. He understood the enemy's endurance. Having hidden in the shadows for a long time, their tenacity definitely exceeded all expectations. Because of that, perhaps I should personally go teach them a lesson. The sky began to drizzle with rain. Mid-run, he came to an abrupt halt. By the way, today's weather is simply ideal for trampling someone into the dirt. Estes looked up into the tree and posed a question. Do you agree with me? Up there perched the raven whose vision Win was sharing. Far away, he muttered his words back. A great day to wipe someone out, truly worthy of being a prey well worth the hunt. Win looked down at the red orb in his hand. Let's see. All preparations are complete. He's ready for battle, too. Can we kick things off now? Just as you said, today is indeed a fine day. Shortly after, Asta approached Win's vicinity. He looked around and spoke up. How curious. There's no one else around Asta. However, in the blink of an eye, a flurry of red shadows suddenly appeared, surrounding him. Asta feigned innocent surprise. Good grief! I'm not even sure whether I should feel honored or not. Your spirit beast not only guided the way, but cleared out every single monster. Things went smoother than expected. Right at that moment, a red light flickered beneath Asta's feet. Instantly, a destructive wave of power was unleashed. Those red shadows were actually capable of casting magic. Whoever slaughters 13 sinners shall bear all their sins upon themselves. Tens of thousands of illnesses and terrifying nightmares would simultaneously ravage his body, corresponding to the weight of the sins those 13 individuals had committed. Whoever eliminates the 13 sinners take on all their karma. This is the punishment for anyone who dares disrupt our rules. He finally stepped out of hiding. I'm the one who feels honored, Hunter. I hope you'll be satisfied with the gift I painstakingly arranged. Inside, Asta managed to reply to Win. I'm actually quite thrilled, to be honest. He suddenly made his move, flashing forward to strike the red shadow right in front of him. Asta turned serious in combat. It's rare for me to face an opponent like this. He immediately used blood magic to obliterate the remaining red shadows. Asta charged straight toward Win, ignoring the fact that his counterattacks were still wiping out the rest of the red shadows. Seeing the incoming attack, he stood his ground without flinching. Win looked quite impressed by his strength. He drew his weapon. You're executing a rather exquisite type of spell. Win slammed it hard into the ground. However, he quickly channeled magic into his scythe. Let out your screams. Win instantly launched his attack directly at Asta. He grabbed another red orb and crushed it directly. And take this magic spell as well. Right after that, Win summoned Shine. Awaken, my loyal subordinate. He immediately ordered him to eliminate him, and Shine swiftly complied. However, Win tweaked his command slightly. Make him wish he were dead, then drag him back to me. He slowly strolled closer to Asta. Without a word, Shine drew his weapon and raised his sword, aiming straight at him. Seeing Shine disobeying orders, Win flew into a rage. Hey, you armored bastard! I gave explicit orders not to take his life. Paying no heed, he repeatedly hacked downward. He frantically tried to stop him. Shine, wait, you bastard, stop right now. Mid-rage, Win's eyes widened in astonishment. Stop. Asta actually managed to block those slashes with his bare hands. He ruthlessly batted Shine's weapon aside with a single sweep. He was utterly shocked by the feat. Asta had truly been provoked this time around. Watching the battle from the sidelines, Win couldn't believe his eyes. How can this happen? These are clearly the 13 great sins. It's nothing less than a mutant curse far beyond the control of ordinary magic. By now he should be in a miserable state. Why does he still look so full of vitality? He glanced over at Shine and the Death Knight once more. Win recalled his origin. Although he couldn't unleash his full prime power, his very entity was an elite knight in his golden age. A treasure of Solian forged from one of the most brutal men in the world. And yet that guy is going toe-to-toe with the Death Knight without losing ground. Asta's fist closed right in front of Shine's face. Without showing mercy, he punched him squarely in the face. At this point, panic began to set in for Win. Damn it! At this rate, my priceless masterpiece is going to be completely destroyed. He instantly cast another spell targeting Asta. The distraction caught him off guard. Seizing the opening, Shine stabbed straight toward Asta. Witnessing the scene, Win was thrilled. Splendid, a flawless finishing blow. Feeling rather smug, he failed to notice the blood pooled right beneath his feet. You idiot, too absorbed in looking at the undead knight to even notice me. My collection is about to gain a brand new piece. Suddenly, the bloodstains on the ground lit up. Win felt momentarily confused. What? Instantly, a terrifying explosion erupted right beneath his feet. A moment later, the dust and smoke began to clear. Win was now injured, panting heavily with fatigue as his eyes widened involuntarily. Finding that his legs were gone, he let out a scream of agony. Meanwhile, Asta slowly stepped closer to Win. Your Death Knight puppet looks quite imposing, though. He recognized his background. You belong to the forbidden magic cult, don't you? Asta unceremoniously removed the crescent mask. Now then, let's sit down and have a little chat. He laid down a few rules. Listen closely. There are 3 rules you must follow during this conversation. Rule number 1, watch where you're looking. You'd better glue your eyes to the tips of my shoes. Enraged, he snapped, you punk still wet behind the ears. Before Win could finish, his eyes were gouged out. He calmly questioned him. Do you realize you need to be more polite now? Rule number 2, no cheap tricks. I spared a guy a few days ago only for him to turn around and bite me. Finally, whatever I ask, you must spill the absolute truth. Got it. He subsequently squeezed quite a bit of information out of him. Well, did you crawl here all by yourself? I'm guessing your target must be death rows. Then why did you pivot to targeting me instead? Turns out I was just considered prey. You son of a bitch. Estes suddenly peeled back a part of his shirt. All right, next up. Have you ever seen this symbol? He was a dark magic practitioner, someone who performed taboos defying the natural order. Perhaps he would know a thing or two about this mark. He couldn't answer the question. I can't see anything, so I wouldn't know. Estes realized he might have slipped up. I guess because you're wearing a blindfold, my eyes got way too used to it. He let out a sigh and dropped the subject. Oh well, who knows what kind of experiments dark mages like you do with corpses anyway. It's better to keep my own secrets to myself. Estes continued probing for information. What is Sanvadium's true objective? Spit out everything you know. That was Wynn tried to spill the details, but suddenly dropped dead. In the blink of an eye, all life completely left him. Seeing this, Estes gave a brief inspection. Was there some kind of seal placed on him? Good thing I managed to get the essentials out of him in time. Otherwise, it would have been a total disaster. He finally spat out all the remaining poison in his system. Good grief. Estes felt quite annoyed at that moment. This is driving me crazy with how much of a pain it is. Just then, he suddenly realized something. Didn't he just mention the 13 sins a moment ago? The mark on Estes' chest was actually reacting. A curse had just been triggered. Thank goodness the mark reacted in time to protect him, but he almost lost his life just from catching a little mouse. He abruptly glanced toward Shine. Either way, Estes found himself in a bit of a dilemma. How am I supposed to deal with that thing? He quickly found a ring on Wynn's body. The control item had to be somewhere around here. Found it. Estes immediately gave him an order. Hey, buddy, come over here. Shine reacted and stood up. I await your orders, sir. He suddenly felt a bit helpless. Estes promptly ordered Shine. Seeing you up close, how on earth did you get this huge? Lower your posture a bit. He actually went ahead and relinquished control over him. Good enough. You're free now. Estes gave his final command. Go back to your eternal sleep. Amidst the pouring rain, he stood there utterly astonished. Free, Shine still hadn't adapted to it. Is this what freedom feels like? Right then, lines of inscriptions began radiating from his body. The seal on Shine's body was slowly fading away. The final chains binding him had finally shattered. Estes didn't want to drag things out with him any longer. Right, congrats, now we go our separate ways, see ya. Just then, Shine had something he wanted to say to him. However, kid, you look like a wet behind-the-ears kid, yet you've got quite a cheeky tone. He instantly sensed something was wrong. No, wait, what's going on here? Estes quickly reiterated his command. Listen, I told you that you're free now. If you've got your freedom, why don't you just piss off and rest in peace? What the hell are you playing at? He immediately threw his own words back at him. Didn't you just say I've attained freedom? Then choosing to keep existing in this world is also my freedom. As annoyed as he was, Estes didn't want to dwell on it. Then go ahead and enjoy that freedom until you kick the bucket. I'm getting out of here. Shine still wanted to follow him. Fine, lead the way. Estes flared up and argued back with him. Honestly, I've seen my share of bizarre things, but this situation is completely speechless. Shine only focused on his attitude. You're acting pretty disrespectful for a junior, Estes immediately retorted. I've lived through a pretty long stretch myself. Naturally, he fired right back. Thanks for the reminder. By the time I breathed my last, I was several times older than you. He still held his ground. Haven't you ever heard the saying that death makes no distinction between young and old? Shine had already experienced mortality. I've already paid a visit to the other side once. You could consider me an experienced veteran. Hearing that, Estes stopped arguing back. He had no choice but to let him tag along. Damn it. By the next morning, Estes grew curious. How about a proper introduction? What's your family name? A master swordsman must have a pretty illustrious background. He prepared to recount. No matter how prestigious it was, there's probably nothing left by this generation. That was the year 137 of the imperial calendar. Estes promptly cut Shine off. I have zero interest in listening to a history lecture. He thought the guy felt pretty ancient. The year 137 of the imperial calendar. You've been around for quite a while. Shine wanted to know the current time. What year is it now? Estes quickly answered him. It's currently the year 374 of the imperial calendar. Shine started firing off questions. What about the Lortel family? Does the Dalamp estate still exist? Everything is still. No, wait a minute. Hey, you iron hunk. He was answering when he suddenly noticed something. He had actually discarded his outer cloak. Iron hunk, Asta switched to another nickname. Or should I call you Old Tin Can? Shine didn't react too strongly. Tin Can. He let out a weary sigh. Just as I expected. He's just a swordsman with an empty skull. I really want to punch him, but I gotta hold it in. This is definitely not because I'm scared of the swordsmanship of a freshly awakened grandmaster. He suddenly put on a polite front. At least let me know your name. What is it? He looked fairly satisfied with the attitude. There you go. Wouldn't it have been better if you asked like that from the start? I feel like kids these days lack respect for their seniors compared to the old days. Hearing that, Asta immediately thought of Liham. Why does this guy keep reminding me of my old senior? He cleared his throat to reveal his identity. Fine. I'll let you know, though I'm not even sure if my name still holds any value nowadays. Shine dropped his true identity. My name is Shine von Lemons, Master Knight of the Lemons family. Asta couldn't help but be startled upon hearing that. He had heard rumors about him before. Are you that crazy bastard? Shine looked puzzled. What? He still couldn't believe his eyes. No way in hell. The most bloodthirsty madman in history is standing right in front of me. Asta instantly remembered his moniker. The Slaughter King, the Emperor's assassin. He couldn't help breaking into an excited grin. Hey, why don't you come work with me? Asta had indeed heard of that name before, Shine von Lemons. He recalled the most famous rumor in history. He was remembered as the Regicidal King, a traitor. But Shine was also known by many other titles. Asta also knew of Shine's exceptional talent. The greatest genius in history, a born warrior who mastered not only swordsmanship but all kinds of weaponry. And finally, the genius who went mad following the collapse of the Lemons family, a prodigy who reached the realm of sword master at just 18 years old. Without a doubt, he'd make a reliable combat asset. I've got to watch out for those damn dark mages, not just death rows. This was a fantastic tool to boost his own strength. A fantastic ally, that was it. Asta reiterated his offer. Hey, what do you say we team up? Shine still didn't get the point. Team up. He started stirring up emotions in him. The mage who dragged you out of your eternal slumber and dragged you through the mud. Don't you want payback? Seeing Shine get angry, Asta grew thrilled. Interesting. That sounds even better than a good bowl of soup. He instantly remembered Win. That bastard is still alive. Then who was that guy just now? He revealed the truth. Just one of his small fry underlings. Asta kept provoking Shine. You probably don't remember. To him, you're nothing more than a tool. What did he say again? All right, he said you were too weak to be of any use. His words instantly struck a nerve with the man's pride. Shine flared up with rage. I'll tear him to pieces. He kept a calm tone. Even if you want him dead, it won't be easy to find him. He immediately realized Asta was hiding something. Judging by your tone, you sound like you know exactly where to find him. He didn't bother hiding it. Sure do. Coincidentally, I've got a bit of bad blood with him myself, but I can't just hand over that info for free. Asta seized the chance to pitch Shine. So what do you say? Do we have a deal? He fell silent in thought. Uneasy as he was, Shine accepted. I feel like I'm getting scammed by you. Oh well. Since I was planning to tag along with you for a while anyway, I might as well hunt him down on the side. Asta gladly shook his hand. Glad to hear it. Let's get moving then. I'll introduce you to my comrades. A little later, the two of them returned to base camp 2. Fixer noticed them right on cue. You're back just in time. He also picked up on something right away. Fixer shifted his focus to Shine. Who's the guy standing behind you? Asta didn't explain right away. Cut the crap and go call Oberon and Rayleigh over here. Bring Brand too if you can. I've got something to discuss with everyone. A short while later, he had everyone gathered. All right, everyone's here. Did you all rest well last night? Rayleigh let out a heavy sigh and complained. Rest? While someone was busy slacking off somewhere else, we were out here risking our lives working. Oberon immediately stepped in to rein him in. He noticed Brand's unusual expression. I assume you guys have been mercenaries long enough to know how things work. Must be making your blood boil with anger, huh? You're not still bitter about me punching you in the face yesterday, are you? The way you're glaring at me could punch right through a person. Now let me explain why I was missing yesterday. After that, everyone got a brief grasp of the situation. So that's what happened. At that moment, everyone looked startled by him. So you're saying this guy in the hooded robe is a Death Knight who reached the level of a sword master? Asta gave a nonchalant assessment. He's just a walking pile of scrap metal. Shine was slightly irritated. Damn brat. He pulled back his hood so they could get a better look. A Death Knight indeed. I knew something felt off, but I never imagined it'd be a Death Knight. Oberon spoke up with a question. Senior, how is this even possible? Death Knights are cursed monsters. How could you bring a creature like that back here? He didn't understand the man's point. What do you mean by that? Should we just chop his head off simply because he's a cursed monster? Shine displayed a mocking attitude. My head won't come off even if you try. Asta simply shot him a sideways glance. Obern's face still showed clear anxiety. He suddenly called out his name. Obern, he answered immediately. Yes, senior. Asta asked him a simple question. Can you fight better than him? Shine answered in Obern's place. Huh, obviously I'd tear that guy to shreds with ease. He continued questioning him. When he was alive, he was a knight who attained the rank of sword master. A cursed monster. Do you have any idea how many mercenaries a single monster like this is worth? Obern couldn't come up with an answer. Shine suddenly had something to say to him. Hey, young mage. He got ready to listen. Go ahead and speak your mind. He proudly pointed at his chest. I used to be a loyal knight of the Emperor. Even if I've become a cursed monster, as you call it, my loyalty remains rock solid. Asta couldn't help rolling his eyes at those words. Look at him talking big. Shine began pouring his heart out. Do you have any idea what kind of agonizing pain a soul suffers when turned into a wraith? Even to this day, I can still feel that pain. Though I no longer possess a human body, it still feels like a fire is burning away my very ego. Shine suddenly moved to draw his sword. Even so, Obern watched the scene with wide-eyed shock. He set his sword down and displayed a knight's pride. I am still the Emperor's proud blade, yet that bastard mage dared to trample upon my loyalty. Do you know? The heart of a knight whose loyalty has been crushed. Do you understand that pain? That's right, this is revenge. I'll tear that bastard mage to pieces. That's the only reason I'm still lingering in this world. But if you guys can't trust me, then take this sword and cut off my head. I swear on my master's honor. I willingly die by your hands. Obern stayed silent without replying. He was suddenly overcome with emotion and shed tears. Obern expressed deep remorse. I was truly a fool. I acted so recklessly without understanding your suffering. My Lord Knight. He deeply sympathized with Shine. I can't imagine how much you've had to endure. He turned his head to signal Asta. See, he secretly exposed the lie. What he said gave me the creeps. Such a scam. The Emperor's blade. Well, I guess that's true, the blade that lopped off the Emperor's head, that is. Asta felt a bit suspicious. I bet it took that much determination and deceit just to get the Emperor's head. It was now evening, and Obern was the last one walking out of the tent. Fixer took charge of things. Then I'll go get everything ready. He urged them back to their tents. It's getting late, go get some rest. Asta needed to keep certain things under wraps. While keeping the details about the Sanvadium Dark Mages quiet, everyone was now aware of a new enemy's existence. He and the others braced themselves for the upcoming battle. From here on out, our schedule won't be easy anymore. We'll keep pushing forward with our own beliefs. Some for survival, some for justice, some for family, and some for revenge. Asta recalled his own purpose. As for me, right then Shine interrupted his train of thought. Hey, move aside. Stop blocking the way. Asta kept silent without answering. He let out a sudden sigh. Asta looked ahead with intense excitement. All right, everything is set. Let's get moving.